Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The sight of Vincent's home brings him back. Back to places he buried so deep that they were expected to remain hidden for life. His training kicks in, innocuous details that a civilian might overlook glistened like beacons. Glass crunched beneath his combat boots. If they're this far from the source, then he can estimate the magnitude of the blast. Through the blown-out windows he can see only darkness. Shadows that could be concealing enemy soldiers taking aim at him right now. Every atom of his being urges him to get behind cover, but he pushes the thoughts down and shakes his head. Peacetime. It was something that he reminds himself of every day. That same reminder echoed day in and day out. Year after year. Nothing on the news says otherwise. None of his old contacts have called him for re-enlistment. He tells himself he doesn't have to think that way anymore. He doesn't have to fight anymore. But the sight of Vincent's house tells him a different story. He makes it to the battered front door, barely hanging from its hinges. His hands reached out to grab it. At that moment, long-buried memories, sights and smells flash into existence. Pale and bloated limbs, mangled and broken into nauseating geometries, barely hanging from flaps of skin or strands of sinew. The stink of death. Screams of pain. Mangled bodies. His hand jolts back as if the door jamb was aflame. It was then that he recalled that he's still in Vermilion. Bile bubbles in the back of his throat before he pushes it down and forces himself to open the door. The moment he touches the knob, the door shudders as if in defeat. He moves aside to let it flop down onto the lawn, his eyes boring into the yawning darkness of his assistant's home. "Vincent," he roars. The pulse of his heartbeat is in his ears as he strains to listen for any response. A smell he's grown painfully familiar with wafts over him and whispers the horrible truths he's been fighting to ignore. Blinking lights from distant ambulances filter in through the blown-out windows. Each flash pushes back the blackness long enough to let him see inside. The things he sees barely register in his mind before the darkness rushes back to claim his sight. Anything not bolted to floor has been overturned and scattered across the floor. The walls are cracked and blackened like the floors. The choking odor of something burnt fills his lungs before he shouts again. "Here, sir." A weak voice replies. Serge has to bow his head in order to avoid taking the entire wall with him when he barrels through the door, past the living room, and into Vincent's bedroom. Standing 8 feet tall, weighing in at 400 pounds, and armed with the knowledge of how to kill a man in 73 different ways, Serge finds himself utterly powerless the moment he enters the room. Vincent's legs were gone from the knees down, nothing but a shredded mass of meaty pulp were all that was left of his thighs. His arm shakes as he struggles to keep it firm over his forehead in what Serge can only imagine is an attempt at a salute. The soldier in him always knew that there would be casualties in times of war, and with that in mind he could brace himself for the loss of a soldier. Part of him wonders if it was a mistake to let his guard down during peacetime, letting himself form attachments because the only time he would ever lose another soldier was to age or when the demons of their past caught up with them. "Ah, at ease, soldier." He stumbles as he finds his voice and returning the salute. He kneels over the man's body as Vincent drops the salute. "You warned me about the Voltorb." Vincent manages a smile with glistening red teeth and pink foam dribbling from the corners of his mouth. "They just popped out of the pokeballs and wouldn't go back in. They kept screaming until..." Vincent's breath hitches, his eyes scrunch tightly as the wave of pain passes and he exhales. "You're gonna be okay, there's help Serge begins, wondering how many times he's said these same, insincere, words. He would detach himself from what was happening, sounding hopeful but stern as a superior officer should. He'd done it dozens of times before without fail. Which is why he feels as though peacetime has made him soft when he can't seem to forge steel into his words or actions. "Don't bullshit me, sir." Vincent's cough is followed by a wince. "I can tell from the way you're looking at me. I knew I wasn't gonna make it from the moment you saw me." His silence is as good as writing the death certificate for this boy he had watched become a soldier. Once again he would have to watch another life slip like sand through his monstrously large hands. Shame it went down like this. Do you remember what I told you? How I wanted it to go down? Vincent asked with a cough. Serge did remember, but decided to humor his subordinate in his last moments. This old soldier forgets things nowadays. You're gonna have Ta remind him. Vincent nodded and closed his eyes. His silence made Serge's heart pound until he started talking but kept his eyes closed as if visualizing the whole thing. I wanted us, all of us from the unit, to be surrounded on all sides by whatever BSTRDS they'd thrown us at. It would have been our final charge, our last hurrah, and none of us would have wanted to be anywhere else but with you when we called it curtains. Kmed fools, the lot of you. Serge shook his head. Dying under your command would have been the greatest honor, sir. You made us men, pulled our buttes out of the fire so many times we lost count. You never pulled rank on us or some other sheet like that. You were more of a father than my real old man ever was. I would have given my life for you. We all would have. You all did, Serge replied. Except me, Vincent added bitterly. I wanted you all to walk the harder road. All of us knew how easy it was to die. Living, with what we had to do, that's a beach. I'll make it up to you, sir. Vin, you. I'll let the boys know you're coming. Whip 'em into shape so you'll have something to be proud of when you join us. I was always proud, of all of you, Serge replied. But Vincent didn't seem to hear him and kept talking. Bet those BSTRDS have been lazing about without us. Maybe they took our motto to heart. What was it again, sir? Something about us going to hell for all the awful shit we did. Vincent's voice was growing softer now and his speech started to slow down. Party on the 8th ring, Serge said. We'll get ice on the 9th, Vincent finished with a contented smile and closed his eyes. I'm getting really tired, sir. Permission to rest, sir. Denied, Private. I order you to live, to not, leave your old CO by himself on the battlefield. Serge struggled to keep his voice neutral and calm. Hate to say I'm gonna have to ignore that order, sir. Just remember though, you're never. Vincent abruptly grew still and quiet. Serge kept hoping Vincent would finish but as the seconds turned into minutes he realized that wasn't going to happen. His hand moved over to Vincent's neck, moving the collar of his fatigues to the side to reveal the dog tags around his neck. With a simple tug they came off his neck and dangled in his hands. Giovanni stepped onto the helipad and extended his hand to Matori, his assistant, as she tried her best to balance and walk out of the helicopter in her heels. Her free hand touched his own, the other hand clutching an electronic tablet to her chest. The rocket boss helped her down and felt the warmth of her touch quickly leave his hand as she struggled to keep her glasses in place while the wind whipped her hair into a frenzy. The helicopter blades whirled above them, making it near impossible to hear each other speak. They made their way off the helipad and towards the stairs, descending several flights into the base. A dour man, bald except for wings of fiery red hair above his ears, along with his bespectacled assistant met them halfway down the steps. As the group descended, Giovanni produced a pokeball from his pocket and looked to the bespectacled man. Make sure my Persian receives the best care possible. Should I find less than favorable results, tonight will be your last night on this earth. Giovanni's tone was cold as he begrudgingly handed Persian's pokeball over to the man who grabbed it and scurried down the stairs. Giovanni turned to the scientist still beside him. Dr. Bamda, I expect you have something for me. Giovanni replied, never once looking at the scientist in question. The scientist, his bushy eyebrows and impressive mustache unwavering, nodded. The perennial butchering of his name was a sore spot for him but he thought it unwise to correct the rocket leader. We're not entirely sure what's happening, he began. Only that it's happening all across the planet. We've been getting reports from our field operatives of their Pokémon going berserk as well as injuries and even deaths caused by their Pokémon. Our best scientists are working around the clock to find out what has happened. We've performed necropsies on some of the dead Pokémon and found that their muscles and skin have become significantly denser and tougher. Upon dissecting the brain we found that. Do you know why any of this is happening? Giovanni's response was brusque and demanding. Well, no, sir. Namba stammered out. He then recomposed himself and continued. With further investigation we may be able to determine that. Was it one of ours? Namba looked at the rocket boss. Sir, he asked. I am not sure what you are asking. Could this have been caused by one of our departments, either accidentally or intentionally? Namba took on a thoughtful expression for a moment and started to shake his head before stopping once more, getting his superior's attention. It could be possible, he said. Considering the results of our experiments in the past, such an effect is entirely possible. However, we lack the capabilities to cause such a powerful and wide-ranging effect in such a short time span. They descended the last flight of stairs where a steel door at the bottom of the stairwell opened. Men and women in white coats scurried frantically across the room, pointing at the various graphs and charts on their electronic tablets. One group stood out in the crowd. Every member of that group stood at attention as they awaited the arrival of the rocket boss and Namba. Giovanni easily matched their faces to their names. They were his best agents, therefore earning them the right to be addressed by name. Once you sent out the recall, these operatives were the first to arrive, Namba said as he stood beside Matori. Giovanni stopped before the first pair. Their silver uniforms stood out among the other operatives. Attila, the burly blonde man began. And Hun, reporting, the gray-haired woman finished. Agent 009. The lithe blonde woman bowed slightly with a smile. Giovanni knew her as Domino, among many other code names. Marauder. The heavy, rough voice boomed from a massive man whose face was hidden behind an armored bronze mask. Annie and Oakley. A blonde woman and a blue-haired woman chimed in simultaneously. Cassidy, the gold-haired woman exclaimed. And Bill, the green-haired man croaked, earning him a few quizzical stares from the others in the row, including Giovanni. I thought your name was Butch, the rocket leader asked. The color change that the operative underwent would have made a Keklian proud as he quickly reddened and then began to turn purple with exasperation and anger. Cassidy grabbed his shoulder with a reassuring squeeze and shot him a look that brooked no argument. I recently had it changed, Bill grumbled, as he deflated and resumed his normal color. Giovanni would have said that he didn't look like a Bill, but decided that now was an inappropriate time to comment. He faced the elite operatives again. What's the situation in Hoenn? Both agents, while calm and composed as was befitting their elite status, looked at each other nervously. They didn't get a chance to speak before Attila broke the silence. We had succeeded in capturing Rayquaza. Attempts to tame it were minimally successful at best, but we had some new procedures lined up that looked promising. However, a massive spike in Rayquaza's power occurred, allowing it to kill most of the staff and escape the facility. Its whereabouts are unknown at this time, sir. I have no excuse. Attila bowed his head. Hun noted that their boss didn't seem remotely bothered by the loss of one of their greatest catches to date. Domino. Giovanni turned to face the woman with blonde curls beside Hun. There was a fire in her blue eyes. A burning ember that radiated such unwavering loyalty that it edged into zealotry. Oftentimes she had made bold advances towards him, but each and every time he had tactfully turned her down. Not that he didn't find her attractive. But he needed to consider how she stood to benefit from this action. If it were something as simple as lust, then he could let some of his guard down. But one could never be too careful. She performed to the best of her ability in the field, but much like the aircraft that he had put into storage years back, something about her reminded him of a failure that, as far as memory served, never happened. As such he had sent her away to a far-off region to see what she could gather for the advancement of Team Rocket. Though it seemed not enough time had passed to shake those odd feelings of frustration he had whenever he looked at her. It's as Attila said. I was working undercover in the Farum region investigating rumors of legendary Pokémon being spotted there. Turned out to be more myth than anything, but before I could send out my report, the Pokémon started to go berserk. There were casualties. Domino's tone was neutral, betraying no sense of the fear she had felt then. Marauder. Giovanni glanced at the hulking form behind him with a grimace. The iron-masked man returned the sentiment, and for a while the two simply stared at one another. It was no secret within the organization that Marauder desired to kick Giovanni off his throne and take his organization for himself. Giovanni had known this well before the Shalebi incident, but knew that he could take the man's drive to usurp him and use it to further his own goals. With every mission Marauder completed for him, Giovanni added another layer of certainty that he would remain on top. Giovanni would have liked to believe that he was getting away with this without Marauder's knowledge, but that would be insulting the man's intelligence. And potentially dangerous. Underestimating one such as Marauder was a foolhardy action. He could only imagine what it was like to work against your own goals, all while thinking you were forwarding them. If you don't recall, you sent me to the Hulan region to investigate a new type of Pokémon native there and see if the new Dark Ball Dr. Jumba, Marauder began. Namba, the scientist snapped from behind the rocket boss. Was working on could still work on them. Marauder continued on without missing a beat. Things were going smoothly up until yesterday. Fortunately, I had only caught Pokémon that knew physical attacks and none of them ended up killing each other. The problem is what came afterwards. When the Pokémon woke up they started attacking me and the lab assistants. The indoctrination of the Pokeball was nullified somehow. Returning them was no longer effective and trying to catch them with another only delayed them for a few seconds. Giovanni's hand cradled his chin as he studied the floor and moved away from the iron-masked Marauder to Bill and Cassidy. If memory serves, then they were his only field agents in the Sinnoh region. What do you two have to report? We were in the Sinnoh region helping Dr. Gero, Cassidy said. Okay, that had to be on purpose. Namba interjected from behind the rocket boss. Acquire Hippowdon sand for his research. Fair. Enough. While unorthodox, Dr. Namba had proven himself time and time again with his research. If there was time, Giovanni would grill Namba later as to the possible uses sand from that source had. Annie. Oakley. Giovanni abruptly faced the sisters. We were halfway to Guyana to see if we could find you more genetic traces of Mew when we got your message and turned back. The two spoke in such perfect unison that it sounded as if one person was speaking. Giovanni nodded and turned away from the group. He narrowed his eyes and stroked his chin as he gazed out across the room as if he was viewing something beyond the reinforced metal walls. Take the next 6 hours to get what sleep you can. It may be a few days before you can have that luxury again. I would send you out now, but changing time zones will cause complications later on, regardless of your loyalty to me. Matori, please take inventory of this facility's supplies and bring me the itinerary. Nanda, the next necropsy better be more informative or you'll be on the table next. I expect you all to report to me at 0900 for your assignments. Every agent stood a bit straighter and saluted. Yes, boss, they chanted in unison. You're all dismissed. Giovanni sighed and rubbed his forehead. His mind buzzed with activity like a bee drill nest, each soldier an idea of how to proceed. A veritable river of crimson poured out from the woods. As if ordered by an unseen force, the halo of stones over Johanna's house froze in place, aimed, and launched across the field. Rourke and the Ariados quickly learned that even a tiny bit of pressure in the right place could spell big problems. Stealth rock was meant to be an entry hazard, but now it acted more like stone edge. The stony point speared through the Ariados' delicate exoskeletons and slipped into the earth beneath them. Another row of Ariados crawled over the corpses of their fallen brethren. They advanced about a foot before the stones that had slain the first row of Ariados rocketed upwards from the ground, tearing apart the next procession of Ariados. The stones returned to their original formation, a lethal halo over Johanna's house. Each stone dripped with gore, gleaming like a morbid beacon and daring the swarm to proceed. The remaining Ariados took the hint and paused. Only to raise their heads in unison and unleash a volley of poisoned flak. Rourke's onyx immediately coiled around his trainer. The metallic ringing of hundreds of needles deflecting off stone echoed in Rourke's ears. The distant hum of the aircraft gave him a small sense of comfort until the sound of the needles abruptly changed pitch. A burst of light caught the swarm's attention. Some continued firing at the rising aircraft while those that faced the burst of light met crimson eyes and a torrent of flame. At the first sight of flames the swarm scattered, many of them taking refuge in the vacant homes of Twinleaf Town. Following their wisdom, Rourke retreated back into Johanna's house with Geodude floating at his heels. The house shuddered as he slammed the door behind him. He stopped momentarily to consider if locking it would buy him some extra time. The answer came in the form of loud thunks against the wood as a number of glowing needles protruded halfway through. Rourke leapt away just as his Geodude rushed ahead and placed himself between his trainer and the door. Despite the added barriers, Rourke felt no safer on the first floor than he did outside. Occasionally the house and ground would shake. A sign that Onyx or Rampardos were doing their best to keep the swarm from approaching. Rourke looked around, noting the lack of windows to give him a vantage point through which to check on the aircraft and retaliate against the swarm's moves. I could make for the tunnel. The thought entered his mind as he made his way up the stairs. Do I really have wait for them to be gone before I can escape? Rourke shook his head halfway up the steps. No. I owe them for getting me out of the death trap that my city became. I'm not gonna abandon them like I did my town. I have to see this through. I'm not going to be like him. Is he inside? Onyx asked over the constant stream of hisses that filled the air. Looks like it, Rampardos replied. Why are we still here? Rourke doesn't want to leave until that giant metal thing is out of here. We have to keep him safe and make sure that thing leaves this place. So we can let loose. Rampardos didn't bother to hide the excitement in his voice. Long as we don't hit the house Rourke's in or the flying metal thing. Oh, and don't get caught again, Rourke won't be here to save you. Onyx coiled his body like a tight spring before lunging towards the closest house. Over 400 pounds of airborne stone pulverized the walls on contact and set the ground trembling. Show off, Rampardos said beneath his breath as he shifted his gaze to the aircraft the other humans were on. Several strands of silk soared through the air and latched onto its metal underbelly as it steadily rose higher into the sky. Rampardos doubted the Ariados had enough strength or weight to keep the ship from moving, but that fact didn't seem to stop them from trying. At first, everything seemed to be going well. When Rourke had leapt off the aircraft with his last words, the rocket trio immediately began to lift off. Protocols that dictated each and every instrument be checked and rechecked before liftoff were passed over in favor of a cursory inspection. Indeed, Brock, Dawn and Ash didn't even have time to fasten their seatbelts as the tilt rotor lurched and began to climb upwards at an agonizingly slow rate. It was the trade-off they had made. Rate of climb had been sacrificed for VTOL capability. It was when the aircraft shuddered under a massive impact that Brock dared to look out the window to see what the problem was. He immediately wished he hadn't. A swarm of Ariados poured out of the surrounding dusk-lit woods and began ravaging the town. It was then he noticed the aircraft had stopped ascending and a shrill alarm began to sound. James. What's the hold-up? Jessie snapped from her position in the co-pilot's seat. James opened the throttle even further, but the altimeter showed no signs of changing. We're caught on something. Well, get us uncaught den. Meowth yelled from behind them. Or dem Ariados will be pickin' dear teeth with our bones. The blue-haired rocket operative looked at the fuel gauge. He was stuck with a sadistic choice: use up the fuel to try and break free, and risk the zero-ion battery failing in a spectacular explosion that would most certainly kill all those aboard, or conserve the fuel and not break free, and risk letting the Ariados eat them alive. He weighed his options and slammed the tiltrotor's throttle past the maximum safe limit. The aircraft shuddered and the roar of the engines became deafening as the aircraft began to rise. If Rampardos were honest with himself, what the Ariados were doing amused him. It was like watching a wurmple trying to wrangle an angry agron. One Ariados was being dragged across the grass as fought it to keep the craft from moving with nothing more than the strength of its spindly limbs. Rampardos allowed himself a hearty laugh at the sight and would have continued had the rest of the swarm not learned from their comrade's mistake. The tilt rotor had gained enough altitude that it started to fly east, making it a few meters before being forcibly halted in its tracks. The craft's twin thrusters flared to life, throwing out long tails of blue fire that stood out sharply against the rapidly dark sky. The aircraft moved a few inches as it strained against the silken restraints. Concrete walls cracked and crumbled, patches of earth were torn from the ground as the pilot tried to break free. But for every strand that snapped from the strain, another 3 were quick to reconnect and reinforce the broken ends that anchored the ship to the surrounding houses. Rampardos watched the pilot try a new tactic. Reversing abruptly and spinning the craft around only to fly full throttle in the opposite direction. Despite his efforts, the strands still held strong and kept the craft in place. Another salvo of strands soared through the air, missing the rotor blades by a few inches as the pilot moved the only safe direction still left to them, upwards. Poison needles and silk strands flew, faltered, and arched back down to the ground as the aircraft flew as high as the strands allowed. Groups of Ariados were already starting to make the climb up the strands by the time Rampardos moved to stop them. A flash of light and a rushing wave of warmth were quick reminders to the swarm that there were still threats around them. The head but Pokémon did the first thing that came naturally to him and charged like a lithic battering ram, spraying cones of fire as he went. His opponents proved themselves to be quick learners when Rourke's ace felt something catch his ankles in the midst of his charge. The ground quickly rose to meet Rampardos' face. The force of the subsequent collision created a sizable scorched crater beneath him. Attempts at lifting himself off the ground with his arms served as a painful reminder of how weak and stubby they really were. Efforts to move his legs proved fruitless with what he imagined was another well-placed string shot binding his ankles. Without a second thought he spewed fire at his feet and came to regret it with the pain that surfaced immediately after. Through the white fog of agony he felt the hold around his legs loosen as the webbing burned away. A small group of Ariados were starting to converge on him. Only to meet their demise when their supposed prey slammed his head against the earth. The neighboring houses shivered from the blow that managed to catapult Rampardos into the air and few meters back from the crater. The remains of the Ariados that had gotten too close to him were still reigning over the neighborhood when Onyx's body erupted out from one of the houses, sending a spray of debris and bits of Ariados into the air. "Let me guess." Onyx began, looking at the newly formed crater and the blackened ankles of his teammate. Rampardos shot Onyx a glare as hot as his flamethrower. "Don't start. Not all of us can dig and avoid their med silk. I think I just might have something for that." The stone snake looked up at the aircraft for a few seconds and nodded. The stones that comprised his upper body started to spin and dirt from the ground around them started lifting into the air as the wind picked up. The lithic serpent opened his maw and unleashed a column of sand that joined the maelstrom that now swirled around the neighborhood. Shifting swaths of brown and gold filled his vision. It wasn't thick enough to obscure his view of the neighborhood, but he could constantly feel the grains of sand wash over him in waves. "There, that should make it impossible for their silk to reach us and harder for their shots to hit us." "What about the flying metal thing?" Rampardos asked. "I made sure to keep the sandstorm low. As long as they stay where they are, the sand shouldn't bother them. Looks like we won't be alone." Rampardos motioned with his head towards the aircraft. Onyx looked up and was surprised to see something gliding gracefully through the maelstrom of sand. Glisker crossed his pale indigo claws and rapidly swung them apart, launching his X-scissor at the silk strands beneath the ship. The vacuum blade slammed into the strands, but the silk cord remained undamaged. "Let's go help him out," Onyx roared, launching himself deeper into the battlefield. Rourke backed away from the window and closed it, watching the glass rattle against the wind and sand. The sound of the granules washing over Johanna's home created a constant drone that filled the entire house with white noise. Making out what was going on outside became an impossible task as long as the sandstorm raged, but that was a small degree of comfort for him. If he couldn't see through it, then hopefully neither could the Ariados. One of the window panes suddenly cracked, making Rourke flinch and slowly inch away. He turned and eyed his Geodude who had his back to him and was busy guarding the entrance of his room. The presence of his first Pokémon offered him some respite, but it wasn't enough to stop him from feeling vulnerable. "I need a weapon," Rourke mumbled to himself as he glanced around the bedroom. His Geodude took the hint and moved out of his way and into the hallway outside. "Or do I?" Rourke stopped himself in mid-step. Scenes of the carnage in Orberg flashed through his mind. "I guess I only feel like I need a weapon. Having one makes me feel safer, but it doesn't actually make me any safer." The soldiers, they had training, tactics, armor, more advanced weapons and even a FNG tank. What do I have that they don't? He watched Geodude swivel back and forth as he made sure nothing could sneak up on him and his trainer. The animate rock smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. "I know what Pokémon are capable of and I won't underestimate them." Rourke mentally replied to his earlier question. He nodded to himself, as if satisfied with his answer and made his way back downstairs, letting Geodude take the lead. Sand sprayed into the room in bursts through the broken window he and Brock had come through. Without even being told, Geodude moved towards the breach and held his position. If the waves of sand splashing over his face and open eyes bothered him, then he didn't show it. "I doubt Johanna has a gun, which is fine. I doubt I'd be comfortable even using one and I'd rather not bring any more attention to myself, those things can get pretty loud." Rourke busied himself in the kitchen, flinging drawers and cabinets open in a desperate attempt to search for something to arm himself. Forks and knives might as well have been toys. Johanna's expensive knife set seemed like a marginally better option. Rourke pulled the biggest and longest knife he found out of the block and did a few practice moves and slashes before he let his arm fall to the side with a sigh. "These Ariados have ranged attacks. I'll be dead before I even got close enough to cut them." Something from the battle outside shook the house again, causing anything still remaining on the shelves to finally fall. Rourke crouched behind the counter for cover as he waited for the tremors to dissipate. His fingers wrapped around the hardwood handle of the knife as he readied himself for battle. The lights in the house flickered and died, leaving Rourke in the dark with only his meager weapon. Seconds ticked by without incident before he found the switch on his helmet and activated the light. Another few heartbeats went by before he lowered his knife to the wooden floor and grabbed the metal knob that was apparently in front of his face. Several metal pans were stacked within the cupboard. He entertained the thought of donning them as armor like some post-apocalyptic knight. But the pots and pans promised him even less protection than the armor that the soldiers of Orberg wore. His eyes did notice a cast iron skillet among the ensemble, but lifting it quickly reminded him how heavy and unwieldy it felt in his grip. "Wish I'd brought a pickaxe with me," Rourke muttered as he put the skillet away. He made his way across the room. The beam of light from his helmet flitted across the room, revealing books and contest trophies knocked from fancy bookcases and scattered around the sandy floor. Geodude kept to his post, the floor around him slowly disappearing beneath the invading sands. Just outside the whirling sands, he could see Johanna's garden, or its remains being torn apart and swept up in the storm. Rourke looked around the kitchen before he had a sudden flash of insight. Her garden. "Geodude," Rourke began, waiting until the rock Pokémon turned to face him. "I need you to go out and see if Johanna has a shed. I think I saw one connected to the side of the house. Bring me something from there I can use as a weapon." The sound of stone scraping stone reached Rourke's ears as Geodude crossed his arms and gave him a withering stare. "Don't give me that look. You can go out there safely and it's just around the corner. It'll take you a few seconds if you hurry." Rourke ordered but didn't see the glowering stone move. After a few seconds of hard staring, the stone Pokémon grumbled his name and launched himself through the window and disappeared into the quartz maelstrom. Rourke began to feel as though he were in an hourglass as the seconds passed and sand continued to pour through the shattered windows. Aside from counting the seconds, the miner had no idea how much time had elapsed and whether he should start to be worried at Geodude's prolonged absence. His answer came in the form of an Ariados bursting through the shattered window. A mixture of blood and sand flowed from a wound on its thorax that Rourke guessed to be from the stealth rock. But it didn't finish the job. The dark thought that shadowed Rourke's observation breached the surface of his thoughts. The Ariados froze upon seeing him. Its mandibles clicked as it studied him without moving an inch. Rourke's heart was beating painfully against his chest, every shaky breath sounding obnoxiously loud in the silence. Why the Ariados wasn't attacking was beyond him. And with no immediate cover to hide behind, it had a clear shot at him. The moment of unnatural stillness ended when the Ariados slowly dipped its thorax down and pressed it to the floorboards of Johanna's home. Upon lifting it back, Rourke noticed a stringy residue still clinging to the long-legged Pokémon spinneret. One of its hind legs slid back and pressed against something that caught the light of Rourke's helmet light. He noticed the thin sliver shift back and forth with the movements of the Ariados' leg. All the while the red arachnid stared at him. The strand went still until something tugged at the other end and the Ariados replied with a single tug in return. By the time Rourke put together what was happening, it was already dead. The spray of sand from the storm outside made him wince and close his eyes as the room was filled with the sound of something sinking into the wooden floorboards. When the spray of sand subsided somewhat, he opened his eyes and saw that the Ariados was still there in the same spot. Yet, there was something about it that didn't seem quite right. It wasn't until its legs buckled and the body toppled forward that he noticed the shovel now separating the Ariados' head from the rest of its body. Geodude harumphed and crossed his arms, everything about his posture and expression growling, "I told you so." Okay. You were right, I was wrong. Thanks for the save, and getting the shovel by the way, Rourke said, cautiously making his way over to the spade. The Ariados was still, but Rourke couldn't get over the idea that it could come alive at any second and attack him. His hesitation must have bothered his first Pokémon because he moved over, yanked the shovel out of the corpse and handed it to him. Rourke took it and felt the weight, immediately feeling more comfortable with this item than he would with any gun or knife. It wasn't his pickaxe but it was close enough that it was practically an extension of him. Shovels were always a bit of a bittersweet tool for him, they reminded him of his father, given that they were his signature tools. Rourke watched the dark ichor flow along the blade and drip onto the floor by his boots. A pang of sadness that such an essential tool in his line of work had been used to take a life. Dark mist started to ebb from the shadowy corners of the room, a fact that Rourke and Geodude were quick to notice. Out from the shadows burst another Ariados only to be intercepted by another stone dagger that smashed through the ceiling. The Ariados immediately angled itself to the side. That action turned a direct hit into a mere graze. Geodude took the brunt of the shadow sneak attack, using his arm to block the Ariados' body while it tried to sink its mandibles into his stony arm. By the time the bug realized it would make no progress with its tactic, it was already too late. Geodude's fist slammed through its horn and into its face, causing its head to explode. Rourke brought his arm up to shield himself from the splinters and bits of roof that filled the air. By the time he lowered his arm the fight had already concluded, or so he had hoped until more shadows began to materialize in the dark corners of the room. Geodude rolled back at Rourke's feet with his arms raised and ready to take any blow meant for Rourke. The Ariados sprung at them from the shadows. Too many for Geodude to block and too fast for either he or Rourke to follow, which would have been a problem, had a salvo of stones not rained down through the ceiling, cutting their aerial tackles short. Geodude struck without hesitation, manifesting stones in his hands and throwing them at the downed Ariados like knives. By the time the stealth rock slipped out of its target, another stone quickly replaced it. For Ariados remained, and despite all the fear that told him to run away to safety, Rourke lunged at one of the fallen spiders and swung the shovel down on its head as hard as he could. The fear and hesitation dissolved upon knowing he would only be safe once he killed every Ariados in the room. Rourke felt the exoskeleton crack and crunch beneath his swing. A flicker of superiority and satisfaction ignited in his core. Wasting no time, Rourke ripped the shovel out from the creature's lifeless body. The lack of screams telling him everything he needed to know. He ran across the room where the other Ariados was already getting up. Rourke brought his shovel down like a knight's battle-axe, only to lodge his weapon into Johanna's wooden floor when his target moved its head slightly. The Orberg miner reacted quickly, shifting his weight onto the shovel and slamming it against the creature's head just as it launched a length of silk from its mouth. Rourke felt the attack rush by him, the sound reminding him how one hit would immobilize him and spell his doom should he make a single mistake. The miner moved on instinct, jumping onto the nearest Ariados and slamming his boot onto the arachnid's open wound. The result was a screech that shook the gym leader to his bones. The spider's legs buckled beneath the pain and Rourke's weight. Its spindly legs frantically slashed at the floorboards as it tried to throw Rourke off. Rourke lifted his shovel back into the air and swung. All the while he was grinding his boot into the bubbling wound. The Ariados' screaming and upturned head never saw or felt the shovel's edge cut into its throat. Rourke watched the head bounce along the floor until he remembered there were still more Ariados to fight and turned to find one already taking aim at him. Rourke reflexively dove to the side behind Johanna's couch, hoping his meager excuse for cover would buy him enough time to consider his next move. Before Rourke could even scramble away he heard something spatter against the wall and replaced the sound of raining needles. A frantic heartbeat later his Geodude rolled over to where he lied, offering him a hand which his trainer gratefully took. Once on his feet, Geodude motioned towards the stairs, a suggestion Rourke didn't question as darkness began to bleed from the corners once more. More Ariados lunged at them, unaware of the entry hazard that awaited them as they infiltrated the house. Another shockwave from the battle outside rocked the foundations of Johanna's home, evoking creaks and groans that made Rourke wonder how long his refuge from the sandstorm would last. Steady streams of sand poured from the ceiling, each hole marking where Stealth Rock dove through to strike the newcomers. Holes pocked the second-floor hallway. The fine dust of sand whistled in through the shattered windows of the house. Rourke realized that the Ariados weren't entering Johanna's home to come to kill him. They were just trying to avoid staying in the sandstorm. That and the damage from the entry hazard were probably the only reasons he was able to survive this long. Let alone kill an Ariados with his comparatively pathetic weapon. Another series of pained screeches from the first floor reminded him that death's hourglass still flowed. Geodude swiveled around and readied himself for the oncoming swarm he was sure would come up the stairs. Another shard of stone speared through the attic and the floor between Rourke's feet. It was a harsh reminder that while Stealth Rock was only supposed to go after the Ariados, the stones didn't care whether he was in their path or not. A chorus of hisses filtered through the floorboards from below, the sounds of 1,000 scrapes and scratches filling the air and growing louder as the swarm drew closer and closer to the stairs. Rourke gripped his shovel until his shaking hands were white. He swallowed and braced himself for what was to come. The fact that he was drawing more Ariados away from Brock and the others had stopped being a comfort. Onyx's sandstorm was working perfectly as far as Glisker was concerned. Any attempts to bind him with silk or scratch him with their poison needles were blown away before they even got anywhere near him. Anything that wanted to affect him would have to use those techniques at point-blank range. Assuming that the creature stayed alive long enough, an unlikely proposition. The Ariados swarm wasn't too keen on staying in the sandstorm and immediately broke ranks to scatter and seek refuge within the surrounding vacant houses. At least that was the case within the storm. Above the swirling sands was another story. Several meters between the rushing sands and the aircraft was a small group of Ariados steadily making their way up a thick silk strand. Every time Glisker broke the surface of the storm, the Ariados launched volleys of silken strands. Staravia had also been sent out to help him. While he couldn't safely enter the sandstorm like Glisker, he could at least keep the Ariados busy and slow their advancement. He did his best to keep some of them occupied, still others crawled up the thread. Efforts to sever the strand with long-range attacks inside the storm had failed. No matter how much strength he put behind his X-scissor, the thread withstood all his punishment without so much as a nick for all his trouble. There was the possibility that he could slice through it with his claws, but he decided against touching the silk. A few minutes earlier, a string shot from one of the ariados above the sandstorm latched onto his tail. His attacker quickly realized it had gotten more than it bargained for when Glisker pulled the unlucky ariados into the storm. The idea of releasing the strand held between its mandibles lost its appeal when it saw how far away it was from the ground. And so the ariado struggled to hold on to Glisker while the flaying winds whipped it around like a kite in a hurricane. When the scouring winds didn't finish it off, the Aeroscorp gave his tail a hard yank, reeling the ariado straight into the crushing embrace of his open claw. Battered, and now beheaded, the body plummeted to the ground where it splattered, leaving Glisker's claw with the crushed and dripping remains. Seconds into the kill, Glisker realized he couldn't open up his claw to release the pulpy contents. As hard as he tried, he could only widen the gap by about a centimeter, revealing the silk strand in what was once in the ariados' mandibles. The sand-coated thread linked his stinger and claw. While it didn't limit his mobility, this wasn't the ideal moment for a handicap. Tearing it apart by the strength of his tail and arm only served to exhaust him further. While the silk was covered by a layer of sand carried on the winds, he didn't want to risk immobilizing himself even further by using his fangs or his other claw. Glisker eventually landed by Rampardos, who had just barreled through a house, removing one of the tiltrotor's anchors. "Can you help me get this thing off?" Glisker yelled over the din of swirling sands. Rampardos turned to face him, the wreckage of the house falling off his body with every step. A few seconds was all it took for the lithic battering ram to understand Glisker's dilemma. "Don't move," he commanded. Puffs of smoke coiled out from his mouth as he spoke. Before Glisker could voice his concerns, the flames had already sprung forth. The air between him shimmered and hissed as sand flitted through the focused inferno and became wispy strands of glass. By the time Glisker had registered that attack and hopped away, it was over. With trepidation, he noted a scorched patch of earth between them. Glancing down, he noticed the webbing that connected his stinger to his claw had been severed. Each end was slowly being devoured by flames that inched up the adhesive thread, heedless of the raging storm. On reflex, the Aeroscorp flitted about and eventually snuffed out the flames before they reached his carapace. "A warning would have been nice," Glisker said huffily. "Would you have stayed still if I had told you?" Rampardos replied. Glisker opened his mouth as if to say something, thought about it for a second, then promptly closed it. "Point made." "Thought so." Rampardos smirked. "Wait, if you can just burn the webbing, why haven't you done it for the thing holding the ship?" "I thought the same thing, but Onyx," the mention of the stone snake's name was punctuated by the explosion of another house in the distance, said that the fire could end up doing more harm than good to that flying metal thing and the humans inside. He thinks that whatever makes their web sticky also makes it burn really well. Guess that makes sense. Glisker sighed, looking at the burnt strands from his claw. "Speaking of," Rampardos murmured, tilting his head to get a look at the central strand that anchored the aircraft, several strands extending from the central cord and linking it to the surrounding houses. "How's it going up there?" "Not good. There's a group of ariados climbing up the strand to get on the ship. Staravia's doing his best, but with so many attacking him, he can only dodge and make attacks that'll slow them down. Every time I come up to help they try and web me or knock me down with a wall of needles." Rampardos nodded, then looked around, watching Onyx plow through another house that helped anchor the aircraft to the ground. "It won't be too much longer until we finish off these houses, and all we'll have to deal with is that big strand. Onyx plans on weakening the ground at the base of that web column, and though they'll be carrying a lot of sand and silk, they'll able to fly away. This sandstorm won't be going for too much longer, and the moment it ends, I'm sure these buggers are gonna hit us with every web and needle they've been holding before Onyx can start a new one. Hopefully your group and mine will be gone by then." "Here's hoping," Glisker replied, trying to force some optimism into his voice. "Tell you what, let me give you a boost." "Thanks, but I can get back up there with my tail." The Aeroscorp waved his claw. "I know you can, but with all this wind and sand, you start slowing down before you actually breach the surface of the storm. Glisker's gaze traveled up the strand until he couldn't see it through the haze of sand before breathing out and closing his eyes. Okay, what did you have in mind? Rampardos smiled. Hold on to my head and get ready to jump. Glisker did as he was told, grabbing hold of Rampardos's horns and coiling against the hard surface of the head but Pokémon's blue crown. The head but Pokémon broke into a run that lasted a few seconds before slamming his tail into the ground and catapulting into the air. The Aeroscorp was astonished at how high Rampardos's leap had carried them, but he didn't have time to ponder the thoughts before Rampardos spoke. Now! Rampardos roared. Glisker took the hint and extended his tail with all of his strength. The Aeroscorp rocketed through the air, feeling the sting of the sand as he flew faster than he had ever gone. The prickling passed once he burst through the sand cloud and saw the aircraft once more, but what he saw filled him with dread. Staravia was plummeting towards the sandstorm. While Glisker had seen him do that a dozen times, only to shift the angle of his wings at the last second and fly back up with a sudden burst of speed, there was something off this time. Upon closer examination, the angle at which he fell was completely wrong. Rave's wings hung at his sides, his head curled inward as his body slowly turned during his fall. Glisker's vision shimmered then reddened as Staravia's body faced him and revealed a glowing purple needle embedded in his chest. The Ariados were now atop the aircraft, circling what looked like shards of ice. The Aeroscorp moved out his arms to slow his ascent, twirling through the air and screaming as he soared back towards the vessel. A few moments earlier. Tell me again why we can't just hit them with our needles anymore. Zucuz demanded, jamming his foreleg into the seam of the top hatch on the aircraft's roof. When they dropped the egg sac holding your brood, did your egg break the fall? Honestly. It's because of you and your stupid group that we have to deal with those rock beasts and a Fingi sandstorm. Ilsby hissed, pointing at the swirling sands below them. Don't get your web so tangled. I didn't lead the charge. Go hiss at Snicknage and Yael, Zucuz snapped, glancing up from his work to keep an eye on the Staravia that darted around them. There's no point in yelling at them now because they're dead, and it's all because those stupid silkspitters went and charged in head first and got slaughtered. I know your swarm recently joined ours, but this is what happens when you don't consult Kylob on how he wanted to do this. We could have done this quietly, stealthily. Ilsby continued to rant. Why does Kylob even want these humans alive anyway? My group captured plenty of humans from the town over. Zucuz's voice strained as he struggled to find purchase along the seams. Because unlike you and your group, Kylob can think of the long-term goals. If you poison them with one of our stings then they liquefy, which is fine for a meal. If we just kill without poison, then once again that's only good for a meal or two. But if you keep them alive and drain them a little bit at a time, then you can keep them for longer. All you need to do is give them a little water every day and they can last you a month. Don't we have enough? Ilsby responded with a withering stare. You know what, maybe you're right. Maybe we have all the food we need. Let's just spit our web at the spinning things that are keeping this thing above the ground, let it crash, burn, and kill all the potential food inside and head back to the forest. Then when we start dividing up the food amongst the swarm, I'll let Kylob know you didn't want extra food, so you and your brood can make do with less while the rest of us have an equal share. Okay, I get it. Zucuz growled, jamming his stinger into the seam. Maybe if it were just for us, then I might be inclined to agree with you. But some of us have offspring we need to feed and there's no telling how long it'll be before we find food again. It's just a few humans and their warriors, we're losing a lot for getting so little back. Zucuz worked his stinger back and forth as he tried to pry the hatch open. Kylob said every drop of blood counts, Ilsby replied, to which the other Ariados rolled their eyes. Maybe look at it this way, the more we lose, the more food for the rest of us and our offspring. Ilsby's piercing glare and clicking mandibles silenced the dissension within the ranks. Now when Zucuz finally pries that DMN thing open, remember what I told you. String shots only. Everyone groaned in unison. Excellent, now could somebody please tell the others to kill that thing? Ilsby motioned with her head towards the darting figure of Staravia. A group of Ariados further down the strand had been dedicated to keeping the flying Pokémon busy and at bay. Though if truth be told, their orders to avoid killing it were the only thing that had kept it alive. "Thought you said every drop of blood counts," an Ariados echoed in a mocking tone. "Those creatures have barely enough blood to be a decent snack, and Kylob won't miss one bird. So could one of you kindly let the others know?" Ilsby didn't mention that one of the Staravia's earlier attacks had nicked her face, and anything that hindered her ability to mate with Kylob was a transgression that only death could fix. She let the question hang in the air and watched the group until one of them stepped forward and descended down to the others. "Hey, I'm almost through," Zuku's announced. "The rest of you ready?" He looked back for confirmation. The rest of their group nodded silently and braced themselves while their mandibles twitched in anticipation. Zuku's nodded back and stabbed at newly formed gap in the metallic seam, wedging his stinger deeper before lifting with all his legs and popping the hatch off the aircraft. Luckily, half of his work had been done for him, with several holes having already been punched through the ceiling. Yuza, one of the more hungry and eager Ariados, peeked his head in, only to immediately have his skull cleaved nearly in two by a silver blade at the end of a yellow creature from inside. The creature darted back through the holes so quickly that no one was entirely sure what, if anything, had happened. Their doubts were immediately dismissed when watery gurgles sounded in their midst. While a lethal blow, it hadn't instantly killed its target, leaving Yuza to make wet screeches as his legs scrambled in place. Ilsby pushed him through the hatch, where he crumpled onto the ground and elicited a few screams from inside. Yuza's suffering was short-lived, as only seconds after slamming into the ground he was blasted by a thin blue beam and frozen on the spot, an opening Zuku's took to make his strike. Peering inside, he could see 3 humans hugging the wall at the end of the room. The tallest one sported blue hair atop her head, and cradled in her embrace was what he could only imagine was her offspring. The other small human stood off to the side with the yellow creature that had brought about Yuza's demise standing guard over him. The two made eye contact. Pikachu dared him to try and make any move against the human behind him. Zuku's knew of electric types, and considering the boost in power everyone had experienced, wanted no direct quarrel with that creature. Before the mother and child was a small, brown creature Zuku's recognized as a Buniri, currently in the process of freezing Yuza's carcass. "So it's between the short or tall one," Zuku's mused for a moment before deciding to take the path of least resistance. By the time Buniri registered the adhesive thread, it was already too late. In a surprising feat of speed that even Zuku's had to admire, Johanna shoved her daughter out of the string shot's path and took her place. Dawn had been his initial target, being smaller and therefore easier to reel out of the aircraft. But the promise of more meat was a prospect that Zuku's wasn't about to pass up. Buniri's first instinct was to freeze the strand, but fear of flash freezing anything, or in this case, anyone connected to it, made her hesitate. Zuku's leapt back, launching another string shot from his spinneret onto another part of the aircraft and pulling himself back with his hind legs. Pikachu's tail flashed into steel as he prepared to leap over and cut the strand. That was, until he saw the head of another Ariados peek in through the hatch and take aim at his oldest friend. If he moved, it would leave Ash open to any attack the Ariados threw at him. He froze, wondering which attacker to strike. He flashed back to the hateful words Piplup and the rest of Dawn's team had spat at him upon learning of Ambipom's death. No matter who he saved, he imagined cruel, cutting words from everyone aboard. That moment's hesitation was all Zuku's needed to pull Johanna up to the roof, but she seemed to halt as if the Ariados had second thoughts. At the last second, Johanna threw out her arms, grabbing one of the ceiling handholds installed in case of turbulence. Dawn's piercing scream threatened to deafen everyone in the room. The girl's arms were outstretched, as if to pull her mother back, but her body was frozen in place. Johanna looked at her daughter's face, watched her screaming herself hoarse with tears pouring down her cheeks and a horrified expression that she had never seen in the decade of raising Dawn. That look of unadulterated fear wasn't the last image she wanted to have of her daughter, but the forceful tug from the webbing on her back reminded her that harsh reality sought to make it so. Her hands were scrabbling across the ceiling for purchase, the strength of her limbs quickly waning beneath the tireless efforts of the Ariados outside. Another powerful yank nearly pulled her out of the hatch, her fingertips now the only things anchoring her to the interior. She looked to Ash and saw the shock in his eyes, consumed by a fire of determination that compelled him to move. Bursting into motion, he ran across the room, vaulting the row of chairs and leaping at her, his hand reaching out towards her own. One of the Ariados took aim, only to watch the world spin when Pikachu's iron tail knocked its head off. A vicious pull reeled Johanna's left arm back, with her right arm soon following. Ash was close enough to see the reflection in his eyes, his lips forming words that told her to grab his hand. "Take care of my daughter." Those were Johanna's last words before her hand gave out and her body soared out beyond Ash's reach. The boy from Pallet crashed back onto the rows of chairs as the sudden slack in his arm threw him backwards. He gritted his teeth as the awkward landing twisted his ankle, sending a white blanket of pain over everything except for Dawn's wails. "Bun, seal it off, like you did with the windows," Pikachu yelled as he landed atop one of the chairs. Buniri stared at him blankly for a few precious seconds. "But she's out there. And she won't be the only one if you don't seal that opening with ice," Pikachu yelled, hating himself for what he was forcing Buniri to do. He felt a shadow fall upon him, the presence of another entity registered. On reflex, he bounded off the chair and went into a spin, splitting the body of the Ariados above him in two with the swipe of his metallic tail. Pikachu was still twirling through the air when he noticed his victim's body falling around him. It was after his strike that he noticed another Ariados had replaced the one he had killed. With no way to dodge whilst in midair, Pikachu racked his brain for his next move. Had he still possessed the connection to his element, he would have welcomed the attack. Anything that came in contact with him would be dangerously electrified. Seeing as he no longer had command over his element, he would have to get creative. Or he would have, if a rush of cold hadn't flooded the room. The electric mouse landed on one of the front seats and turned to see a chandelier of ice crystals covering the hatch. Frozen in midair was the sticky thread aimed at him. Pikachu lowered his gaze to see Buniri staring at him. Flickers of anger, sadness and pain were the most frequent, especially as the voice of her coordinator filled the room. She turned away from him to see Dawn dissolving into a puddle of unintelligible whimpers. Brock slid the door open and exited the cockpit, leaving Krogunk to guard the hole in the windshield with Jesse and James. "What Brock began before his voice faltered as he took in the scene. In the span of a few seconds, everything had changed and it wasn't hard for him to figure out what happened. Pikachu watched Brock move past him and Ash before backpedaling to look at the fallen trainer. Ash waved him away, hisses of pain escaping as he grimaced and clutched his leg. Brock took the hint and moved over to Dawn. He looked around the cabin one last time to assure himself that Johanna was no longer with them. A chorus of muffled screams filtered through the ice. Whether it was the Ariados, Johanna, or a mixture was anyone's guess. All the while Pikachu stared at the ice that covered the ceiling hatch. A single sentence repeated itself endlessly in his mind. "I saved the others, I saved the others, I saved the others, I save. I got one." Zukus crowed, reeling the human in with his forelimbs but noting that she had gone strangely quiet and still. A little tug like that couldn't have killed her, he thought as he wrapped the strand around his forelimb and scuttled closer to her. "And it looks like you're gonna be the only one, Yazid," one of the other Ariados, replied with a click of his mandibles. "Wise tho." Zukas lifted his gaze from his catch to see the spot where he pried the hatch open, now covered in a blossom of spiky icicles. More surprising than that was Ilsby, who had launched her own string shot into the interior. Whoever had sealed the hatch with ice had caught Ilsby's attack in the process. As a result, the ice traveled up its new vector and into Ilsby's body. Her coloration was dull and dark. All moisture in her body had expanded and cracked her exoskeleton. A thin layer of frost coated her face as a pair of glassy and lifeless eyes staring back at him. I always pegged her as a frigid beach, but that's just funny. Yazid cackled as he pointed at Ilsby's frozen corpse. Zukus threw him a look of somewhere between, too soon, and, seriously. The look only lasted a few seconds before he sighed and nodded. Yazid continued, ignoring Zukus's glare. How much you wanna bet this Kylob guy doesn't even notice she's gone? The comment managed to get a chuckle out of Zukus before he stared at the ice crystals. So you wanna keep going for those humans? His answer came in the form of Yazid shaking his head. No thanks. I think I'm good. Now with Ilsby gone, I say we pack it up and make for the woods. Word on the web says Karzuz had himself a nice little cache. I'd say his share is more than enough to make up for whatever we're losing by leaving these humans alone. Zukus couldn't disagree with that logic. Though he figured it didn't hurt that he'd already caught himself a human even at the cost of 3 other Ariados. Gotten, another Ariados cried, catching the group's attention. Noticing everyone's stares, he pointed off into the distance where Staravia's body fell lifelessly into the sandstorm. Nice. The group murmured and nodded in approval until something burst out from the sandstorm and began to scream. Oh, what now? Yazid groaned as the dark figure hurtled towards the ship, barreling through river of poison stings. 2 lights flashed around Yazid, Glisker's scream being the signal they needed to strike. Zukus was about to retaliate until something slammed into his head and knocked him back. Johanna's foot hung in the air for a few seconds until she scrambled back onto her feet behind Umbreon. Dark shadows misted off of Glamo's paw before swiped at Yazid's head, slicing through his brain and throat with little effort. Glisker crashed into one of the Ariados, clutching its head in his claws and crushing it. Another Ariados fired a string shot at him from behind, thinking the Aeroscorp's back was unguarded. In a blur of movement, Glisker spun around and blocked the adhesive string with his beheaded shield. The Ariados's head exploded in his purple claw, the rest of the body was tossed off the side of the ship. By the time the Ariados cut the line to avoid following the corpse down to the ground, Glisker was already next to him. The Ariados tried to dart away but Glisker had already clamped onto his forelimbs. Before the Ariados could even release any needles or silk, Glisker ripped off the legs and stabbed them into the unfortunate arachnid's thorax in a single fluid motion. Any screams that would have made it past his mandibles were forced back into his throat when Glisker's tail slammed into his face and dropped him onto his back. Beaten and battered, the fallen Ariados was far from hurting anyone for a long time, a fact that didn't seem to register with Glisker as he continued to slam his tail into the arachnid's face, caving in its head deeper with every blow. Pieces of chitin flew into the air as he brought his claws into play, the mist around him grew denser with every spray of ichor. You BSTRDS. Which one of you BSTRDS killed him? Glisker roared, having no idea if the one he was pummeling into paste was responsible for Staravia's death, but in his rage, he couldn't care less. The gory display not only unnerved the existing Ariados but Glamo and Umbreon as well. Zukus backed away slowly, Umbreon's yellow rings glowing in full force. Outmatched and outnumbered, Zukus looked over the edge of aircraft to the swirling sands below and decided to take his chances with the storm. At first, he lamented that he had given up his meal, but a brief glance at his forelimb reminded him that all was not lost. He briefly planted his spinneret onto the aircraft's surface before leaping off and disappearing over the side. Johanna was about to allow herself a sigh of relief, only to have it interrupted when the webbing on her back tightened and spun her around. Glamo turned upon hearing her coordinator slam into the roof and slide towards the edge as if being dragged by some invisible force. By the time Umbreon registered what was happening, Johanna had already fallen away from view. Both of them sprinted towards the edge to see the Ariados hanging from a thread. Hanging even lower was Johanna, dangling just above the vortex of shifting sands. Zukus quickly pulled his catch into his spindly embrace, Johanna screaming all the while. If he hurts a single hair on her head. Umbreon seethed, every one of Johanna's cries another knife in her heart. He won't. He knows his life is forfeit otherwise. He's gonna hold her hostage until he can get away, Glamo said. She looked over the situation and added, he's too high up to simply jump, assuming that sandstorm doesn't just tear him apart, and anything he could use to swing away from danger is too far away. Any attack I use would put Johanna at risk. If I cut him loose then Johanna follows him down. We don't even have a way to get down there to catch her or bring her back up here, Umbreon growled. There might still be a way to save her, Glamo replied before bounding away from the edge. Umbreon turned her head towards Glisker who was still in the process of pummeling the Ariados corpses. Breaking them any more won't bring your friend back, darling. Right now my coordinator is about to die, and you're the only one here who can save her. Glamo motioned with a coiled tail over to where Umbreon stood. Glisker held the Ariados' lifeless husk in his claw for a few seconds, staring into its empty glossy eye before quietly nodding and tossing the head over the side to be consumed by the raging sands. He moved over to the edge with the dark evolution and looked down. I can reach her, but I don't think I'd be able to cut through that silk, the Aeroscorp replied after studying the situation for a few seconds. Let us handle that, darling. Would you be strong enough to fly her back here? I can't fly like Staravia. The wince as he mentioned his dead teammate didn't go unnoticed by the duo. I can glide down there and catch her, but getting back up here would require me to dip into the sandstorm to catch some air or go to ground and launch off my tail. Glamo and Umbreon traded concerned looks for a moment. Rampardos said the storm should end any minute. I can keep her completely covered from the sand with my wings until then and jump back to meet you guys back here once it's done. That still doesn't solve our other problem. The second he sees you coming, he'll kill Johanna. Umbreon glared down at the Ariados who seemed content to calmly hang off the ship until the situation changed for his benefit. Couldn't we just go and get the others? Glisker offered. Two things. Can you break that ice quickly without damaging the ship, and do we have time? You said the sandstorm will be done soon. By the time we mobilize, he could be gone. I have an idea, Glamo interjected, causing the other two to look at her. We just have to make sure he only sees our flying friend. She smirked. A solid minute passed until Johanna stopped screaming and sobbing. She noted that the Ariados holding her hadn't tried to harm her in any way. She looked up to see her two Pokémon and one of Ash's own peering over at her from the edge of the aircraft. The Ariados was watching them too, hisses and clicks emanating from its mandible. A language unintelligible, at least to her human ears. All three Pokémon suddenly disappeared from view. At least for a few seconds until a dark figure darted across the sky. The Ariados glanced back and forth between the aircraft's edge and the Glisker that veered back and flew at them. Atop Glisker was her Umbreon, the golden rings of fur on her body glowing so intensely that they had turned from yellow to a blinding white. The Ariados hissed loudly at them, and while the sound alone would have normally made her faint, Johanna steeled herself for what was to come. Glisker and Umbreon were only a few meters away when Glamo landed on Ariados from above and swiped at his throat with a shadowy paw in one smooth motion. Johanna felt the arachnid's legs around her body loosen before she started to slip completely from his hold. The light around Umbreon's tail condensed into a series of searing stars and zipped ahead, effortlessly slicing through the Ariados' adhesive strands connecting them. Glisker rolled to face his belly towards the sky as he glided, signaling Umbreon to jump. Johanna couldn't help but scream as she fell towards the sandstorm, the presence of her Glamo falling beside her providing little comfort. Glisker dove down, tucking Umbreon into his left arm as he adjusted his descent to fall parallel to Johanna and Glamo. Their paths eventually crossed, with Glamo reeling herself into Johanna's embrace with her tail while Glisker wrapped himself around Johanna's form. Wind and grit battered Glisker as he dove through the sandstorm, nearly throwing him off balance when he spun around to angle his tail towards the ground. The impact of the landing was surprisingly soft, enough that Johanna was pleasantly surprised that they had stopped moving. Glisker slowly lowered himself onto the sand, coiling his tail to spring up at a moment's notice. Just as Rampardos predicted, the storm didn't last much longer. The sand and wind settled down a minute after Glisker's landing. The Aeroscorp slowly unfurled his wings. Gleimo and Umbreon darted out of the gap to take on any potential attackers while Johanna stumbled out of Glisker's embrace to look at what was left of her town. Johanna's gasp seemed to be the loudest thing on the planet in the all-encompassing silence that hung over the town. Umbreon and Gleimo risked a glance back at their coordinator, watching her take in deep gulps of air as she advanced a few steps in one direction and then retreated in another. The coordinator's memories filled in the smoldering ruins of her town. Like hazy ghosts, the houses re-emerged whole in her mind's eye. Simulacra of friends and neighbors she had known for years and who had been there for her when she was raising dawn wandered the streets. Craters and gouges became immaculate gardens and roads. To her, it seemed as if she were waking from a nightmare, but the bitter, burning bite of the smoke and sand-choked air reminded her that the twin leaf she was seeing was but an illusion from her memories and that the real twin leaf had been all but erased off the map by a horde of Ariados. She blinked as she took in the remains of her town and gaped silently as she surveyed the smoldering piles of rubble and the Ariados skittering over the wreckage. Johanna tried to wrap her head around the fact that in less than an hour, her daughter and herself had become the last survivors of Twin Leaf Town and that all she knew had been burnt to the ground. Her house exploding at that very moment did nothing to help her come to terms with the grim reality. A few moments earlier, Rourke dove into Dawn's room and rolled until he hit the foot of her bed, every rotation giving him a glimpse of Geodude slamming the door behind them. A tiny part of him that wasn't utterly consumed with fear and survival was proud that he had held out against the swarm for as long as he had. His body ached from the continuous, abrupt and brutal movements he'd gone through. Any energy he had left was nearly spent just getting up off the ground. The sweat pouring out of every pore mixed with the mud that coated his skin and clothes. The mud was a last-second innovation from Geodude. For some reason the Ariados were limiting themselves to string shots when they aimed at him. Considering the rain of needles they'd unleashed against them in the beginning, Rourke wouldn't have been surprised if they had simply run out of energy to keep producing that move. Seeing as Geodude wouldn't be able to stop every attack from coming through and striking Rourke, he decided to find a way to nullify it in the form of the move Mud Sport. The miner, accustomed to being showered with dust and debris from the mines, found little discomfort in being coated in a thin coat of mud, especially with the results that it provided. Sticky strings that managed to land on him simply slipped off, the layer of wet mud giving them nothing solid to adhere to. Geodude had done the same to himself and so, in a perverse parody of a gym battle, Trainer fought alongside Pokémon. The duo slaughtered a seemingly infinite swarm of Ariados that stormed up to the second floor. Despite their best efforts, something was bound to give. Geodude's punches were coming slower, Rourke's slashes and strikes with his shovel grew clumsier. For every Ariados they killed, another was ready to take its place. Over time, their numbers became too great and the duo were forced to retreat back into one of the rooms. The animate Geode was already piling furniture against the door but the Ariados were already making their own entrances through the walls. The rock Pokémon spun to face his trainer, giving him a good, long look and a tired smile. Rourke's knees trembled as he pushed himself to his feet with Johanna's shovel, using it like an old man would his cane. Geodude's gaze drifted over to the window behind him and noticed that the air was free from sand. Geodude rolled past Rourke, smashed the window with his fist and quickly scanned the sandblasted base of the house and even climbed out to peer over at the roof before he swung back inside. He perched onto the windowsill and steadied himself with one hand and extended his free hand to Rourke. The gym leader got the memo and took the stony hand. He stumbled towards the window and his stomach fell upon seeing the long drop towards the sand-covered ground. Rourke looked back, seeing a pair of mandibles poking through the wood and decided that his chances outside were better. Geodude wrenched the shovel out of Rourke's hands and threw it out the window. Rourke watched it soar through the air until it sheathed itself into the sandy soil several meters away. Before he could ask why his weapon had been thrown away, Geodude grabbed him by the hand, yanked him through the window and held him aloft. Rourke yelled from the sudden movement and gritted his teeth as he dangled a few meters from the ground. The rock Pokémon slowly lowered himself down from the windowsill until he was holding on with the tips of his stony fingers. By that point there was only meter between Rourke's feet and the ground when Geodude let go. Rourke grunted and staggered back as the shock of the landing ran through his body, but with Geodude's help, the fall hadn't been as bad as it could have been. The rock Pokémon grumbled his name and pointed at the gym leader. When Rourke didn't move, Geodude lifted his finger and pointed repeatedly towards the shovel. Rourke took the hint and made his way towards the tool. He was only halfway there when he decided to look back, expecting Geodude to close the distance and catch up with him. What he didn't expect to see was an incandescent white sphere inside the window he had just escaped from. The miner put the pieces together and stopped in his tracks, taking a step back towards the house. Rourke was about to scream out when a blinding white light filled his vision. A wall of force and sand then followed, slamming into him and hurling him along the sandy ground. He skidded a few meters before he came to a stop. His vision swam with black and purple dots. His stomach whirled as he threatened to spew the sand that he'd swallowed on his brief tumble. All that was left of Johanna's house was a smoking pile of rubble. Chunks of burning rock and debris from Johanna's home rained across the ruined field of what was once Twinleaf. His balance warped and the strength in his arms spent. The act of lifting himself up with his own arms became next to impossible. Rourke slumped back down to the ground and screamed. But either it wasn't loud enough or he couldn't hear it over the ringing in his ears. The earth rumbled as onyx erupted from the ground. He immediately noted the distinct lack of sand in the air. Rampardos trudged out from the remains of one of the last remaining houses that anchored the aircraft to the town. "All that's left is the central one," Rampardos said, swinging his head over the yellow column of sand-coated silk. "I'm not sure any of my moves could cut through it, at least not without affecting the flying metal thing," the stone snake grumbled. Rampardos was about to comment when the house where Rourke and Geodude were holding out disappeared within a dome of sound and light. The sand beneath them shifted from the blast and the two were left gawking at the sight. Both of them bounded over, stopping several meters short of the actual house when they found Rourke's body. "Geo wouldn't have," Rampardos began. "He would if it meant keeping Rourke safe," Onyx interjected, having known Geodude a lot longer than the resurrected fossil ever had. "I hope he took all those BSTRDS with him." "Not all of them," and Ariados, known by the swarm as Kylab, yelled as he burst out from the shadows and unleashed a black bolt of lightning from his horn. The tendril of nightshade speared through Onyx's stony midsection and continued into the distance. Glamour and Umbreon noticed the attack heading towards them and tackled Johanna to the ground as it slashed through where her head would have been an instant before. The Umbro bolt faded from sight by the time Umbreon looked up to see if any more attacks were coming. Rampardos retaliated on reflex, filling the field with a cone of flame that forced the Ariados to retreat into the woods. Umbreon glanced back to see if Glisker had moved out in time and felt her spirit plummet when the Aeroscorp stared blankly back at her. A hole drilled through the center of his skull. Onyx and Glisker's bodies fell at the same time, and while Onyx's body caused the earth to shudder, Glisker's fall had the most impact on Johanna's aces. The time to grieve was cut short when a new choir of hisses erupted from the forest. More Ariados started pouring out from the woods, launching volleys of silk as they scurried over. Onyx groaned, rolling onto what would have been considered his belly, and began to rotate, only to stop when he realized Rourke was not with them and had no cover from the sand. "Take Rourke." Onyx coughed before his body sunk into the sand and disappeared from sight. Rampardos moved over to the fallen gym leader, crouching slightly to pick him up as he turned and ran towards what appeared to be Glisker, a human, and two other Pokémon he hadn't seen before. Once he was close enough to them, he placed Rourke on the ground and turned to face the second wave of Ariados still scuttling to them. "Any long-range moves you have would be really useful right about now," Rampardos exclaimed before using the last of his energy over the fire element to raise a wall of fire. "Umbreon, Glamo, use Swift on that central strand. Aim for the base of it on the belly of the ship," Johanna commanded, struggling to keep her voice calm. The two did as they were told, understanding the implications and the outcome and accepting them readily. Stars flew from their tails, spinning through the air and slicing away at the thick trunk of webbing beneath the aircraft. Like a massive redwood, the tower of silk buckled and fell just as several thinner strands flew from the swarm to try and take its place. Another salvo of stars was quick to intercept the strands and keep them from reaching their target. Rourke pushed himself to a sitting position and watched as Team Rocket's aircraft moved away, gaining some distance with its newfound freedom. To his surprise, it was moving slower than he expected. He could only imagine the chaos going on inside, the conflict of emotions and interests. Or was it easy for them to leave him and Johanna behind to save their skins? Part of him couldn't really blame them, he had done just the same with the people of Orberg. Another part of him couldn't help but be bitter that they were leaving him behind. "I wasn't like you in the end," Rourke muttered as he turned to see Johanna beside him. Her entire body was shaking as he gave orders, tears streaming down her face as she watched the aircraft disappear into the horizon. Rampardosa's firewall eventually died down and revealed the sea of spiders that had gathered there. Glamo and Umbreon redirected their efforts, summoning as many stars as they could muster. Glamo targeted the actual Ariados while Umbreon aimed at the adhesive threads being fired at them. "Never thought it would end like this, darling," Glamo said, doing her best to force some cheer into her voice. "Same. Who would have figured I'd go down beside a cat," Umbreon replied, the poison sweat making her fur appear glossy and slick. "How about beside a friend?" Umbreon was quiet for a few heartbeats before allowing herself to do something she hadn't done in years. Regardless all the chaos around them, despite the fact that their situation owed all their focus and attention, Glamo didn't miss Umbreon's smirk. "Yeah, I could do that." The Moonlight Pokémon chuckled, the sound alone was enough to make Glamo redouble her efforts and light a tiny spark of hope that they might somehow make it through the night. Johanna kept her focus off into the night sky, Team Rocket's ship having since disappeared from sight. She spoke the words she knew her daughter would never hear but hoped that she would always know in her heart. "Go and be safe. You're going to have to be strong now. I love you. Mama loves you so much, sweetie." Johanna dropped to her knees and sobbed as Umbreon and Glamo inched backwards in response to the horde of arachnids. Rampardos wasn't doing much better. He was out of fire moves and having to make do with physical strikes. While one Ariados was being killed, another took advantage of the opening and hit him with a string shot. The moment his thoroughly webbed Rampardos hit the ground, Rourke had his Pokeball at the ready. With his ace Pokémon gone, there wasn't much else to stand between him and the wave of Ariados that realized their catch was now gone. Umbreon could only glare at the Ariados that now surrounded them while those behind them were feasting on Glisker's fallen body. Glamo risked a glance back at Johanna. Tears quietly poured down the coordinator's face as she stared blankly into the distance. Seeing that opening, the Ariados lunged at their targets as one. In that moment, all Johanna, her Pokémon and Rourke saw was darkness. August 18th. The seemingly endless expanse of the sea stretched out before them, seamlessly merging into the dark sky. No stars twinkled above them tonight, dark clouds had taken over the night sky and left them in a lightless void. James thought the inky blackness a fitting accompaniment to his mood, but found that same darkness tempting him to sleep. He technically could have given in and caught some much-wanted rest. Giovanni's personal transport had an autopilot system that was doing most of the flying for him. What concerned him was their fuel. Their desperate attempts to break free from the Ariados' silken lines and the subsequent full-throttle sprint away from Twin Leaf Town burnt up most of their fuel. Even flying at the speed that was just above the aircraft's stall speed, James doubted that they could reach Kanto on the fuel alone. And running the engines solely on the zero-ion battery, and turning the tilt rotor into a flying bomb waiting go to off, was an option he'd consider only if they were literally going to die in that moment. The needle hovered perilously close to the empty end of the fuel gauge. They had been flying in complete silence for the last hour and for at least half of that time, James had been waging a war against his drooping eyelids. His eyes lazily drifted to the clock. It was 3 a.m. with still no sign of dawn on the horizon. James flinched at the thought of the aircraft exploding over the ocean and looked back at the closed door separating the cockpit and the rest of the aircraft. The last 2 hours had been filled with wails and sobs. Mainly from the twerpet, not that James could blame her for doing so. He'd seen what having a parent should have been like, and for some time he'd experienced what many others did when he was too young to have anyone expect anything out of him. He'd gone through the sadness and grief when his parents had faked their own death to lure him back home. Before that had happened, he had thought that learning the demise of his parents would have made him happy. He'd be finally free from their oppressive shadow. But if we're to be truly honest with himself, he was running away from shame. The shame of never trying to live up to their expectations. If they were gone, the only expectations he'd have to live up to would be Jezebel's, and with James the only living heir left to inherit the estate and their fortune, he could only imagine she'd double her efforts to try and find and marry him. The planets must have aligned poorly as Jessie took that moment to reach over and touch his hand. It was meant to be a comforting gesture, but the effect was akin to having the twerp's Pikachu shock him. James flinched and pulled his hand out of the way, his heart rate soared until his eyes met Jessie's own. He reached for the mask that kept the wind from his face and turned in his seat to face her. "Sorry, I was somewhere else," James replied. "Not surprising," she whispered. "Wish we could be as comfortable as him." She pointed to the bundle of sleeping fur on the floor between their seats when James arched an eyebrow. James glanced down and couldn't help but feel a bit envious that Meowth was able to sleep after everything they went through. That was until the cat gave a distressed groan in his sleep and lazily moved his arms to fight off something in his dreams. "Couldn't sleep?" James asked. He saw his partner shake her head. "A lot on my mind," Jessie replied, her eyes darting briefly towards the door. "Yeah." James then lowered his gaze and sent the room back to relative silence. "You know it wasn't your fault. That doesn't change that we left her. If we had gone down to get her, we probably wouldn't have made it out," Jessie said. It was a cool logical statement of truth, but it still stung James to hear it. "Tell that to the twerps," James muttered back. "She'll be okay." "And how do you?" James cut himself off as he remembered that Jessie wasn't the only one to have lost her mother. Jessie thought back to when she was a little girl. When the men in dark suits came to her home and informed her that her mother had died in the snow of some far-off land. "I'd like to think I turned out okay," Jessie eventually continued. "Besides, she had a good home and she has the twerps as friends. I think it's exactly that reason why she won't be able to handle it as well as we have. There were other things in our lives that made us tougher, more capable of handling these rough patches, but she hasn't had to deal with anything nearly as difficult." "So what do you want to do then?" Jessie growled. "Be her therapists, give her hugs and kisses and tell her everything is going to be okay." Her partner's face remained passive as he spoke. "Would you have liked someone to have done that for you when you were at your lowest?" Her anger melted away with that simple question, and for a moment, she was the little girl who cried her eyes out and refused to believe that her mother would have left her to live in an orphanage. Jessie eventually relented. "I would have liked that," she said, her voice soft and quiet. "But we're not the people to give that to her. I seriously doubt she wants that kind of help from the likes of us." James nodded with a sigh and turned to face the ocean. It was then he noticed something twinkle in the distance. A few minutes of flying towards the light source revealed it to be a massive luxury cruise ship. James slowly circled around as if to inspect it. Much to his surprise, the ship had almost no damage to its superstructure and a few of the cabin lights were still on. He noticed that the pools and mini-golf course atop the ship were completely empty. Not surprising, given the time. Upon completing the circuit around the ship, James noticed an open helipad on the ship's stern. Since their communications equipment had been destroyed by Cornova, he hoped that whoever was in charge understood that they wanted to land. James placed the aircraft into a holding pattern using the cruise ship as the marker while Jessie looked around for something to get their attention. Part of him wanted to bypass the pleasantries and protocols and land, permission be met. His team rocket aviation training demanded otherwise. The most feared element aboard ship was fire. An aircraft like what he was piloting carried enough fuel to turn a ship into a floating firestorm. Even more dangerous than the wisps of aviation fuel in the tank was the zero-ion battery, the ubiquitous power source of Team Rocket's vehicles and equipment, on board their craft. As a result of their widespread use along with their enormous potential for destruction, Team Rocket instructors emphasized that anything to do with the ZIB was to be done strictly by the book. To further drive the point home, recruits were shown pictures and videos that showed the inevitably grisly aftermath of a zero-ion battery detonation. And yet, despite all this instruction leaving the recruits with a healthy respect, or even fear, of these powerful batteries, there were always cocksure rocket grunts who decided to ignore the warnings that had been beaten into their heads during training. James had seen those clips as a recruit. The one that stuck out to him currently was one where a damaged Team Rocket helicopter attempted to land on a barge. Key word was attempted. The resultant explosion was felt over 10 kilometers away. James involuntarily shivered. He already had a death toll attached to him and the last thing he wanted to do was add to it. Apparently, just the sight of the tiltrotor following the ship had gotten the crew's attention. The wake behind the ship vanished as the ship slowed and the helipad came alive with activity. James saw that as permission to land and he aligned his aircraft with the ship, letting the autopilot do most of the heavy lifting. He saw a large number of the crew gathered around the helipad. Those that weren't helping hold a fire hose at the ready had several fire extinguishers on hand. James let out a sigh of relief when he finally felt the aircraft's wheels touch the platform. He slumped into his seat as he killed the engines. Sensing the lack of movement, Meowth began to stir, lifting himself onto his legs and looking around. "What's going on?" Meowth's words came out in a sleepy slur as he yawned. He stretched out as he tried to rub the sleep out of his eyes. "We found a ship," James replied. The next few hours were a blur for Brock once Jesse managed to rouse him and the others from their slumber. 2 days of stressful situations and with barely any sleep had finally taken their toll and cast him into a dreamless slumber. Dawn had stopped crying out of sheer exhaustion and she too had fallen into a mercifully dreamless sleep. Brock was tempted to punch Jesse when she had shaken him awake, but he calmed down once she told them that they had found a cruise ship and they had gotten permission to land. In his sleepy haze, Brock didn't really process what she was saying until he noticed another light source shining through the ice-covered windows and the holes in the bulkhead. After 20 or so minutes, he felt the craft start to descend, followed by the familiar jolt of an aircraft landing. Jesse slid the door open once the aircraft was fully grounded and the rotor blades stopped. A pair of paramedics and an older gentleman, whom Brock assumed was the ship's captain, waited for them at the end of the helipad. Jesse hopped off and went straight to the man who was the spitting image of Drake, the Hoenn Elite 4 Dragon trainer. Paramedics were ready to assist her but she waved them off and gestured to Brock, Dawn, and Ash. They waited until all three of them stepped out of the aircraft. The moment Ash's Pikachu appeared, they backed away. "We're going to have to ask that you put the Pokémon back in its ball," one of them said in a calm, yet authoritative tone. "Why?" Ash demanded. He forced the sleep from his eyes and replaced them with a steely glare. "Safety protocols." The paramedic's tone remained neutral but there was an undercurrent of steel in his voice. "Pikachu isn't going to cause any trouble." Brock's attempts at defending Pikachu were cut short. "I understand, sir, but if you're going to board this ship, then you have to put that creature into." "He's not a creature. He's my best friend and he has just as much right as we do to be out here." Ash growled. The spark of anger in him had flared into a raging inferno. "Can't you make an exception?" Jessie begged. She turned to the older man who was wearing a naval-style uniform. The golden name tag on his uniform identified him as Captain Matthews. "They've had a really rough night. The girl just lost her mother and we've all lost Pokémon just trying to get off the mainland. That Pikachu is the only reason any of us are alive to talk to you right now." Jessie had been able to cry on command before. It was a feat that she often attributed to her skill as an aspiring actress. Normally, all it would take was for her to focus on her memories of the orphanage and all her consecutive failures throughout her life and the tears would begin to flow. This time however she had a load of fresh new memories to draw from, and it was easy, almost too easy, to get her eyes to shimmer and her vision to swim. My Wobbuffet is dying right now and he's all I have left. She sniffled. We've lost our homes, our relatives, and our belongings. Please don't take away what we have left. The older man sighed and gave her a sad stare but still shook his head. I'm sorry for your loss, but before our communications were cut from the mainland we received reports about Pokémon attacks. I am responsible for the well-being of the crew and passengers. I'll make sure that you and your Pokémon receive medical attention, but your Pokémon must remain in their Pokeballs until further notice. I'll stay here on the helicopter then. Ash sharply pivoted on his heel and headed back to the aircraft. I'm afraid that while you and your aircraft are on this ship, you must keep your Pokémon in its Pokeball. Ash froze at Captain Matthews's order. He whipped around and glared at the older man. The trainer's eyes smoldered with barely concealed rage. Just do what he says, Ash. Dawn yelled. It was the first time she had spoken in hours. Take care of my daughter. Johanna's voice echoed in his ears, still so painfully fresh in his mind. Ash clenched his shaking fists until they were white, his fingernails dug into his palms and nearly drew blood. A few seconds passed before he removed the backpack from his shoulder. He reached inside, grabbed a Pokeball he hadn't touched in years and pulled it out. Ash was tempted to toss the capture device overboard in blatant act of defiance to see what Captain Matthews did, but one look at Dawn ended that line of thinking. Brock could feel the unease of Ash and that of the staff members around them. He could understand their tension, both sides had legitimate reasons for their concerns. In all their years together and all the places they had been to, Brock had never seen anyone make Ash put Pikachu in his Pokeball. But times were different now, it wasn't just them that the captain had to worry about. Pikachu scampered over to his trainer and reached out to the Pokeball in Ash's hand. Ash looked into his starter's eyes and whispered an apology. He reluctantly let the sphere slip from his fingers and into Pikachu's paws. Pikachu caught it and placed it on the ground at his feet, looking up at Ash with a weak smile. Pi Pikachu, Pika-Pi, Pikachu said. You sure? Despite being variations of the syllables of his name, Pikachu's statement was perfectly comprehensible by Ash. It was an understanding forged by years of journeying together. And it was what made Ash's decision so difficult. The electric mouse nodded, his paw hovering over the Pokeball for a few seconds. With a deep breath, he pressed his paw to the metal button on the front of the Pokeball. His body metamorphosed into crimson energy and disappeared into the sphere. Ash could only stand and stare at the capture sphere for a few seconds before bending down to pick it up. He silently walked back towards the group. Some of the tension dissipated from the crew's staff and Dawn, but not from Brock or the Rocket Trio. Jessie traded glances with the oldest twerp and her teammates through the cracked windshield, the weight of what had just happened still registering in their minds. Ash's face was locked in a grim and anguished look as the paramedics let them pass. Brock, Ash and Dawn were guided down a flight of stairs, then through a series of hallways and down an elevator before they finally reached the medical bay of the cruise ship. Jessie, James and Meowth had not come down with them. Brock could only assume they were explaining the situation to those in charge. The doctors there practically interrogated him. He hoped he had given them coherent answers, but in the days of exhaustion, he wasn't even sure what they had asked of him. Once everyone had been examined and given the all clear, they asked to leave their Pokémon in the medical bay while they got some rest. Knowing it was a losing battle, Ash didn't even put up a fight and wordlessly left his Pokeballs with the others and followed their guide. They took another elevator up and were escorted to an interior cabin at the stern of the ship. The room's defining furniture was a single blue love seat hugging the western wall and facing a large wooden cabinet. A flat-screen television mounted on a metal arm was tucked into the cabinet. On the northern wall was a pair of bunk beds. Next to the ladders were two doors that led to a bathroom and a closet respectively. Ash shambled forward like a zombie, climbing up the white ladder and crashing onto unceremoniously the top bunk. Dawn made no attempt at climbing the ladder and settled for crawling into bottom bed where she immediately curled into a ball. Brock climbed up to the bunk atop Ash's own and collapsed onto his back. He could hear Dawn's ragged breathing every so often before they evened out into soft snores. The breeder could only stare at the ceiling above him and wonder whether or not their luck had finally changed. When he fell asleep after that thought was anyone's guess, but that he had fallen into the deepest sleep he had ever been in. He wasn't sure what jolted him awake in the darkness, but he figured it might have had something to do with his body being covered in sweat and tangled in moist sheets. Brock slumped back onto his bed and debated whether or not he should start sleeping again, but the dread of what had happened rendered sleep a distant memory. The only light source in the room was a yellow light filtering through the peephole in the door at the south end of the room. In his current state, time had no meaning. He wasn't sure if he had slept half an hour or half the day. The hunger in his belly was poor indicator, considering how late they had stayed up and how long it was since their last meal. Brock moved over to the door as quietly as he could, not wanting to wake Ash and Dawn from whatever sleep they'd be able to get. He slid his hand along the door until his hand brushed against the cold metal of the handle. A line of light pushed through the darkness and grew wider as he slowly opened the door. It took Brock some time to adjust to the brightness, but he eventually popped his head out into the hallway and looked around. An ornate red carpet with black and bronze swirling floral patterns covered the floor. The walls were a speckled beige, broken only by pink doors that led to other cabins or supply closets. There seemed to be no end to the hallway and no people in sight, at least until he turned and saw what he could only assume was a guard leaning against the wall opposite their cabin. Evening. The forced cheer in the man's voice gave away the fact that they'd rather be anywhere else on this boat than guarding a few kids. Evening. Brock echoed, his tone tinged with uncertainty. What time is it? It's 7:15, he replied with a glance at his watch. I'm Officer Marsh. I'll be here to assist you during your time on the prism scale. Brock couldn't help but note that the way he said assist sounded like a euphemism for watch. Officer Marsh continued. If there's anything you need, I'll have someone from the staff get it for you. Captain Matthews has decided that you and your friends won't be charged for the room or any room service concerning meals while on your stay, within reason. Telecommunications and internet are currently down for the time being, but feel free to use the television and order any food for the movies we have listed. Brock could tell that Officer Marsh knew exactly why communications and internet were down and was aware that the breeder knew the cause as well. Do you have any questions? He added when Brock's only response was a silent stare. And if we want to leave the cabin and see other parts of the ship? Brock asked. Officer Marsh maintained his plastered smile, though the slight wrinkle of his brow and the slightest twitch in the corner of his eye gave his irritation away. Captain Matthews has asked that during your stay aboard the prism scale that you remain in your cabin until further notice. We'll try to make your stay as comfortable as possible. Brock's expression remained neutral, but a flash of anger ran through him. He couldn't help but feel like a prisoner. At least it beats being dead, he thought. Officer Marsh continued. In the event of an emergency, you'll hear an alarm ring 7 times, signaling you to head to your muster station where you can take one of the lifeboats off the cruise. If you show these cards to one of the staff, they will help guide you to your station. There's also life jackets in your cabin's closet that you can bring with you. Should you happen to forget, they will be provided to you at the muster station. Officer Marsh then produced the requisite ID cards. Brock stared at the cards in the officer's hand and took them before giving a curt nod and disappearing behind the door. Once it was closed behind him, Brock turned around and slid down until he was sitting on the floor. He could still hear Ash and Dawn's snores drifting out from the darkness of the room. A large part of him didn't want them to ever wake up. As long as they were asleep, they could remain in their land of dreams and forget about what they had gone through. As the memories floated back to the surface of his thoughts, he could feel a chilling dread seep into the marrow of his bones. Brock tried to convince himself it was all a dream, that he had somehow imagined it all. A product of an overactive imagination. But the more and more he thought about what lay beyond his door, he knew he couldn't deny the circumstances that brought them there. Brock's hands reached up to his face in a pitiful attempt to block out the world. As his hands slid down his face he felt his hair matted to the surface of his sweat-slickened brow. He looked around and saw the door the left of the bed leading to what he assumed was the bathroom. Opening the door revealed a toilet, a sink, a mirror, and a shower. Normally, Brock would have found it cramped, but after everything that had happened he was grateful there was running water. He undressed and stepped into the glass tube that was the shower and slid the doors close behind him. The shower head was detachable, so he grabbed it and aimed it to floor before turning on the water. The cold water hitting his feet woke him up a bit until it started to heat up as he turned the dial. Locking the shower head back into place, he let the water pour onto his head and reveled in the warmth that spread down his scalp and over his face. He felt the soothing liquid slide down his back and the rest of his body before disappearing down the drain. Brock stood motionless for several minutes, leaning forward until his head pressed against the wall. He closed his eyes and tried to lose himself in the sensation and the sound of the water. Steam was already starting to rise from the floor and fog the glass. Opening his eyes he saw the water at his feet darkened. Layers of grime and sweat he'd accumulated over the last few days were finally being washed off. "If only my memories could do the same," he muttered. Here he was, enjoying a hot shower while Rourke and Johanna's bodies were back at Sinnoh. Brock's hand hovered over the knob that controlled the temperature. He pondered if making the water as cold as possible would absolve him of his sins. "I don't deserve this," he whispered, slamming his fist into the wall before letting it slide down to his side. The idea that Johanna and Rourke had died to allow them these simple pleasures made him feel sick. He tried to assuage his guilt by reassuring himself that the two would have wanted the group to enjoy even the simplest of pleasures. All that did was make him feel even worse. Brock didn't have to confront Jesse or James about what they did because a part of him agreed with their choice. Wasn't it their choice for us to go? Brock knew that something was anchoring the aircraft to the ground. Glisker and Staravia had been sent out to free them. Some time after Johanna had been taken, they were finally free. Ash had hoped that Staravia and Glisker had found a way to dislodge them and would follow them out to sea to rejoin them, but the two never appeared. They had either succeeded and fallen in battle, or died trying. Maybe Rourke and Johanna had found a way to cut them loose, staying behind to make sure they could get away. "You need to get out of here now. I'll do my best to hold them off." Rourke's final words echoed in his mind. Brock felt his eyes beginning to burn as the shallowly buried memories resurfaced. Brock gritted his teeth and punched the shower wall repeatedly, not loud enough to make any real noise or do any real damage but enough for his knuckles to hurt from the abuse. He understood Johanna's position. He himself had to assume the role of parent for his brothers and sisters for many years. Were it his life versus theirs, he would trade it to make sure that they had a future. "I just hope I have a family to come home to," he muttered. Amidst the water running down his face, no one would have been able to make out the tears streaming down his eyes. Ash was the next to wake up by the time Brock had finished showering and dressed. He gestured towards the bathroom, steam curling out from the open door. The trainer from Pallet said nothing as he walked past him and closed the door. Brock slumped into the blue love seat along the wall. Soon, the patter of water issued from the bathroom. He was starting to get hungry and he figured Ash and Dawn would eventually start feeling the same way. Knowing Ash's stomach, the act of finding something that he would eat wasn't going to be difficult. The hard part would be coaxing Dawn to get something, anything, into her system. If the siege on Hearthome had made her lose her appetite, then he'd hate to think what the previous night had done to her. Brock's siblings had been picky eaters and he'd learned a few tricks to get them to eat their meals, especially veggies. But he had to remind himself that Dawn wasn't his sister, no matter how much he saw her as such. Convincing her to eat felt like an entirely different dimension of difficulty. One that he didn't look forward to taking on. He walked over to the television cabinet and pulled out one of the shelves. Neatly arranged on the wooden shelf were several brochures of offshore excursions and event schedules inside. Eventually he came across a menu and read through it a few times before settling on what to order. Rather than call room service and risk waking Dawn, He wrote down their orders on the provided notepad and handed the sheet to Officer Marsh. The food arrived 40 minutes later, and by that time, Dawn was awake and Ash had finished showering. Brock's attempts at trying to cheer either of them up were met with grim indifference. He watched them eat their food, but they didn't look like they were really tasting it. At first, Dawn picked at her meal, but her hunger ended up winning out. The following silence, broken only but the soft clatter of silverware, was becoming so stifling that Brock had to find something to shatter it. He grabbed the remote control and turned on the TV, filling the room with music and voices. Dawn and Ash flinched at the sudden noise before turning to see if there was news of the outside world. Brock didn't have the heart to tell them that the chances of that happening were slim to none, but kept flipping through channels to humor them. Most of what was on consisted of movies of various genres with cartoons mixed in. Brock eventually settled on a channel dedicated to events that happened on the cruise. There was a segment where Ricky, the cruise director, was animatedly going over the day's earlier cannonball contest at the swimming pools on the top deck. The highlights of the contest were displayed, and along with the DLVRY of his lines and his antics, all managed to evoke a small smile from the breeder. Brock turned to Ash and Dawn. Both of them wore scowls overflowing with disgust and anger. On the screen were people of all colors and ages laughing and smiling, all blissfully unaware of the death and destruction going on in the mainland. What had been meant as a distraction had become a disgusting mockery of their trials. Brock quickly turned the TV off before he asked if they wanted to watch something. Without a word, Ash stood up from where he sat at the edge of the bed and started heading towards the door. "Where are you going?" Brock asked. "Outside." Ash's reply was cold. "Why?" Brock's tone was a bit sterner than he had intended, but he pressed on. "I'm tired of being in this room." Ash was a boy of action. Sitting still and doing nothing made him agitated. "Ash, we can't leave the cabin. At least not yet." "What are you talking about?" Venom crept into Ash's voice. His frown deepened when Brock shook his head. "They've got a security guard in the hall making sure we stay inside." "Why?" Ash yelled. "We're not criminals. We haven't done anything wrong." "Well, maybe." Brock yelled back before catching himself and calming down. "Maybe it's because we know about what's going on out on the mainland and they don't want to create panic on the boat. I won't tell them anything. You and I both know that, but they probably don't want to take any chances. They should know." Ash crossed his arms, which elicited another frustrated groan from the breeder. "You're probably right, Ash. They should know." Brock's reply was chilly. "But telling them now isn't going to make things better. What could they possibly do out in the middle of the ocean? We need to go back." Dawn's voice was barely above a whisper. A pair of pointed stares were all she got in response. "Dawn." Brock was about to ask her why, but he had an idea. "My mom is still back there." Her hands wrung the ends of her skirt as she desperately fought to contain the maelstrom of emotions raging within her. Although all evidence pointed to Johanna and Rourke having died back at Twin Leaf, Brock and Ash knew better than to disagree with Dawn in her current state. Neither of them wanted to ask about how she knew her mother was still alive. Technically, none of them saw Johanna die. And for all they knew, it was her efforts that allowed them to escape the Ariados. Maybe she had gotten away once they were free. They could argue about the what-ifs for the duration of the cruise. But until they went back to Twin Leaf, they couldn't be sure. "Dawn, your mom." Ash stopped cold at the sight of Dawn's tears rolling down her cheeks. He took a deep breath and continued. When I reached for her, she told me to take care of you. I promise that we'll go back as soon as we can." Brock's, right. "We don't have a way of getting back there while we're on this boat." "What about the plane helicopter thing we were on?" Dawn asked. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "The fuel, Dawn." Brock found his perfect moment to enter into the conversation. "We're on this boat in the first place because James wasn't sure if we had enough fuel to even make it over the ocean to Kanto. Even if we tried to go back to Sinnoh, we might not even make it back at the rate that this boat has been moving. As soon as I find out what's happening in Pallet Town, I'll find a way for us to get back, Ash said. Brock resisted the urge to comment on the nature of making promises that you couldn't keep. Dawn needed to hear this right now. It would give her something to work towards and help her through this difficult time. A few seconds passed before Ash broke the silence again. Where's Team Rocket? He looked around the room as if expecting them to emerge from the closet or bathroom. Probably in the same situation as us, Dawn replied, wiping away the tears with a pillow she hugged against her chest. Maybe there's a way to talk to them, Brock said aloud, looking at the phone and then to the door. He walked over to the door and peeked through the peephole before opening it. He had expected to see Officer Marsh, but saw that a new guard had taken his place. Brock hoped this new guard would give them more leeway. The new guard had the same police-style uniform and cap that Officer Marsh wore. Dirty blonde hair peeked out from underneath his cap as his green eyes stared off into some distant memory as he stroked the stubble on his chin. "Excuse me," Brock said after a fake cough. The officer turned and looked with him with a smile. "I'm Officer Davies. I'll be taking over for Officer Marsh for now. Can I help you?" "When we landed on the boat we were with other people. I know we can't leave this room, but is there a way for us to speak with them?" "I'm pretty sure there is. Let me find out what room they're in and get back to you." Brock nodded and retreated back inside, explaining what had happened to Dawn and Ash. Within a few minutes they heard a knock on the door with the guard giving them the number to Team Rocket's room and instructions on how to contact them. Brock quickly went over to the room phone and dialed in the number. He nervously fiddled with the phone cord as he waited for someone to pick up. He let loose an involuntary sigh of relief when he heard a click on the other end. "Yes." Jesse's voice radiated uncertainty. "Jesse, it's me, Brock," the breeder said into the handset. The line was quiet for a few seconds before he heard James's voice in the background, asking who was calling. A muffled mention of the twerps made it through the line despite Jesse's efforts to cover the receiver. "How are you?" Jesse asked. The word sounded foreign when directed at him. "We're okay," Brock replied. He found it downright surreal that he was having a relatively cordial conversation with the Team Rocket operative who had tried so many times to steal their Pokémon. "Do you know what's going on? They won't let us leave our cabins and they've got a guard outside making sure we don't try." "That's just part of the agreement." "Agreement?" Brock asked. "We spoke with the people in charge and explained the situation. Apparently they've been cut off from the mainland since yesterday. Before they lost contact, they got an idea of what was happening and they've been on high alert since then. They're trying to keep everything that's happening out there hush-hush until they get close enough to their destination and send out a boat to see if things are safe before actually docking." "Where is this boat heading to?" "Some tropical island region called Alola. Never been there but I'm sure it's nice. I'd kill to soak some rays and get myself a mart." "Okay James. Relax, I'll tell them." Jesse sighed before starting up again. "Where was I?" "They'll let us stay here free of charge as long as we don't abuse their generosity," Brock said. "Anyways, after everything we told them last night, they figured it was the least they could do. We're not going to be here long. The route they're taking gets us just close enough to make it the rest of the way to Kanto. Unless you want to stay. In the meantime, they want to keep up the illusion that everything is okay." "How does nobody know about what's happening?" Brock failed to keep the shock out of his voice. "Without internet access or telephones, there's almost no way to get any information outside of this boat. Only a select few members of the staff know about what's going on and they can write off the incidents that happened as some freak accident." "Incidents?" Brock twirled the cord around his fingers. "This is a specialty luxury cruise with one of the main rules being that you can't bring your Pokémon on board unless you're willing to pay for them based on their size and typing and are okay with only letting them out only in certain parts of the boat. Not a lot of people were willing to fork over the extra cash to bring their Pokémon with them and those that did had smaller Pokémon not trained for battling. Apparently no one died when the Pokemon on this boat started going nuts, and the amount of damage they caused wasn't very serious. So how long are we going to be here then? Brock asked. James figures the time we've already spent on the boat should is enough. This boat is cruising a few kilometers from the coast of Kanto and will keep doing so for another day or so. We could leave now, but we have one more day before we're too far from the coast. We also asked the captain if he would let us know when we're close enough so we can depart. I know being stuck in a cabin isn't best way to go on a cruise, but it beats having to fight for our lives. Brock's only reply was to nod as Jesse outlined their plans. So I guess you guys are stuck in your rooms too? Pretty much, but it's by far the nicest place we've been imprisoned in. I say sit tight and relax while it lasts. We'll try. Brock placed the phone back in its cradle and turned to face his younger companions. Within a few minutes he relayed the information, and with little else for them to do, he suggested that Dawn might feel better after a shower. She didn't put up much of a fight and made her way to the bathroom. Half an hour passed before Brock decided to check on Dawn, who had spent more time in the shower than both Ash and him combined. Dawn eventually left the bathroom. She was dressed in a fresh set of clothes with her wet hair woven into a braid. She was about to say something when they all felt the cabin shift slightly. What was that? Dawn asked, the fear in her eyes growing. Probably just a rough wave. Brock's tone betrayed the skepticism in his words. With no windows to the outside, they had no way of knowing how rough the waters actually were. Brock, you don't think it is gonna be like the SSN? Ash asked. Brock started to shake his head but stopped, his face paling as he did so. SSN? Dawn asked. 4 years ago in the Kanto region, Ash, our friend Misty and myself were invited onto a cruise ship, Brock said. What we didn't know was that it was actually a trap by Team Rocket to steal the Pokemon of everyone on board. Everyone managed to fight them off, but we entered a storm which ended up capsizing the ship. Though we're on a bigger ship, so that might not happen this time. Brock's ending words were quickly undermined when the cabin shifted even more violently and the lights began to flicker. Dawn struggled to find her footing as the boat leveled itself. Ash was gripping the edge of the bed he sat on until his knuckles were white. Cries from the neighboring rooms filtered through the walls. Ash nearly leapt across the room when their telephone rang. Brock turned and scrambled to pick it up. Hello, he said, fumbling slightly as he tried not to drop the handset. Brock? James's voice came through the handset. James, do you know what's going on? No. Not yet. But I think we both know it's not good. Did your guard leave yet? What? I don't know. So, wait that yours left. Brock turned away from the phone and covered the receiver with his hand. Ash, go check and see if there's an officer still outside. Ours left a few minutes ago. It looked like he was contacted and just up and left us. Whatever is going on is more important than watching our cabin. There's a bunch of people outside but no one that looks like a guard, Ash called back after closing the door. I think it's time we made for the tilt rotor, Brock said. I think you're right. We're on one of the upper decks near the front, what about you? I'm not entirely sure, but I think we're near the back. How about we just meet you at the helipad? Brock replied. The ship rocked even more violently than before, forcing Brock to use his free hand to steady himself. Another round of screams emanated from the hallway. Meowth and Wobbuffet are still down in the medical bay, James said. Our Pokemon are down there too. We'll head down and grab them for you. Get the tilt rotor ready and we'll meet you at the helipad. Sounds like a plan. The line then disconnected just as lights in their room flickered. Brock wasn't sure if James hung up or if the shipboard communication systems had failed. Okay guys, we'll grab everything we need and make for the medical station. We're gonna pick up our Pokemon as well as Team Rockets and make our way to the helipad at the front of the ship, Brock said as he started putting on his shoes. Dawn was shaking in place but eventually nodded and started gathering her things into her bag. There's some life jackets in the closet. Think we'll need them? Ash asked, holding up what looked like a rectangular block of plastic-covered foam. Let's take them anyway, Brock said as he turned around to scan the room for anything else they would need. And pray we won't need them, he added under his breath. Ash, Brock or anyone else who's reading this, don't stay in the city if you want to survive. My sisters and I have. Misty's pen hovered over the paper. Every time she touched it onto the surface in an attempt to write the next word, she found herself pulling back, uncertain as to where to start. My sisters and I have. Survived our Pokemon going crazy and trashing our gym and home. Lived while everyone else in Cerulean City died. Spent our last few nights beneath the surface of our pool while Zubat swarmed above us. Misty shook her head and dropped the pen, lifting her elbows onto the table while the heels of her palms rested on her forehead. Her vision started to swim, every intake of breath evoking a shudder as memories of the last 3 days played in her head. Psyduck's head had exploded, coating the walls and staining the pool with gore. The other Pokemon thrashed in the bloodied pool. Jets of water slashed through the air like aquatic blades, slicing apart anything they touched, be it concrete, metal or flesh. And when it seemed the chaos had ended, the chirping black cloud came that night, shredding any living thing it surrounded. But if it hadn't been for Psyduck, I would have never made it to the pool. The bitter reality resurfaced in her mind. When the Zubat had poured in through the windows, they opted to go for the floating corpse of the duck Pokemon. Which gave her enough time to dive into the pool. Luckily, for her and her sisters, the water effectively blocked echolocation, rendering them invisible to the sightless Pokemon. Using the rebreathers they typically used for their water shows, they spent their last 2 nights beneath the bloodied water with their Pokemon. Even though Psyduck's remains, including the bits of tissue that bobbed on the reddened pool, had been completely devoured by the swarm, there was still the psychological disgust of swimming in that pool. But all that was forgotten when they stared up at the roiling cloud of Zubat above them. Come dawn, they would retreat back to the caves of Mount Moon, allowing Misty and her sisters to crawl out and pass out onto a bed. Even when they did manage to eventually sleep from sheer exhaustion, it was short and restless, filled with nightmares of not getting into the water in time or the Zubat somehow bypassing their aquatic defense. Misty picked up her pen, now knowing what the priority was. My sisters and I have survived in Cerulean City by staying underwater in the pools of our gym at night. Every night, the Zubat from Empty Moon come to hunt. They killed everyone in town and the 4 of us are all that's left. If you absolutely have to stay here, then take some of the rebreathers in our gym and use the pool, the Zubat can't detect you if you're underwater. There's a bunch of food left over in some of the houses, hopefully it hasn't all gone bad by the time you arrive. My sisters and I are taking some gear and a car from the police station. You might want to do the same once you're ready to leave, but I urge you to leave something for whoever stumbles into this city in the future as we have done for you. Whether or not anyone actually has the heart to do it is another question, Misty mumbled and stared at the paper. Hey Misty, are you, ready? Lily asked from the door. The younger redhead was so absorbed in her task that she flinched at the sudden noise. Almo, whoa. Misty's voice trailed off and her eyes widened as she turned around. The older redhead was clad in full black and dark blue police tactical gear. A riot shield and a combat helmet with mirrored visor perfectly complemented the armored uniform and greaves she was wearing. What? Do I look frumpy? I feel frumpy. This outfit is, hugging me in all the wrong places, the red-haired sensational sister exclaimed. You look fine, Lily. You look, dare I say it, cool, Misty replied, hoping that would be enough to sate her sister's bruised ego. Let's just hope that all the places it's hugging will be enough to save you from a Pokemon attack. Lily gave a nod and watched her sister move towards the copy machine they normally use to send flyers for shows they were doing. So Daisy sent me to pick up our Pokemon from the pool and wanted me to come and get you. The car's loaded and we've got a police outfit for you as well. Daisy also told me to give you this. Lily pulled a sleek semi-automatic pistol from the holster on her belt and handed it to Misty, making sure to keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction as she did so. Misty lifted her gaze from the stacks of flyers being spit out by the copier and saw the weapon being offered to her. Her reply was a withering stare. "That's not gonna stop the Zubat," Misty replied, making no attempt to reach for the weapon and returning to her work of copying the warning messages. "We're hoping that when we leave here we won't have to deal with the Zubat, but there might be other Pokemon out there," Lily replied, once more offering Misty the gun. Misty sighed and took it, noticing the heft and its cool metallic surface. "Heavy, right?" Lily's timing made Misty wonder if she could somehow read her mind as she handed the gun back. "Let's hope we won't have to use it." Misty sighed, grabbed the stack of papers and made for the door. Lily followed her out but stopped when she saw her sister heading the wrong way. "Misty, the police station's back there." Lily pointed behind them. "I want to leave these warnings around town, just in case someone comes here and doesn't know about the Zubat. If we can at least keep our city from being the cause of death of more people, then I'll be able to sleep better." "I'll at least know that I tried," Misty said as she hugged the stack of papers to her chest. Lily smiled and sighed, beckoning her sister to her for a hug. Misty held her place for a few seconds before shuffling over and moving into her sister's embrace. "You know we're, proud of you, right? The little sister we saw leave for 2 years never came back. Lily says you turned out a lot like Mom. Probably helps that you had Togepi with you." "I, miss the little guy," Lily said. "Me too," Misty whispered, trying to keep her voice as low as possible. "I was really happy you came back to stay. I'll admit, I won a nice bit of money." "Money?" The seeming non sequitur caused Misty to look at Lily with an expression that mimicked that of her Psyduck. "Violet totally bet you'd end up with the squinty-eyed guy and Daisy totes thought you'd hook up with that kid in the cap," Lily replied. Misty practically pushed herself away from her sister. Her expression suddenly changed from Psyduck to Primeape as her face reddened with a mixture of embarrassment and rage. "You actually bet who I'd hook up with," she shouted. "Actually I bet you wouldn't have the guts to get with either of them," Lily replied as she hopped away from an awkward kick by her sister. "I can't believe you three. Okay, first of all, Brock. If you had any idea of what Brock is like around girls you'd know we could never be a thing. He was fine when you came back for the mermaid show. Violet thought his whole tall, dark and handsome look would charm you over," Lily said. "Yeah, no. Never in a million years. What about the kid with the Pikachu? Ashton or something?" "Ash. Yeah, him. We, thought you were awfully chummy with the kid, and who knows what can, happen in 2 years," the older redhead smirked. "He and Ash isn't really, look, didn't you say Daisy wanted us back soon?" Misty sputtered as her face started to match the color of her hair. "I didn't, but you're probably right. Daisy found her action gloves from that old movie she did and is doing that method actress thing again. I doubt any of us are getting a chance to drive the car." Lily sighed, having had her fill of teasing. "High-speed Hannah." Misty exhaled, grateful for the change of subject. "Yeah. She loves that character. I think she was even planning on making a sequel so she could play her again." Misty nodded and kept walking, recalling how Daisy had a penchant for method acting and falling in love with the people she became. "How do you plan on hanging these?" Lily asked, making her way to the motorcycle they had appropriated from the police station. "Corsolas spikes," Misty replied matter-of-factly as she hopped into the sidecar. "Let's go from the edge of town and work our way inwards until we hit the police station and then meet up with the others." "Let's make it fast then," Lily said as she revved the engine and they sped off into the street. Misty was silent the entire ride, trying to convince herself that she would return to Cerulean. And that things would be normal again. Psyduck's happy and stupid face flashed into her mind. The thought alone was enough to make her wince. "Okay, so maybe things won't be the same as they used to," she thought as she looked at the stores rushing past them. She could see phantoms of her younger self and her sisters, the walks they would take down the street. She looked away as her vision started to swim and closed her eyes. They quickly scattered the warning notes around the city before working their way back towards the center. When the duo met up with the other half of the Sensational Sisters, they bundled into the car and drove off, leaving Cerulean City at the mercy of the Zubat that would be swarming over the city in a few hours. No one dared look back at the abandoned metropolis that once bore the nickname of the Floral Lagoon City. Brock knew things were going to get worse when the alarms started sounding in the halls. The rumble of dozens of people frantically making their way through the halls made their room tremble. Ash was about to reach for the door when Brock stayed his hand. "Not yet, let's wait for it to die down a bit. Besides, we're not heading to the same place as everyone else." Ash nodded and looked to Dawn, moving over to be at her side. Brock looked through the peephole, seeing the last few stragglers sprinting with whatever belongings they were able to carry. He motioned for Ash and Dawn to come closer as he opened the door and made his way outside. The hall was deserted, save for fallen articles of clothing and trinkets that had come loose in the mad dash to safety. The sudden lurch from the boat told them they shouldn't stay put for too long. Every rock of the boat made their steps alternate between feeling lighter to heavier. Between the constant shifting of the boat, the flickering from above and the flashing emergency lights by the floor, it was a miracle that they made it out of the hallway as quickly as they did. Each of them gripped the wooden railing along the wall with each step to avoid stumbling in what felt like an endless expanse of hall. Eventually the hall opened up to the elevators and the stairs to the other floors. A large vertical touchscreen panel shimmered to life with the lights. The words, "Deck 6, were the only things Brock could make out. With the rocking and the power on the fritz, Brock didn't trust the elevators to bring them down safely. "We're taking the stairs," Brock said, making his way down as quickly as he could, Ash and Dawn offering no arguments. After 2 flights down they started to see people make their way to the side of the ship, the remaining staff shepherding the last few stragglers to their muster stations. Children were crying, clinging to their parents as the crowd inched along the path set down by the crew. Others were laughing, desperately trying to lighten the mood for those who scowled at the crew's staff. "Ryan, please proceed calmly to your muse." "Ami, I'm SCA dash. Etter get a refund dash. Happen to all of our lugga dash. Uck is the captain in all of T dash." In all the chaos, the crew either didn't notice the trainer trio break away from the crowd and go down another level or were too preoccupied with the rowdy people in front of them to do anything about it. The din of panic lessened with every floor they descended, though the same could not be said for the flickering lights and the swaying. They eventually reached the first deck and looked around for any signs of the clinic. A long and empty hallway stretched out before them from all sides. Their heads darted back and forth between the halls, looking for some kind of map or sign to point them in the right direction. "Do you guys remember how we got to the elevators from the clinic?" Brock asked, hoping Dawn and Ash had answers. "Weren't they supposed to bring us our Pokémon when we went to the muster station?" Dawn asked. "We have another way off this boat, so we're not going to the muster station. With everything going on, I don't think they'll be bringing it to the helicopter pad, otherwise why give us these cards? We're trying to grab our Pokémon and head out before they try and take them to the muster station." Before they could answer, the sound of rapid footfalls immediately drew his focus back to the hall behind him. Brock had expected to be confronted with another security guard or someone from the crew's staff, his mind already readying an excuse or lie they would need to justify being on this floor. What he hadn't expected to see was a tourist couple heading towards them. In that moment, Brock forgot all about their situation, as well as the horrors he had witnessed in all of the last day. His love goggles instinctively activated at the sight of the beautiful girl approaching them. In less than a second his mind had processed all of her features and immediately went to work on creating a suitable pickup line in order to woo her. Should I make mention of her gorgeous eyes? Shall I describe them as pools of amber? Or maybe compare her stunning, flowing golden hair to the radiant rays of the sun? Maybe a compliment to her lovely outfit? He considered as he studied her sky blue strapless dress, his gaze lingering on the sweetheart neckline that showed off a modest amount of cleavage. With Krogunk nowhere to be seen, and with Dawn and Ash having little to no track record of stopping his advances, there was nothing to keep him from professing his eternal and undying love to his future wife. The fantasy lasted another second until it came to a screeching halt, crashed, and burned at the sight of a golden band around her ring finger. Brock's vision returned to normal, allowing him to become painfully aware of the man that ran alongside the blonde, with a matching ring on his hand as well. The man was a foot taller than him with piercing hazel eyes and a dirty blonde hair that extended into his full beard. He filled out the bright yellow t-shirt, muscles bulging out of the sleeves. "Are you guys looking for the clinic too?" the woman asked. The mere mention of their destination managed to drag Brock out of his wounded stupor and back to the task at hand. "Yes, we are. Do you know where it is?" "We were on our way there to grab our Pokémon," her husband added. "Same here. If you know where it is, mind leading the way?" "Not at all. Follow us. There aren't too many Pokémon on this boat, so they may have lumped our parties together." The man beckoned with his hand and broke off into a light run. Brock and the others followed, keeping pace with the couple as they made their way down several hallways. "My name's Sarah and this is my husband, Frank," the blonde said between strides. Brock, Ash, and Dawn responded in kind, doing their best to keep up with the married couple as the room began to sway. "What's your muster station?" Frank asked as the lights flickered and the hall seemed to lurch to a side. "Muster." Brock mumbled while thoughts lingered on how long they could safely be on the boat. Even as his focus shifted back to their question, his hand moved to the pocket that held his key card holding their muster station number but stopped short of grabbing it. "It's near the front of the boat," Brock replied diplomatically, his brow furrowed in thought. "We're not going to any of the muster stations. If I tell them that, how are they going to react? Would they want to come with us? Could we even bring them?" Rourke and Johanna's faces flashed before his eyes. "If we could fit them, then we could take these people with us." "Is this your first time cruising?" Sarah asked, forcing a light-hearted tone to try and lighten the mood. Her efforts were weakened significantly when a deep metallic groan rumbled through the walls, causing all of them to pause and wait for a few seconds. "Ash and I have been on a cruise before." "Dawn." Brock turned to the blonde who shook her head in response. "Well, I hope this doesn't ruin your view of cruises. Frank and I have been on quite a few and we've never seen anything like this before," Sarah added. Brock and Ash decidedly kept silent about their last cruise experience, wanting in no way to jinx their situation. But it appeared the world had different plans for them. The noise was subtle at first, so much so that its existence lurked unnoticed beneath the chorus of their footfalls, breathing, and heartbeats. Frank was the first to notice it and react, stopping so abruptly that his own momentum carried him another few inches before skidding to a complete stop. Brock and the others quickly followed suit, and while they didn't immediately notice what their guide had, the ensuing silence revealed the noise their movements had been smuggling. It started off as a gentle and distant gurgle that quickly evolved into the sound of flowing water. A thin shimmering layer eagerly crawled across the blue floors of the hall. Brock could feel the moisture work its way through his shoes as it seeped past them undeterred. It took all of Brock's will to fight against the dread that threatened to bring them to their knees. He was finding it harder and harder not to believe that the universe was actually out to get them. "That's not a good sign," Frank huffed. "We need to keep moving. The faster we get our Pokémon, the faster we can get to our muster stations," Sarah reminded them. "Now might be a good time to use those life jackets you're holding," Frank gestured towards their hands. Brock looked down and realized he'd actually forgotten that he'd been holding anything. He turned to the others and gave them a nod, watching them don their life jackets before slipping on his. "Let's keep moving," Sarah prompted, giving her husband a gentle nudge before moving past him and down the hall. Brock, Ash, and Dawn followed Frank and his wife. Their efforts to keep their socks dry ended up being a wasted effort within the first few steps. Slowly but surely the water level continued to rise, every step echoed by a worrying splash. After waiting for a few minutes they reached their destination only to partially wish that they hadn't. The hall was littered with bodies of tentacle and crew members alike, enough had died from both sides for sizable mounds of corpses to have formed. Dawn gasped and Brock could practically hear the tears in her eyes beginning to form even as he kept his gaze trained on the doorway to the medical bay. By the gods, Sarah gasped. While Frank cursed beneath his breath. Hunks of meat floated through the water, the wet sheen of bone glistened in the flickering lights. Limbs and skull fragments bobbed gently in the water. The smell of blood filled the air along with other vile odors enough to make their bile begin to rise up their throats. Pink water sloshed against the wall of ice that sealed off the rest of the hall and grew into a darker crimson just before the door leading to the clinic. I knew something was wrong when I didn't feel the link getting stronger, but I didn't think it was this, Sarah whispered and grabbed her husband's hand. Brock's jaw clenched, his imagination already quick to weave the worst possible outcome of the clinic's interior until a familiar voice reached his ears. "I think I smell dem," Meowth announced as he poked his head out and was joined by Pikachu, Buniri, and a Krogunk. "Pikachu!" Ash cried, running over to his starter with his arms outstretched. The electric mouse darted over the shallow waters and leapt into his friend's arms. The sound of Ash's laughter sounded almost foreign to Brock at first, a fact that bothered him until the sight of his Krogunk bounding towards him with his Happiny in his arms erased the troubling thought. Dawn's reunion with Buniri and Piplup was no less emotional, though whether she was crying from fear or relief was hard to make out. Wobbuffet looked like he had seen better days, with bandages and patches of cloth covering most of his body and looking more purple than blue. Segments of his body were swollen, but he seemed capable enough to carry Turtwig and Chimchar in his arms, the latter casting dark looks to the surrounding water. Bizel floated into view on his back with Mime Jr. riding atop his stomach while Pachirisu rode atop Sevapor's head. "Where's Swinub?" Dawn asked, immediately noticing that she was one Pokemon short, the fear evident in her voice. "He's back in the room with the Othas who don't want to touch Dewata. Aside from a few splashes, dear, all okay. Also, what took you so long?" Meowth huffed, his voice a mix of relief and irritation. Sarah and Frank froze and looked at one another before looking to the trainer trio to gauge their reactions. "Sorry, there was a lot of traffic on the way down here," Brock explained. "This kinda traffic?" Meowth's tone was bitter as he aimed a paw to the pile of dead tentacle to his left. It wasn't hard to see why the cat was annoyed considering what they had to deal with while Brock and the others got to them. "Or this kind?" His other paw directed to the bodies of the cruise ship's security guards. "The latter," Ash replied grimly, "except they were alive." "Guess we know where our guard went," Brock muttered, glancing at the bodies to see if he recognized their guard among the pieces before he shuddered at the carnage and looked away. "The Meowth can talk," Frank voiced aloud, earning him a round of pitying glances before they went back to ignoring him. "What's with the tourists?" "They helped us find this place," Brock explained. "And I'm assumin' Wanda Twerp wants to bring them along." Meowth glanced at Ash, who was too busy laughing and hugging his starter. "Do Meowth of other regions talk?" Frank added, still struggling. "No," the group replied in unison and were about to continue the conversation until Sarah joined in. "Why is that Meowth talking?" Sarah innocently interjected. "I taught myself to speak human, ya happy now?" Meowth snapped harshly enough to make Sarah flinch. "We had enough room for Rourke and, you know," Brock's voice softened into a whisper, desperately hoping Dawn hadn't been listening. Meowth took the hint and sighed, placing a paw on his charm. "I guess dear Staraptor helped out too, so fine. They can come," the cat relented, with the mention of their Pokemon managing to shake Frank and Sarah out of their astonishment. "Are our Pokemon okay?" "Duri fine. Tanks ta dem." The tentacle hesitated before attacking, which is all we needed to take him out. Probably the reason most of us got out of that room without a scratch. Just, well, brace yourselves. Oi, bird brains, come on out. A few seconds after Meowth's call, a pair of Staraptor flew into view and landed on the mound of dead tentacle, the very sight of them sending a chill down everyone's spine. It wasn't that the birds themselves were frightening to look at, but something about them activated a primal fear, one that even Frank and Sarah were apparently not immune to. The couple fought through their hesitation and went over to embrace their Pokémon, wondering all the while why they feared their own companions. Ash felt a pang of sadness at the sight of the evolved form of his Staravia, but quickly banished the feeling. He had to believe that Glisker and Staravia were still alive and possibly helping Rourke and Johanna get away from the Ariados, or at least trying to find a way back to them. "Where's Jessie and James?" Meowth's head swiveled back and forth but saw no sign of his teammates. "We agreed to get you guys while they set up our ride," Brock replied, nuzzling Happiny as she hugged his chest. Meowth nodded and bowed his head, agreeing with the logic despite secretly wishing his teammates had been the ones to come and get him. It was then that he noticed he was already waist deep in the crimson water. "Before we go, can I get a ride on someone's back or shoulda? I can stand this much water, but if it's gonna keep getting higher." Meowth shivered before he could finish the thought. A few seconds passed without anyone stepping forward to offer. Brock sighed and turned around, gesturing to his back with his thumb. Meowth obliged, leaping onto the breeder's backpack and sinking his claws into the life vest. "We should get moving," Brock announced, getting nods from Dawn and Ash. "To our muster stations, right?" Sarah asked hesitantly. "You didn't tell em? You want em to come and you didn't tell em?" Meowth started yelling until Brock whirled around to face the couple. "Brock, what is he talking about?" Frank's figure became more and more imposing as he crossed his arms and drew closer. "Okay, so my friends and I didn't buy tickets to get on this boat, we got here last night on a helicopter.jet thing. Tilt Rota," Meowth corrected. "Anyway, 2 nights ago the Pokémon of the Sinnoh region started attacking everything randomly before passing out. After that we saw wild Pokémon attacking cities and actually killing the people there. We have reason to believe that the same is happening to other regions. Ash and I are trying to get to the Kanto region to check on our families and make sure they're okay." The silence that ensued felt cold enough to freeze the water they were wading in. The married couple looked at each other with concern, Sarah eventually breaking the silence. I guess that would explain why they took Blitz and Wind Shear," Sarah commented, looking to their Staraptor then back to her husband. "That would also explain why the internet and any communications weren't available," Frank added grimly, feeling as though he'd been given the integral piece to a puzzle he hadn't been trying to solve. "But if that's the case, then why did our Pokémon do nothing that night?" Sarah replied, her statement successfully shattering Brock's expectations. "Wait, hold on. What do you mean your Pokémon did nothing that night? That doesn't..." Ash's mind scrambled to make sense of the new information, unsure of how any of it fit into something he was starting to be so sure of. "Our Pokémon didn't attack anyone or damage anything. 2 nights ago. We heard about the Pokémon from other people on the cruise going crazy, but our Pokémon never did. The cruise staff asked if they could watch over our Pokémon in the med bay to make sure the same wouldn't happen, that's why they were here with your Pokémon," Frank clarified. "That night Frank and I did feel a building pressure through the link and our Staraptor started to panic until we helped them get through it. Since then the only difference is that the link feels stronger and every time Frank and I make eye contact with them we get a minor panic attack." Meowth's eyes widened as their description of the sensation. "The link?" Dawn inquired. "It's something we have on the Ransei region. It's a little hard to explain and dash. And we ain't got a lot of time," Meowth reminded. "The point is, we ain't going to the muster stations like the rest of the passengers. We're getting off this boat in our Tilt Rota and the twerps here wanna bring you along. If you still wanna ride in a lifeboat, I won't stop you, but if you ask me, I wouldn't take my chances out on the sea." Meowth aimed his paw to the pile of dead tentacle by the ice wall. "Sarah, let's go with them," Frank whispered to her as he embraced his wife and felt her nod against his skin. "Let's get a move on," Ash prompted and started walking back the way they came. Whether or not he knew the exact way back to the stairs didn't seem to deter him. There was a fire in his eyes and a smile on his lips. Brock wagered that it might have something to do with the electric starter now back on his shoulder and mirroring the same expression. After only a few steps Brock knew the trip back wasn't going to be as easy. With the water now reaching his knees, it felt as though each step took twice as much energy than before. Ash, we might want to return some of our Pokémon to their Pokeballs. Some of them won't be able to fight as well in these conditions, the breeder suggested, managing to stop the trainer in his tracks. Right, he smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head before reaching to his belt to grab at the Pokeballs that weren't there. Wait, where are they? Oi, Pseudo. Mind tossin' us to Pokeballs? Meowth yelled, getting the cry of fake tree Pokémon in response. Meowth, we could just go in and dash, Brock started until the cat Pokémon gave him a look that he had never seen him make. Trust me. If out here's looking bad, then you don't want to go in, dear. Brock swallowed and decided to take his word for it, the sudden movement near the doorway catching his eye. Pokeballs flew through the air to Mime Jr. atop Bizel's stomach. The miniature imitator juggled the Pokeballs for a few seconds before tossing it to the owner. It was only once Brock had returned Sudowoodo and Happiny that he noticed Dawn and the way she looked at her Pokeballs. Ash had suggested that she leave Buniri and Piplup out since they could fight in this setting, but Brock could see the look Dawn was giving her Pokémon and understood her dilemma. If the last day was anything to go by, whatever Pokémon she picked to keep out might not live to see morning. Tears started to form before she scrunched her eyes close and took deep breaths to steady herself. She was tired of crying, but she was also tired of losing people and Pokémon she cared about. Having more Pokémon out increased her chances of survival but also increased the risk the Pokémon she brought out could get hurt and die. Having too little left her defenseless, and if she died, then others would soon follow. Piplup and Buniri are my strongest, but what if, I don't want to lose them. I don't want to lose any of them, but without them I might, no, I have to live and find Mom. I know she's out there, but then, who do I choose? Who could I live without? Swinub's been with us the least, but that doesn't mean then all that's left is Pachirisu, but with all of this water I won't be able to use, electric attacks, one accidental discharge and we could all. Dawn lifted her gaze to the boy before her and the mouse on his shoulder. Bizel, her Bizel, floated by him as one of the Pokémon picked to defend him, and if swimming in gore bothered him, he didn't show it. A flicker of anger threatened to take over before she let it out with a breath, reminding herself that Bizel wasn't hers anymore and he was actually happier with Ash, just as Ambipom had been happier with her. While it seemed unfair that Ambipom had died, and Ash still had his Pokémon, it wasn't like he had planned for any of that to happen. Dawn had been wrapped up in her own sadness and anger that she had forgotten that Ash had shed his own tears when Brock had told them of Ambipom's passing. Since then she noticed that Pikachu had been working harder, doing everything he could to protect all of them from what was happening. If she peeled away her own rage at the unfairness of it all, she could see that Pikachu was hurting too. In fact, it was probably worse than what she felt. To be the cause of your own friend's death could not have been easy, especially with her laying on more guilt. Pikachu was the first to notice her moving towards them, patting Ash's head to get his attention of her presence. Dawn watched him turn around, watched the way his eyes widened and how his words were caught in his throat. Dawn. His mouth stayed open as if to continue before eventually closing. Pikachu, with everything that's happening I don't know if I'll get another chance to say this, so now seems like the best time. What happened to Ambipom was an accident. I know it wasn't something you wanted to happen, so I wanted to get the chance to say before it was too late. I want you to know that I forgive you, Pikachu. The electric mouse's eyes shimmered before he closed them and gave quick nods while Ash smiled. Thanks, Dawn, and hey, don't worry, we're going to make it out of this and we'll find your mom again, Ash assured her. The Blueonette nodded, looking to the others to see if they were ready to go. In the end, the Pokémon left outside of their Pokeballs to defend them were Mime Jr., Pikachu, Piplup, Bizel, Buniri, Krogunk, Wobbuffet, and Seviper. Sarah and Frank revealed that they didn't own Pokeballs and in fact had never placed their Staraptor into one. Much like the ranger regions of Fiori, Oblivia, and Almia, the people of the Ransei region had a cultural aversion to having Pokémon in the capture spheres. Piplup, Bizel, and Seviper scouted ahead, swimming beneath the surface of the water with Blitz and Windshear acted as aerial vanguards with Mime Jr. and Krogunk hanging from their claws. Wobbuffet took up the rear since he was wounded and wasn't able to move as quickly through the water. Ash and Dawn walked between both groups with Pikachu and Buniri riding their shoulders. In the event that something made it past their first line of defense, then it would fall on the two of them to stop them from getting any further. Ash and Dawn were mainly there to act as dry platforms to leap off of and to give them a decent view of the battle. By the time the water level was above their knees, they encountered their first signs of opposition. Bizel, Ash began, use Sun Dash. Piplup, use BU Dash, Dawn started to say at the same time until Bizel breached the surface of the water before either of them could finish, twisting through the air to build up enough momentum and unleashing a blade of sound from his tails. His sonic boom carved through the waters, slicing through several tentacles across the flooded hull. Those who dodged his attack ended up coating the walls and sealing upon meeting Piplup's bubble beam. Ash and Dawn tried to direct the flow of combat a few times after that, but eventually grew silent and watched the battle progress as their Pokémon used the move before they could say them. The strategy worked for a while until they passed the elevators and drew closer to the stairwell. Every row of tentacle they killed was quickly replaced by a fresh and identical row behind them. Krogunk launched himself into the fray, leaping off the bulbous heads of the tentacle and slamming his fists through the blue membranes. Tentacles would reach out to grab him, hoping their toxins would bring him down. To their dismay, the frog didn't seem to be affected and proceeded to pull them out of the water by their limbs and skewered them with his fist. Attempts to bind and drag him into the water failed when Sevapor's tail slashed through their limbs and reminded them that Krogunk wasn't the only one immune to their poison. Their steady advancement was eventually halted, yards of distance being traded for inches before the endless waves became too much and they were forced to lose ground they had taken. It wasn't that the tentacle were even powerful, nearly all of them going down with one attack. But the jellyfish Pokémon weren't so much as entering the boat as they were pouring into its hulls. They were half the size of normal tentacle. Meowth could only assume they were killing tentacle who hadn't even reached full maturity. Brock could see a battle of attrition when he saw one, and this wasn't one that they were going to win. Dawn, tell Buniri to use Ice B Dash. A flash of blue light cut Brock off as the rabbit Pokémon opened her mouth and unleashed a sapphire bolt towards the ceiling. Shards of ice blossomed from the point of impact and expanded down the wall. Bizel and the others darted past the ice wall before it sealed them off. Several feet of ice stood between them and the tentacle, already amassing on the other side and slamming against it. That's not gonna hold them forever, Brock muttered and started looking as if to find some clue for their next course of action. So we're trapped in here? Sarah cried, effectively voicing most of the group's thoughts. Not exactly. We passed the elevator on our way to the stairwell. We might be able to take that up to the upper decks, Meowth explained and prodded Brock to move. The breeder wasn't fond of being treated like a Ponyta but held his tongue and started making his way back down the hall. By the time they reached the elevators, the water was up to everyone's waistline. Which one should we use? Dawn asked, looking back and forth between the left and right elevators. As long as we can get out of this water we should be okay, right? Tentacle can't come onto land, Sarah reasoned, impaled when Brock and Ash started to shake their heads. Tentacle can actually go onto land for a limited period of time before experiencing any problems, so we should assume that they've made it to the upper decks even if it isn't flooded. We should get to the highest deck we can before we make for the helipad, Brock explained. I say we go up the left elevator. If I remember correctly, the right one raises through a glass tube that faces the promenade. If the tentacle are on the upper decks they'll see us as we head up. Frank mused aloud. The prom what? Ash asked. Think of it like a marketplace but inside of the boat, Sarah explained. How have you not been there yet? As soon as we landed on this ship we had to stay in our cabin so that no one would know what was happening on the mainland, Ash bitterly replied. Let me see if I can get the door open, Frank offered, stretching his muscled arms in preparation for the task until Brock stepped in front of him and held up a hand. Save your strength, Brock said, fishing through his pocket and bringing out a pokeball. In a flash the portly pink form of Happiny appeared in his arms, evoking a scoff from Frank. "Think you can open these doors just a tiny bit, Happiny?" To which the Playhouse Pokemon nodded as he reached out as he held her towards the seam. She pressed her stubs to the metal and moved them apart with relative ease. The metal doors groaned in protest before the sound of rushing water drowned out the noise. The water level in the hallway barely lowered, but once the space inside was completely filled, Brock gave a nod to Happiny, who threw her arms out. The metal doors abruptly shunted into their slots. Frank gave a low whistle of honest admiration before moving into the elevator and looking up only to see darkness. "I can't really see anything. If we could let a light up there," Frank suggested. "I got it," Ash said, pulling out his own Pokeball and moving into the elevator. Another flash of light and the fire chimp materialized onto his arm. "Chimchar, climb up there and give us some light with the fire on your back." The fire starter nodded, darting off of Ash's arms and onto the opposite wall, scaling up with practiced ease. Within a few seconds they heard the fire apes cry and looked to Meowth for translation. "He says something's big and heavy blocking the rest of the way up." "Might be the actual elevator," Frank surmised, glancing up to see a tiny flame several stories above them. "Our Staraptor should be able to get us up there," Sarah added. "Send me up first. Meowth and my Pokemon will hold the hallway while you guys make your way up," Brock offered as he returned Krogunk to his Pokeball to free up Blitz's talons. Frank paused for a moment, debating on whether or not it was right for him to send up the teen to hold the hallway when he was the adult of the group. Though, considering the last few minutes, the kid seemed to have a better handle on the situation than he and his wife did. "Okay Blitz, you heard the man. Take him up," Frank commanded, gesturing for Brock to proceed. Brock grabbed onto the Staraptor's ankles while Meowth held Happiny in his free paw, bracing himself as the predator Pokemon beat his wings harder and faster. Once they reached the highest floor they could get to, Happiny forced the doors open once more. Chimchar darted through the gap before it could fully open, rolling onto his feet and scanning the hallway for opposition. Finding none, he beckoned them to enter with the swing of his arm. Meowth jumped off of Brock's life jacket as soon as the breeder's feet touched the carpeted floor. Brock immediately returned Happiny, pocketing the capture sphere and pulling out two others. After twin flashes of light, Krogunk and Sudowoodo appeared beside Meowth before taking up defensive positions around their trainer. "Blitz, right? Head back down and see if you can bring the others up here," Brock said, and watched the bird of prey swoop down the end out of sight. "Chimchar, Krogunk, head to the next break in the hallway and let me know if anything is coming towards us. Meowth, Sudowoodo, do the same for the other hallway. Stay there until I wave to you to come back, and wave to me if you see the tentacle coming." Both pairs nodded and made their way down the halls. Within minutes the others and their collective party were brought up by the Staraptor to join him. "I think we're on deck 4, Sarah commented as she looked about the room. "We can make our way through the promenade and up the stairs to deck 6 where a way onto the helipad could be." "Sounds good," Brock stated as they jogged onto the red and black checkered carpet of what appeared to be the ship's casino. Having always had to pinch his pennies to make ends meet, Brock never found the appeal in gambling, but couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that he didn't have time to appreciate everything that the cruise had to offer. With the sounds of rustling coins and victory jingles missing, the brightly painted machines dimmed, merely obstacles and possible cover from potential attackers. He could see Ash and Dawn lower their guard and glance all about the room, not to spot hidden enemies, but to take in the extravagance of their surroundings. Their enjoyment was short-lived as they made their way quickly past poker and roulette tables, reaching a spiral staircase that led to the next deck. Wobbuffet and Seviper still held up the rear while Buniri and Pikachu returned to the shoulders of their trainers. Bizel and Piplup had been returned to their Pokeballs, seeing as there wasn't any water to assist their movements. Sudowoodo and Krogunk took the lead with Blitz and Windshear flying over them for aerial support. Brock grabbed the polished brass handrails and practically launched himself up 2 or even 3 marble steps at a time. The sheer extravagance of the ship they were on made Brock stumble the moment he left the stairwell. For a moment he forgot he was in a cruise ship at all, with retail stores and restaurants surrounding them. Towering above the storefronts were interior rooms that looked out over the promenade. Colorful banners hung from the ceiling, modern art pieces were suspended before beautiful paintings. Brock looked back down and saw that the ground was littered with discarded bottles, broken glass, and other memorabilia that had been shaken loose. Tables once full of merchandise were flipped over, their wares scattered all around them. A massive plastic tree festooned with autumn-themed decorations had fallen over and crashed into one of the lounges. "I can't believe this is happening," Sarah whispered. "We're gonna get through this," Frank told her. "Let's keep moving." Brock and the others nodded, running down the promenade to the best of their ability while they watched where they stepped. The stairwell to the upper decks at the other end of the ship was only 10 meters away. They were almost to the fallen tree when the screech of tearing steel slammed into them like a physical wall. At first Brock had thought the floor had fallen away until he realized the ship had listed to the left so abruptly that the floor had angled out from underneath him. Massive gray columns the size of buses burst through the rooms of the upper decks, pushing waves of debris into the tilted promenade. The group's collective screams couldn't be heard over the bone-shaking bellow of buckling metal above them. Sevapur wrapped herself around Dawn's body while Sudowoodo maneuvered beneath Brock. Sarah and Frank were grabbed by their staraptor, leaving Wobbuffet to cushion ashes fall towards the offshore excursion desk now behind them. Amidst the screeching steel, Brock could hear the scrape and hiss of littered debris sliding towards them. Buniri aimed her ice beam at the center of the sliding mass, the wall of ice parting the wave of scrap in two. Krogunk and Pikachu became blurs of movement as they fought the onslaught of mangled steel. Like a cloud of lavender fists and iron tails, they deflected the rain of wreckage that fell towards them and the trainers behind them, scattering the debris all across the promenade. It sounded like every inch of the ship was groaning as it started to right itself. Pikachu and Krogunk were hunched over, struggling to catch their breath once the scrap stopped flying at them. A piercing metal shriek returned for an encore as the gray columns started to move apart, crushing each room in their path like tinfoil. They were given a view of dark and stormy skies through the massive gash in the ship's upper decks, only to be immediately eclipsed by a black sphere and a massive white pair of eyes. Despite the years separating them from Porta Vista, time had not dulled his memory of those eyes. Brock could only stare back at the black pupils of the giant tentacruel peering into the cruise ship's interior, praying he and the others were insignificant enough to escape its notice. "Not again," Meowth whimpered, reminding Brock that Team Rocket's mascot had once been in the actual clutches of that thing, the Titantacruel. Brock held his breath, unsure if moving or staying still would spell out their immediate death. The Titantacruel lowered its gaze to the hovering forms of Sarah and Frank, hanging from their staraptor. If their intimidate ability did anything to the giant jellyfish, it didn't show. Its gaze lowered and brow furrowed upon seeing Ash and the others amidst the rubble below. Blitz and Windshear dove down as the tentacruel shifted back. Pikachu's ear twitched before he blurred into action, slipping his metallic tail between Ash and Wobbuffet, launching him with all of his strength the last few meters of the promenade. The others immediately took the hint and did the same, Sevapur uncoiling her body from Dawn. She flung her away with her tail while Sudowoodo tossed Brock. A fraction of a second later a massive gray tendril punched through the gap and slammed into the promenade with enough force to spear into the lower decks. Pikachu tried to deflect the attack with his iron tail, but the attempt was like trying to derail a bullet train with a feather. The impact rocked the promenade and sent Pikachu and the other Pokémon tumbling across the deck. Pikachu let his momentum carry him a few meters until he rolled back onto all fours, screaming out as loud as he could and hoping Meowth would relay the message. "He's tellin' us to go ahead without him. Dat Dale catch up with us," Meowth translated but failed to convey any of Pikachu's conviction. Sudowoodo and Krogunk struggled to get back onto their feet. Buniri moved beside Pikachu while Sevapur helped Wobbuffet up. Frank and Sarah were dropped into their midst while their staraptor hovered above them. "I'm not leaving Pikachu again," Ash roared. Dawn's voice quickly joined his. "And I'm not leaving Buniri." The prism scale shuddered and groaned as the Titantacruel ripped one of its toxic tendrils out of the floor. Hordes of tentacle began crawl out of the newly created hole, or at least they attempted to until Buniri unleashed her ice beam and sealed off the hole with ice, freezing the fleeing tentacle in place. The entire deck began to rumble, growing stronger and louder before another giant tendril burst through the floor. Pikachu and Buniri darted away, ducking and deflecting the rubble that rained over them. The tendril retreated back to the lower decks and was replaced with another fluther of tentacle. A flash of light behind Brock brought his attention to a row of flash-frozen tentacle emerging from a distant stairwell. Ice crystals shimmered into being as Mime Jr. unleashed another ice beam through his mimic technique and sealed the stairwell off with ice. The frozen barrier was blown into slush, rendering the effort moot. More tentacle hopped through the shattered ice, fully grown and angry. The glossy crimson domes on their head flashed for a moment before the scarlet sphere between their eyes fired a ray. What SSSS the plan? Sevapur hissed to the electric mouse as she split a tentacle in two with her tail. Tentacles spilled out of the holes in the deck like blood from a wound. Ice seals were destroyed as fast as Buniri could put them down. The beams were growing duller and thinner. The ice spreading over the emergence holes wasn't as thick or as hard to break through. "We're buying Ash and the others time to get away," Pikachu eventually answered back, glancing up to see the Titantacruel glaring down at them. "And making sure we keep his focus on us, at least until they're up the stairs. We'll rejoin them once they're high enough." "They're not moving," Buniri pointed out, launching her powerful legs at the tentacle before her and turning him into a stain on the wall at the other end of the promenade. "They probably don't want to leave us behind, which is exactly what we need them to do for now," Pikachu growled. "Let me handle that," Krogunk cried and turned to his teammate behind him. "Throw me," Krogunk yelled as he hopped onto Sudowoodo's arm. The stone tree didn't even question the order, seeing where Brock and the other humans were and immediately taking aim. The fighting frog held on to Sudowoodo's arm as he whirled around in place, kicking off the branch at the same time as the throw. Krogunk flew across the promenade, his landing fist plunging through a tentacle's face and out the back of its head. He wrenched his arm back and jumped away just as several beams converged on the area, splattering their brethren's remains across the deck. Mime Jr. unleashed a beam of his own, the cerulean ice bolt freezing another row of tentacle as Krogunk turned to face his trainer and the other humans. The fighting frog's cheeks swelled until they were half the size of his head. They looked almost ready to burst until he unleashed a mighty crow and gestured to the stairwell with his arm. He didn't wait for any confirmation, leaping away and twirling through the air to face another wave of tentacle moving past the frozen wall of victims. "It's SSSS doing that thing again," Sevapur cried, pointing her tail at the gap where the Titantacruel shifted back, the telltale sign of it rearing its tentacle for another strike. Pikachu launched off his tail, hoping he was far enough away from the others as he tried to summon his element. However, the tendril was closing the distance much faster than he had anticipated. It was so massive and bridging the gap so quickly that all the electric mouse could see was gray. With no way to dodge it in midair, summon his element in time, or deflect an attack of this magnitude, Pikachu realized this would be his final moment. He thought of Ash. Until he felt something knock him aside. Pikachu could only watch in horror as Wobbuffet flew past him, taking the tendril head-on. He was about to yell out against Wobbuffet's sacrifice until he noticed the orange glow that outlined the blue blob's body. Reality seemed to shimmer from the impact, the entire promenade depressurizing from the shockwave alone. Pikachu, the collective party, and even the incoming tentacle that flowing into the room watched in awe as the building-sized tendril curved back from Wobbuffet's body and shot back through the gash in the ship. Straight back to its source. Whatever pride Wobbuffet felt from the Herculean feat was drained by what he'd just provoked. The earlier crunch and screech of steel might as well have been absolute silence compared to the titanic bellow that ensued. Pikachu's entire body shook so much he thought his bones would shatter from the abuse. The tentacle glanced at one another and began to retreat, climbing over the countless bodies of their fallen comrades and disappearing into the lower decks. Wobbuffet's body slammed into the promenade, cratering the floor beneath him. An eerie silence filled the air. Only Pikachu's acute hearing could catch the distant crash of waves against the battered hull of the ship. The collective party froze, fearing any major move would shatter their impossible moment of peace. A few frantic heartbeats passed before they decided whatever was going to happen would happen regardless of their movements. Pikachu, Buniri, and Sudowoodo ran over to Wobbuffet, noting that his body looked more gray than blue as they drew closer. Wobbuffet's breathing was labored. A painful wheeze accompanied every intake of breath. "I'm okay," he offered, though whether anyone believed him was up for debate. "I can't believe." Pikachu glanced up at the gaping holes in the ship's hull, then back to him. "Is he going to?" Sudowoodo wondered aloud. "Might I remind you that Wob has been hitting the ground at terminal velocity every other day for years. I'm impressed he could counter that attack, but not surprised. Did he at least say he was okay?" He did," Buniri tearfully replied. "Then he'll make it," Sevapur assured, though she couldn't completely hide the concern in her voice. "Had, worse." Wobbuffet coughed out. "That's the spirit. Though from the looks of it, you don't look like you could make another counter or mirror coat." Wobbuffet was quiet for a few seconds before he managed an affirming cough. "You're not wrong," he admitted, then weakly pointed to the space above them. Twin shadows descended upon the group, causing them to flinch. "We need to move now," Blitz screeched, extending his leg in invitation. "The others have already started moving," Windshear added and mimicked the gesture. Sudowoodo took the talons while Pikachu and Buniri grabbed hold of his legs. "What about Wobbuffet?" Buniri whispered, glancing back at the fallen patient Pokémon. "What about him?" Sevapur hissed. Everyone tensed, but she coiled around his fallen body, offering a section of her body to the Staraptor. "He's coming with us," she added matter-of-factly. "Not so tight." The patient Pokémon groaned. "Hang on," both Staraptor yelled in unison, beating their wings against the air and lifting their passengers off the ground. Brock's entire body shook as he struggled to keep himself upright, using the wall in front of him as support. He looked to Frank and Ash, finding some small level of comfort that he wasn't the only one winded from their mad dash up several flights of stairs. Krogunk, having yet to break a sweat, stood by stairs behind them. His body was scrunched inwards, ready to launch himself at a moment's notice should any tentacle have made the mistake of following them up. Brock looked out beyond the massive glass wall that went up several stories. A sea of scattered beach chairs amidst sloshing pools and hot tubs awaited them on the other side. "It says here dat we're on the 11th deck," Meowth announced, also looking no worse for wear, aiming his paw at the flickering touchscreen map. "How are we going to get to your helicopter now?" Frank spoke between gasps. "I got an idea and it's the reason we're up here. You might not like it but it beats having to go through all those tentacle in the halls." "As long as there's no more stairs, I think I can take it," Dawn panted. "Crow," the Battletoad cried, pulling everyone's focus to the stairway. The others tensed, but after months of time with his Pokémon, Brock recognized a happy croak from a distressed one. The sound of their collective party responding to Krogunk seemed to reinvigorate everyone in the room. Meowth left the group to have their brief reunion, moving past sliding automatic glass doors and feeling the salty gales against his fur. Slivers of rain streaked past him, barely enough to count as a drizzle but nonetheless another concern for the cat. He hopped up onto the metal railings on the side of the ship, seeing the black churning waters below them. With his enhanced night vision he could make out the distant yellow muster boats, probably filled to the brim with the ship's entire population. His gaze fell to the sinking base of the ship, a view he immediately regretted. The seas below were a hellish perversion of a starry sky, an opaque and roiling night with stars replaced by pairs of glaring crimson lights. His heart sank, they seemed to go out for miles. "Least we've hit the bottom," Meowth thought. Then he saw the muster boats in the distance. Amidst the tiny pinpricks of light there was a dull but massive pair of crimson splotches. Meowth watched the lights flare up with the smaller ones around it. They winked in response and scattered away from the boats. "Meowth, what are you?" Dawn was cut short as the Titantacrol breached the surface of the water. It swiveled around, glaring at the surrounding boats with one eye, the other one bleeding and gone. A second and third titantacruel rose to join him and quickly busied themselves by launching their tentacles into the sea and plucking the muster boats out of the water. By the gods, Frank said, suddenly grateful that he and his wife hadn't gone to their stations. Between the crashing waves and the howling wind, the distant screams never reached their ears, though their imagination filled in the gaps. Everyone could only watch as the muster boats of the prism scale became metallic mass graves. There's nothing we can do for them. We need to move now, Brock grimly reminded everyone. He started making his way up the white stairs to the next level of the boat. Dawn could see people throw themselves out of their vessel to take their chances in the waters below, only to meet a sea of crimson lights and regret in their final moments. Others hung off the sides of their boat, desperately trying to prolong their last few miserable seconds of life. Whether because their strength failed or their grip slipped, all eventually fell to join the others in the sea. The spots where they fell into the dark waters were marked by patches of foam when the red lights converged on the spot. The second titantacruel to appear had taken to catching the humans that fell from the muster boats, a series of smaller tendrils emerging from his black underbelly and coiling around their captive's limbs. Everyone but Ash and Pikachu looked away as the woman's limbs were pulled off and what was left of her was lazily tossed into the foaming and screaming waters below. Ash could hear the mixture of whimpers, cries, and heaves coming from behind him. He could feel the bile burn as it rose up his throat, only to be pushed back down by his rage. The other titantacruel presented her own captive, an adult man wrapped from the waist down with a single tentacle. Some part of Ash worried that his own teeth would shatter from how hard he was gritting them. The boy from Pallet kept his murderous glare fixated on the giant jellyfish while she shook her human captive until seconds later all that remained was a boneless bag of flesh. It became a sort of macabre competition between the two, each of them grabbing as many people as they could until they ran out of limbs to hold them all. They presented each human to the one-eyed titantacruel, to which he'd shake his head. Each shake brought about another gruesome display in which they tried to break their catch in a new and unique way. One man was twisted apart. A human couple were slammed against each other like dueling swords until only a bloody pulp remained. Another was crumbled into a ball of gore and tossed playfully at the other titantacruel who swatted it away before it could make contact. The sound of heavy breathing drew Meowth's attention. Meowth flinched at Ash's feral eyes, his teeth bared, his face almost inhuman, unrecognizable. Brock called to make for the tilt rotor and Meowth looked away, missing the moment where an azure glow began to form around the boy's eyes. Ash could see the giant tentacruel now as if they were no further than a few meters away, so lost in his fury he didn't question how. He could see in painful detail the expressions each person made as they died. A translucent cloud hung over each giant tentacruel and the more he stared at it, the more he somehow knew, somehow felt, the joy the tentacruel were experiencing. Even without the cloud he could tell from the way their eyes scrunched together, the way their heads bobbed to the sound of every scream they wrung from the victims. They were enjoying it, the gruesome ways they ended those lives. It was a game. Any vestige of fear gave way to complete and utter loathing, the power and size of the tentacruel forgotten in the face of his fury. It mounted, washing away everything else, filling his synapses beyond their potential to feel, beyond fury to absolute fire. Not Paul, not Team Rocket, not even Hunter J, a cruel and brutal woman who had left him to die and set entire forests on fire to smoke him out, could do this. The tentacruel had unearthed a feeling he had no words for, a feeling Ash never knew he was capable of. Pallet Town Star Trainer could only seethe in place, gripping the railway until his knuckles went white as he struggled to bite back his cry of outrage. The azure glow over his eyes crept down to his hands, the metal railing beneath his fingers succumbing like a tin can, not the hard steel he loosely remembered grabbing. Everything in his core told him to stop the senseless butchery, to save the people and make things right again. But here, on a sinking cruise liner, Ash could only stand in place with his impotence. He felt someone's hand grab the back of his shirt, the instance of contact making him whirl around to see Dawn, her eyes starting to shimmer the longer she looked at him. Ash flinched and shook his head, covering one of his eyes as he stumbled back, lightheaded. His face felt like it was on fire, every beat of his heart making temples throb and his fingers twitch. At some point Pikachu had hopped off his shoulder and now stood beside Dawn. Ash, I hate that it has to be this way, but Brock's right. We can't help them. We can't do anything from here. All we can do is go. She gave him the gentlest tug on his shirt, then backed away at his bared teeth. Ash's heart still raced. He closed his eyes and tried to focus only on the sounds of the wind and the waves. After a few deep breaths he opened his eyes, Dawn and Pikachu both staring at him in concern. He looked over to see everyone else making their way up another flight, grim-faced and keeping their gazes on the steps ahead of them. Is that what I have to do? Keep my head down and pretend what's behind me isn't happening? But Dawn's right, there really isn't anything we could do to stop the, wait, what if Pikachu? Memories of the devastation to Porta Vista, how their collective Pokémon couldn't do anything to stop the Titantacruel then, flitted through his thoughts. Take care of my daughter. I can't save them, but I can at least keep Dawn safe. Ash pushed air through his nose and nodded, taking her by the hand and moving away from the railing. Pikachu scampered behind them, but not before glancing back at the hand-shaped indentations deep in the metal railing. Brock had pulled ahead of everyone and made it to the top of another flight of stairs. No. No. Damn it. Brock screamed, tearing off the life jacket and backpack and throwing them to the ground. Everyone pumped their tired limbs even harder to reach the fallen breeder, but as they drew closer they began to notice the large column of smoke rising from beyond the railing. With a few more steps they were at Brock's side and could see the source of the smoke rising from the front of the ship, completely engulfing the helipad. No, we. Ash started to say, his tone swinging back and forth between confusion and utter despair. Frank felt his wife's arms around him, his chest wet with her tears. He held her tightly, fighting against the tremors that went through his body. Dawn sunk to the floor as well, openly sobbing onto the deck. Meowth kept staring at the smoke column. With practiced ease he took the dread that threatened to overtake him and shoved it to the back of his mind to join other negative thoughts he'd accumulated throughout the years. He took a deep breath, recognizing the smell, but wasn't sure from where. After a few seconds the answer came to him and he realized what was happening. Everyone. Jesse, James and the ship are fine. Dat ain't no regular smoke. I don't smell anything burnin'. I recognized a smell from one of our smoke bombs. Jesse and James are trying to hide the tilt rota so the Tentacruel won't see 'em. We can still make it. Before the good news could really sink in, before the sorrow could even begin to dissipate, a massive wall of crimson light sheared through the upper decks of the cruise ship a few meters behind them. The attack was over instantly, its power so fast and absolute that the boat never even shifted as the top 4 decks disintegrated within the light. The metal framework that formed the ship's floors and hallways pulsed with an angry orange glow. Water from the remaining half of a pool on the top decks poured into the newly made ravine and made the air shimmer amidst the rising steam. Meowth traced the source of the beam from the one-eyed Tentacruel, the ruby sphere on his forehead glowing briefly before growing dull once more. Connections ran both ways, and having played the ventriloquist dummy to the Titantacruel in Porta Vista, Meowth had experienced the world through its eyes and learned that his puppeteer had surprisingly good eyesight, enough to spot, hear, and attack something as tiny as Misty's horsey in the water from several dozen meters away. The fact alone that he and the others were still around to ponder the blast that missed them proved that the Titantacruel had either fired blindly in hopes of catching them in the blast, or saw them and missed because of his missing eye. Meowth prayed it was the former. The other 2 Titantacruel issued bellows of approval, though their one-eyed brother did not appear satisfied with the result. He'd placed an entire day's worth of sunlight into that blast, and the fact that any piece of the human construct was still visible was more of an insult than the wound he'd inflicted on himself. Deal with the small ones as you see fit, I'll take care of the big one myself, the Titantacruel rumbled back to his brothers and swam towards the cruise ship. His brothers watched him leave, then shrugged and went back to cackling as they pulled their new playthings apart. Meowth bolted across the deck, foregoing his two-legged gait for a more natural four-legged run. Brock and the others followed as best they could, scrambling across the deck until they slammed into the railing at the end. They could see the rest of the ship slope down for a few meters before plateauing down to the sixth deck where the helipad was. A helipad that was now only a few feet above the waters that flooded Deck 5. "Sevi, we're gonna need some cover. Use haze and don't stop till I tell you to." The Viper complied with Meowth's command, lifting herself to full height, opening her mouth and unleashing a thick black cloud. Some of it misted back down, but anyone looking at them from a higher vantage point would only see a dark mist billowing from the ship. "I need all of yous with Pokeballs to return your Pokemon fair now. If someone could get Junior and Wob that'd be great." No one questioned Meowth's orders, especially not when the Titantacruel would be there in a minute's time. "Oi, how many humans can the two of you carry?" Meowth asked the Staraptor pair and got a few squawks in response. Meowth nodded, then studied each human behind him, mumbling the math he was doing in his head. "Okay den. Blitz, take the big guy and the Twerpet, she can tell Jesse and James to get the engine started. Sheer, you're in charge of your friend and the big Twerp. Both of you come back up fair the rest of us when you're done." Meowth whirled around to Sevapur, still filling the air with dark mist. "Sevi, drop the haze and go with Krogunk ta make sure there's no one waitin' for us down there," Meowth motioned with his paw towards the helipad. The Viper glanced at the fighting frog and exchanged a curt nod before slipped past the railing, sliding down the boat, and diving off the edge to the sinking decks below. Ash watched Frank and Sarah's Staraptor carry them and his friends, the strained wing beats matching the pace of his frantically pounding heart. "Pikachu Pikachu?" Meowth replied to what was apparently Pikachu's question. "'Cause I already abandoned too many at Twin Leaf," Meowth mumbled. Ash was about to ask what he meant by that when Frank and Sarah's Staraptor arrived. Wobbuffet had just enough strength to hold on to Blitz while Ash, Pikachu, and Meowth held on to Windshear. As the familiar whine of the turbine filled their ears once more, the column of smoke hiding the aircraft from sight was blown away. Krogunk and Sevapur waited by the steps to the helipad, eyeing the waters that now sloshed halfway up the flight. No tentacle emerged from the inundated fifth deck, which struck the poison pair as odd until they saw the Titantacruel now towering over the cruise ship. Whatever their larger kin had planned for the ship, even the creatures who had thrown body after body at them wanted no part of what it had in store. Ash, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Pikachu landed at the edge of the helipad and ran towards the tilt rotor's open doors. Ash practically dived in while Brock helped lift Wobbuffet inside, Frank pounding the door to let James know to take off. Most of Sevapur's haze and Team Rocket's smoke bomb had finally dissipated, leaving nothing to conceal the aircraft's presence. Once they were a few feet off the helipad, James set the turbines to full throttle and activated the jets. The Titantacruel had been in mid-swing, aiming to cleave the cruise ship in two with one of his tentacles. The size of his limb rivaled that of a skyscraper, having swollen to this magnitude by absorbing the water around him. A whirring noise and flicker of movement caught his eye just as his tendril slammed into the boat, driving through each deck with ease until he reached the cold waters beneath it. His victory over the human construct was pushed aside as he turned to face the source of the movement and light. The Titantacruel's eyes narrowed, the Rubicon domes on his head flashing a message to all the tentacle in the area. He told them to pass it on. James grew uneasy when the sea beneath them started to pulse. Winking crimson lights rippled out into the horizon. The seas went dark for the span of a heartbeat until a wall of light stretched across the skyline and blocked out the stars. With every passing second it seemed to grow larger, and while James wasn't sure what exactly he was looking at, his gut told him he didn't want to fly the tilt rotor headlong into it. As the aircraft swerved to the left, James realized he had little time to pat himself on the back for his quick thinking. He set the thrusters to max, speeding away back to the cruise ship. Jesse wasn't sure whether to be awestruck or terrified. It isn't a wall. Hundreds upon thousands of energy beams burst from the twinkling red lights of the tentacle below. James was barely keeping ahead of the deluge of energy. More and more bolts sizzled past them, forcing James to take evasive maneuvers. The Titantacruel awaited at the severed and sinking cruise liner, the crimson spheres atop its head flashing once more. Almost immediately the beams raining up from behind them ceased and colossal tendrils burst out from the water and closed the distance. James sent the tilt rotor into dives and swerves, doing his best to dodge tentacles the size of buildings. The screams of his passengers pulsed through the cockpit door. His hands slipped on the controls. James soon learned the price for his lapse when one of the tentacles surged towards them head-on. But the tentacle veered off at the last second to strike the empty air. A familiar bellowing roar slammed into them with enough force to widen the cracks in their windshield. "James, over there," he imagined his partner had said to him, the ringing in his ears muffling her voice. She aimed her finger to the Titantacruel's face. His last remaining eye darkened and wept blood. The massive tentacruel thrashed about, launching all 80 limbs out in a berserker rage. Two figures darted between his flailing tentacles, ones that Meowth immediately recognized as Blitz and Wind Shear, their beaks and talons stained red. Another flash of crimson light filled their vision, and as it dulled they could see the frantic red twinkle in the seas below them. Sensing their next move, the Staraptor flew to the safest spot they could think of, with James following closely behind. Rays of solar energy launched from everywhere on the ocean's surface and speared into the skies above, everywhere except around the giant tentacruel who commanded them. Some of its arms had coiled inwards and ghosted over his new wound, while others continued to thrash and slam against the sinking remnant of the prism scale. The tilt rotor was a few stories over the giant tentacruel, hovering silently and just out of the range of the tentacruel's tantrum. "James, how are we getting out of here?" Jessie asked, searching for a break in the attacks. She could see Blitz and Wind Shear dart through the air, trying to find a gap, but to no avail. The door behind them slid open. The trio turned to see the boy they had chased across the globe. "Why aren't we moving? Have you even looked outside?" "The second we move into those beams we're toast," Jessie hissed. "We could just wait them out, they can't keep firing forever," James suggested. "Yeah, but as soon as they stop, his friends'll see us," Meowth countered. The boy's cold voice sent chills they never expected from him. "Then I have an idea." Pikachu hopped onto the tilt rotor's surface and stared at the energy beams rising all around them. He glanced back to his trainer, his friend of so many years, glaring at him from below. "Pikachu. I need you to listen to me," Ash began, struggling to remain calm. Pikachu knew full well what his friend was about to ask of him, but nodded and waited. The boy from Pallet fought to keep his words from devolving into a growl, the fists at his sides clenched so hard they were shaking. "I want you to hit the tentacruel with a thunderbolt. As hard as you can, with everything you have," Ash ordered, barely keeping himself from screaming out the command. Pikachu edged away but eventually nodded back to him and darted over to the edge of the tilt rotor to peer down and see the Titantacruel still striking out blindly, bellowing curses and promises of vengeance. "I'll catch you once you're done," Blitz said, darting over him while he made another pass around the tilt rotor. The electric mouse nodded, took a deep breath, and leapt over the edge. Time slowed to a crawl, letting him make out each individual energy beam. Pikachu reflexively tapped into the reservoir where he drew the energy for his element, immediately alarmed by all the pent-up power. He knew from experience that if the mental block continued, the buildup would have made him sick. Or worse, sent him into a frenzy. He tried drawing the slightest bit of energy to test the stability of the connection, but the trickle turned into a monsoon. The excess sparked from his crimson cheeks, the first sight of his element in days. The relief nearly overwhelmed him, like regaining the use of a limb. The sudden surge made his body feel lighter, the world around him growing fainter as the power thrummed through his veins. His heart pounded frantically, excitement and pleasure replacing the relief and worry. He could already see himself in future battles, no longer having to rely on his speed and iron tail to barely make it out of an encounter. He could end them instantly now. Obstacles would become scorched patches of earth. No longer would he have to restrain himself, he could unleash all his terrible fury upon those who wished to harm him and the others he cared about. The others. The electric mouse's power high came crashing down, the two words repeating in his mind, reminding him why he held back in the first place. A flash of Ambipom's face threatened to break the circuit once more until the memory of Dawn's apology rushed in to counter it. She forgave me. It was an accident. An accident that I will never let happen again. Pikachu solemnly swore. I own this power. Not the other way around, and right now Ash wants me to attack this Pokemon. The way he looked at me, after what I've done, he knows what I can do and still he wants me to do it. No, he ordered me to do it. The writhing form of the Titantacruel was only a few meters below him now, unaware of his presence as he descended. He was so angry. I don't think he's ever made that face before. Does he understand what he's asking me to do? Why am I even questioning this? How is this any different from the Kabutops or the Ariados I've killed? Pikachu let the energy build up around him until his entire body was enveloped in a corona of lightning. Because Ash is asking me to do this. He's ordering me to kill someone. Ash wants this, and so do I. All of those people those Tentacruel killed, and for what? We'll make them pay. I'll make them pay for what they did. It'll make Ash happy. It'll avenge everyone they killed. Pikachu's cry was drowned out by a dozen arcs of white lightning that crackled around him. The shell of plasma that encircled him began to converge into a single point, building up until he could no longer contain it. The lightning lance speared through the air and struck the jellyfish between his glossy domes. Blitz and Windshear watched in horror and awe as the giant jellyfish shook violently in place. What was left of its eyes melted in his skull and spurted out with every shudder. All at once the onslaught of energy beams ended. The electric current reached the water and the ocean's surface was swiftly hidden beneath a layer of foam formed from the frenzied flails of the tentacle. Atop every head the ruby domes flashed, ruptured and sprayed their contents into the air. Even as he landed onto the Titantacruel's steaming and convulsing body, Pikachu kept pouring every ounce of energy into his attack, now at point blank. The flesh around him began to bubble and burst where it wasn't scorched black from the bolts that danced across its flesh. Pikachu kept up the pressure, pumping more of his element into the Titantacruel's body, cooking the creatures from the inside out. Ash and the Rocket Trio watched from the cockpit as the electrocution extended into the horizon. Whatever relief they'd felt was torn from them when their eyes fell upon the other two Titantacruel, and the people still caught in their grip. Ash's smile curdled on his face, eyes once full of poison widened in dread. The towering tendrils that held up their massive bodies eventually buckled. The main body crashed back into the sea and sent waves teeming with steaming human and tentacle corpses. Sheet, was all Jessie could manage, looking over to the boy she had hounded for years as he stumbled back against the door. I wasn't. Ash's hands grabbed at his hair as he slid down the length of the door. Twirr. Jessie took a deep breath and corrected herself. Ash. I know you think it's your FAU, look, the three of us also forgot about those PE, they were goners, okay? There was no way we could have saved them. If anything, you put them out of their misery. Jess, you're not helping. James yelled. Fine, then you do it, his partner roared back and slumped into the co-pilot's seat to stare away from him at the steaming sea. Ash didn't hear either of them. In fact, he didn't hear much of anything aside beyond the pounding in his head. He'd withdrawn into his own mind to review the three things he knew for sure. Pikachu's electric attack killed those people. He told Pikachu to use an electric attack. He was responsible. Pikachu's gaze alternated between the dark skies and the sea that slowly devoured his sinking island. More and more of the Titantacruel's cooked body disappeared beneath the murky waters, if they could be called waters anymore, with the amount of bloated tentacle bodies that bobbed closer and closer to him. Jump, Blitz yelled from behind him. Pikachu did as he was told, slamming his tail against the last dry patch of the Titantacruel's body with enough force to submerge the rest. The timing wasn't perfect, but Blitz adjusted accordingly and angled himself for Pikachu to land on his back. Thanks, Pikachu said. The Staraptor said nothing as he gained altitude, making his way towards the tilt rotor above them. A new scent had filled the air, one that made Pikachu's stomach growl. He was about to comment on it until he noticed the fields of dead littering the sea. He realized it was the source. "I hope Ash is happy," he whispered into the night air. "Get further back," James yelled through the doorway, doing his final check of the cockpit. Finding nothing essential they would need for the rest of their trip on foot, he darted out of the grounded tilt rotor and joined the others at the edge of the clearing behind a row of trees. "Let's get a move on, we don't want to be around when the ZIB goes critical," James prompted, noting the haggard forms of the others. Team Rocket and Sarah were accustomed to running on little sleep. The former came from years of schemes that usually involved digging and concealing deep pitfalls in the road, while the latter was shaped from working long night shifts at the hospital. Having neither of those backgrounds, Frank and the twerp trio found the endeavor unforgiving. Blitz and Windshear dove down to meet them, prompting a collective wince as the intimidation effect activated once more. Those still groggy from the all-nighter had found their wake-up call. The two Staraptor landed in their midst and chirped something to Meowth. "They say they found a road that way." Meowth motioned to Blitz's outstretched wing. "Probably Route 1, Jessie suggested." "Let's get a move on then," James urged and started walking. A few steps in he realized no one else was following him. Tired looks and grumbles were all he heard before the group slowly followed suit. Blitz and Windshear had taken to the trees, darting from branch to branch as they established a perimeter. James would have told them they needn't have bothered since the wildlife of Route 1 were small and posed little threat to their party. Despite this, the group didn't want to take any chances and insisted on having some kind of vanguard. As such, Krogunk, Sevapur, Buniri, and Mime Jr. were summoned and strategically placed around the group. James glanced back to see Ash and Pikachu trailing behind the rest of them. At Brock's insistence, everyone had given Ash his space. Years of traveling with the boy had taught him that Ash preferred to work things out on his own and would come to them when he had sorted out his feelings. The exception to this rule was Pikachu, who was still allowed to remain on Ash's shoulder. If a creature capable of so much death and destruction being close bothered Ash, then he didn't show it. It was ironic, almost laughable, to the Rocket trio when they looked upon the source of their motivation for the past few years and felt nothing but fear. Pikachu's power had been a driving force behind every region and ocean they had crossed. Now the mouse's newest level of power had them wanting nothing more than to be on the furthest side of the planet. The only thing that could direct that destruction was Ash. At this point, separating the two and sending the electric mouse to Giovanni would be like sending him a bomb. What am I going to tell Mom? It was a question Ash had dedicated himself to for the last few hours, an all-encompassing thought that laughed at the notion of sleep. If I told her, could she forgive me? Ash wanted to believe the answer would be yes until his mind summoned the memory of all the bodies bobbing above the surface. So many people were, because of what I told Pikachu. What if she never found out? What if I just never told her? She'd never need to know. Ash's gaze lifted to see the others walking ahead of him, people who had seen what he had done. Would they tell her? Would they keep this secret if I asked them to? Even if they don't tell her, it might still slip and I'll tip her off that something's wrong. She'd know something was off. If I don't tell her, then she'd ask Brock or Dawn and she'd know, and we were trapped and we were going to die, and the only way out was if Pikachu killed the Tentacruel. The more Ash assured himself, the more doubts began to creep in and form cracks. Could I have done something differently? I was angry back then. I wasn't thinking about the other people. We couldn't see them, I thought, we all thought they were dead. We couldn't save them, she'd understand that, right? The Tentacruel were hurting and killing all those people, and there was no way we could have saved them. Ash's fists were starting to ache from the strain and only relaxed when he felt a furry nuzzle against his cheek. His hand reached up to pet his starter and smiled until another epiphany slapped the grin from his face. What if the police found out? Would I go to jail? How wouldn't I? There has to be some kind of punishment. There's no way I wouldn't be punished after so many people, would I even be allowed to be a Pokemon trainer anymore? Even if I got out, would I even be allowed to be a Pokemon master? Would they take my Pokemon away? Would they take Pikachu? Several minutes had passed when they felt the ground shudder with a gust of wind rushing through the leaves. The pause in their movements lasted a heartbeat, but with no commentary about the fate of the tilt rotor they continued walking. So where exactly is this Ransei region? Jessie's attempt at small talk was swiftly met with glares from Dawn. Don't even think about it, the Blueonette grumbled, earning a few quizzical stares from Sarah and Frank. I was just curious about their region. Somehow I really doubt you only want to sightsee if you're there, Dawn countered. The married couple glanced at one another before Sarah voiced their thoughts. Are we missing something? Let's just say that we have history with those three, came Brock's diplomatic response. Dawn scoffed, waiting for Brock to elaborate, but when he remained silent she saw fit to try and fill the gap. Meowth and those two are actually part of a group called Team Rocket which dash. Hey! Jessie yelled, here's a thought. How about instead of burning this already rickety bridge, we just keep the peace for the next few minutes since we're not even going to be together for too much longer. Dawn held her tongue but kept glaring daggers at the rocket agent. As grateful as she was for their efforts for getting them off her region and the cruise ship alive, the idea that they would continue their villainous ways elsewhere wasn't something she could turn a blind eye to. She looked to Brock for support but found him giving her a look that told her to leave the matter be. Dawn crossed her arms with an indignant huff but did as she was told. The mention of their parting struck a chord with the breeder who at the time hadn't even considered the idea of their group splitting up. Brock's mindset had settled into short-term objectives. Being 3 steps ahead of a situation was pointless when just about everything could, and did, go wrong at the first step of the plan. The road to Pewter City was north and went through Viridian City and its forest, meaning his time with Team Rocket wasn't necessarily over, but Ash had to go south if he ever wanted to reach Pallet Town. And then there was Dawn. Despite everything she had seen on the last 2 nights, the young coordinator remained adamant on returning to Sinnoh to find her mother. Frank and Sarah both had family back in Ransei, and with what they had all just seen, the only feasible way to make it back would be to go by air. Guys, Brock waited until the rocket trio turned to face him before continuing. Would there be another aircraft at your base in Viridian City? The trio trudged in silence for a while, their conversation taking the form of sidelong glances and eyebrow waggles until they eventually came to some kind of consensus. It's possible, James eventually replied. Are we talking a Meowth balloon or another tilt rotor? 'Cause I'm sure they got plenty of de foist but not so much of de otha. Maybe a helicopter or two, why? I was wondering if there was any chance you might be able to take Ash back home and the others back to their regions. Even if we were inclined to transport such grateful guests, Jessie gave pointed look at Dawn, once we get back to base it's not really our call anymore. The boss issued a total recall of all agents and staff, which would include pilots. We'd have to get the okay for such a trip, and with the way things have been, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Not ta mention fair him ta approved dat kinda trip, it'd have to benefit him or the organization in some way. All dat time and fuel ta get ta those places has ta be worth it to the boss. What if they take one of the Meowth balloons, James offered. I'm sure they've had to mass produce them seeing as we go through so many. I doubt that they'd miss one, and if we loaded it with supplies and extra fuel you might be able to make it to one of your destinations. I could teach you how to steer and the other mechanisms. Hate ta burst your balloon, but while dat thing's great fair Thailand people on foot, even with the side propulsion rockets, a trip to another region might take weeks. The twerp and Pikachu'd be the only ones benefiting from it. Jessie shuffled over to her partner and gave him a look, one he reflected back at her. You're getting awfully chummy with them, she whispered. If it weren't for their Staraptor making that giant tentacruel miss, we wouldn't be having this conversation, James countered, reveling in the lack of rebuttal from his partner. There's an airport by Pallet Town. The sound of Ash's voice gave everyone pause, prompting them to turn and make sure they hadn't just imagined it. The boy and his starter were still a few paces behind the group, his discomfort from all the attention was palpable. It's a small one, but there might some planes or something you guys can use to get back home. Hopefully there's a pilot willing to take us, Frank sighed, looking at his watch and wondering how much he could sell it for. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, Sarah added, placing her hand over his father's watch and smiling. Two squawks came from above, everyone turning to Meowth for a translation. Dairy saying the road's just up ahead. The group made it past a thicket of trees and saw the dirt road a few meters ahead of them. It stretched from one horizon to another, curving around rolling hills and grassy knolls typical of Route. James found himself envying anyone who called this route home. Anyone in this part of the woods would have no idea that the rest of the world was going to hell. Looks like this is where we part ways. Brock adjusted his backpack and faced the northern stretch of the road. Looks like, Ash muttered, scanning the southern path in hopes of finding some recognizable feature and failing. The breeder turned and walked over to Ash, startling the boy and his starter when he swept him into a hug that lifted him off his feet. Take care of yourself, okay? Ash's body went rigid, eyes as wide as dinner plates until he wheezed something about not being able to breathe, frantically patting the breeder's shoulder for release. Pikachu, safely out of hugging range, watched with a smile. Sorry. Brock chuckled and set the boy down. Sakai, Ash's lips managed the hint of a smile. I'll try. Brock's expression tightened slightly then softened once more when he exhaled. Ash, I've been thinking a lot about what happened back on the boat. You looked like you wanted some space, so I didn't say anything, but try not to beat yourself up over what happened. Ash winced, instinctively reaching for the edge of his cap. He pulled it down to hide his eyes. You made a tough call, Brock continued, tougher than anyone your age is supposed to deal with. Not many people, let alone someone 15 years old, could have made that decision. I'm sorry it fell onto your shoulders, but I know you did what you thought was the best choice based on what you knew at the time. That's all anyone can ask of you. That's all anyone can ask of anyone if they had been in your shoes. Ash silently nodded but kept his head down. Brock squatted down and turned to face the electric starter. I know you'll take care of Ash no matter what, but don't forget to take care of yourself, okay? I know beyond a doubt that he'll be in safe or at least in good hands as long as he's with you. Thanks for getting me this far, Pikachu. Brock extended his hand to the mouse. Pikachu beamed and grabbed the breeder's fingers with both paws and shook it. The moment Brock stood up again he was almost knocked back down when Dawn tackled him into a hug. He stumbled back but regained his footing, glancing down at the head of blue hair that was buried into his shirt. Take care of yourself, all right. I hope your family's okay, her muffled words floated up to his ears. He rubbed the small of her back reassuringly as he returned the hug. Like you always say, don't worry. Tell your mom I said hi. Let her know I'm sorry about the house. Dawn nodded against his chest and backed away to wipe her eyes. It was a pleasure knowing you, Brock. Frank extended a bulky arm. Brock took it and gave him the firmest shake he could muster, which could hardly contend with Frank's muscled grip. Take care of each other and I hope you two make it safely to Ransay. Sarah went to the Rocket Trio, took their hands into her own and bowed. I don't know all the details about your past, but thank you for getting us out of there alive. Oi, twerp and twerpet. Don't take this the wrong way but here's hoping we don't see each other again, Meowth smiled. I'm not sure whether I should be happy or worried about that, Ash admitted. Go for the happy option, Jessie suggested, you and your Pikachu won't have to worry about random pitfalls anymore or that every trio of strangers you meet is actually us. Sarah and Frank decidedly let that statement fly over their heads. We'll see each other again, Brock announced with such conviction that Ash found himself believing those words. Brock and the Rockets were the first to turn away once their Pokémon had said their goodbyes. Ash continued to stare at their backs, watching them grow smaller and smaller as the seconds passed. Occasionally Brock would glance back to see Ash still standing in the same place, but after a few hills they lost sight of each other. He's gonna be okay. There's nothing from here to Viridian that they can't handle. He's made this trip a dozen times. He's not alone. Jesse, James, and Meowth will be with him. They'll be okay too. They're gonna be fine. Ash nodded to himself and wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes. Why am I getting all sentimental about Team Rocket? They've been tricking, trapping, and bothering me for years. They're the last people I should care about. Sure, they helped get us here, but that doesn't undo all the years of barging into my life and trying to take away my Pokémon. I shouldn't even care about what happens to them from now on. As long as they protect Brock, they can all go D. Pikachu watched Ash clench his fists until they were white and shaking. He scampered over and grabbed him by his pant leg. The boy's hands relaxed and he looked down to his starter with a weak smile and turned around. Dawn noticed the movement and gave him a hopeful grin. Frank and Sarah mirrored her expression. They've been waiting for me. How long have I been standing here? They could have said something, but I shouldn't keep them waiting. They want to make it to the airport and go home and, home. Mom, Mimey, Tracy, and Professor Oak. They're okay. Everyone's going to be okay. Let's get a move on. Ash did his best to meld some steel into his words. Lead the way, Frank replied and gestured to the road. A few hours had passed when Ash suddenly stopped and looked around. This is where it happened. Remember, Pikachu? Pie. The mouse's tone was wistful. Dawn, Frank, and Sarah were a few feet behind the pair when he spoke and paused to look around the area, seeing only the scenic tranquility they had come to associate with Kanto. What are you talking about, Ash? Dawn asked, moving up to face him when he didn't answer. This is where Pikachu and I first became friends, Ash began, his gaze fixated on one particular spot on the road. Pikachu didn't like me at first and wouldn't listen to me from the moment I got him. He wouldn't even help me catch another Pokémon, so I tried to catch one by myself. I ended up making a Spearow really angry and he got his friends to attack us. Ash chuckled and was surprised he could even look back on what had been such a terrifying moment with any humor. I grabbed a bike to try and get away and that worked for a while until it started to rain. We fell and the Spearow were catching up. Ash could see the phantom of the boy now, lying on the ground beside his fallen starter. Dawn looked at the boy and felt as though Ash was staring right through her. Pikachu got hurt. Pikachu, get inside, the boy showed his starter the Pokeball. I know you're afraid of going in there, but if you're inside maybe I can save you. The mouse continued to stare. Please Pikachu, the boy pleaded, please listen to me and go inside. After that just trust me. The mouse continued to stare. Pikachu, go inside the Pokeball, it's the only way. The boy set the capture sphere on the ground and turned away. So I tried to get the Spearow to focus on me, Ash continued. The seasoned trainer studied the ghost of his past, struggling to his feet, facing the flock with his arms outstretched and with a vow on his lips, with promises of greatness and Pokémon mastery. A twinge of envy for his younger self flashed in his mind. He has no idea how lucky he is right now. No clue as to what the next few years will be like. What he'll see, what he'll do. Knowing what I know now, would I have done things differently? Ash let his gaze drift to the ghostly shape of Misty's bike on the road. The memory of her face, her voice, the color of her hair brought forth a wave of warmth that spread throughout his core and to the tips of his fingers. Even with all the yelling, hitting, and being lost in the woods for weeks at a time, he treasured those memories. The meals with Brock and camping out under a glittering night sky. The places he'd seen, the people he'd met, the battles he'd had. No. I'd do it all over again. I wouldn't change a thing. Pikachu came in at the last second and blasted them all away. Since then we've been best friends. Pikachu beamed and nuzzled into his trainer. Ash pet his starter and with his free hand reached into his pocket, pulling out a Pokeball. He pressed the release button once to enlarge it, then again to open it. Dawn had expecting someone from Ash's party to appear, but when no flash came, Dawn realized that Ash had opened Pikachu's Pokeball. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder and stared curiously at his own Pokeball. "Never again," Ash whispered with a smile, grabbing each half of the device and slamming the hinge over his rising knee. A harsh snap filled the air, followed by a blue glow that suddenly outlined Pikachu's body and just as quickly faded away. "Ash, what are you doing?" Dawn yelled. The look in Ash's expression was one of peace, a look she hadn't seen on the boy in days. "After the first day of my journey I've never had to put Pikachu in his Pokeball because I never needed to. Being forced into that situation when we were on the boat, I hated it. After what happened there, if there's punishment for me and they try and take my friends, then I'd want them to be free." Ash cast the broken halves of the Pokeball onto the grass and plopped down to the ground, scooting over and sitting before his starter. "You got that? You're not my Pikachu. You don't belong to anyone. For me, you'll always be my best friend. If you want we can keep traveling together or you can go and live your life, you're free now." There was no fear in his voice, no threat of anger for either option. Dawn recognized the look in Ash's eyes and knew that he was serious about what he was saying. Pikachu's eyes started to shimmer before he closed them and shook his head, laughing for a moment then launching himself into Ash's arms. "I'll take that as a yes," Ash laughed back and hugged his starter even tighter. Frank and Sarah were practically glowing, their glee was contagious enough that Dawn found herself smiling as well. Frank moved over and helped the boy to his feet. "Ash, do you know if your parents or even maybe your grandparents are Ransayan?" The question blindsided him, a thoughtful expression took over his face as he struggled to recall any clues as to his heritage. "I've never asked my mom and she's never mentioned where my dad was from." "Why? You may not have the perfect link like we do, but the relationship you have with Pikachu is certainly reminiscent of one," Sarah commented. "A perfect link? The people of our region find that there are certain Pokémon that one can form stronger connections with than others. Not for lack of trying, mind you, but for some Pokémon it's just easier to connect with them or the connection is much deeper than if you tried with another Pokémon," Frank elaborated. "The link lets us feel a Pokémon's emotions and vice versa. It empowers them and can even cause them to reach their next stage of evolution depending on how synchronized they are with a human. The level of synchronization can depend on things like Pokémon's typing and the personality of both parties. Frank and I found that we connected best with Starly, more than any other Pokémon. It's actually how we first met," Frank added, giving Sarah's hand a quick squeeze and a kiss on the cheek. "As you can see, our link was strong enough to allow the Starly to evolve all the way into Staraptor. Frank and I were thinking that if you were a Ransayan you'd probably have perfect synchronization with Pikachu. I guess I can ask Mom if our family ever came from Ransay when I see her," Ash replied, glancing up at the blue skies above him. For a moment he was a boy again, starting off on his journey and bearing witness to a golden and mysterious Pokémon as it flew across the sky and left prismatic trail in its path. "Ho-oh! That day was also the first time I saw you. With all the craziness that's going on in the world, I hope wherever he is that he's okay." A pair of eyes watched at the boy and his starter from a dozen meters away. Could it be? Might that human be the one Ivek spoke of? From so far away he couldn't be sure. But if I'm not sure, if I bring wrong info to Ivek then. The leaves on the branch shuddered with him at the thought, and so he watched and waited. He dared not blink, he dared not breathe. Only once his targets were well out of sight did he finally let himself relax, dropping from the branch now indented by his feet. It's just like in the tales. The colors he wears, the other creature with him. Ivek will want to hear of this. Aim it here, Jess. The circle of light flitted over to her partner's position, then to where he pointed. Unsurprisingly, only more wreckage of Giovanni's former gym building was revealed. James hefted a hunk of cinderblock then let it slip from his fingers to join the rest of the wreckage beneath his feet. Looks like we missed a party, Meowth dryly commented, kicking a piece of rubble across the pile. I guess this settles it. Whatever was happening in Sinnoh is happening everywhere else too, Jessie pouted, sitting atop another mound of rubble that her Sevapur had coiled around and kept dimly lit with the purple glow of her tail. Maybe the boss meant the Otha HQ? You mean the one on Route 24, James offered. It's possible. That'll take us forever to get there if we walk. We gotta contact them and let them know where we are. Know any Otha bases we could hit up? The rocket duo mulled over the question for several minutes. One would toss out the name of a location only for the other to shoot it down as being too far away or no longer holding an active base. They brainstormed for a few minutes before James' eyes lit up. Vermilion City. By the docks, there should be a communications hub we could use to get in contact with the base and ask for transport, or at least find out what our next orders are. Would still take us over 2 weeks to get there by foot, and that's if we cut through the forest. Jessie's face suddenly brightened up as she jumped to her feet. Not if we find us a car, Jessie sang. The boss keeps his luxury cars in a private parking garage somewhere here in the city. If at least one of them survived all of this destruction, we can make it to Vermilion in no time at all. Meowtha's paw came to his chin, doing the mental math in his head. We'd have to keep to the main roads instead of cutting through the forest, but with everything that's been going on, I'd rather not take any chances with any Pokemon in the woods. We'll be passing through Pewter City then, right? James tried to say casually, but the gist of the question wasn't lost on his partners. Jessie crossed her arms disapprovingly. She looked at her Sevapur and Meowth before letting her arms fall to the side. We'll ask the big twerp if he wants to come with us. Having a few more Pokemon handy wouldn't be the worst thing right now. He'll help us look for a car in the morning. James kept his back to them and looked at the sky so that they couldn't see his smile. Maybe he's had more luck than us, Meowth sighed. Let's just hope that he at least found us a place to sleep. James took Jessie's hand and helped her down from the mound. Brock had taken it upon himself to look through the abandoned houses of Vermilion in hopes of finding supplies and a place to bunk for the night. After an hour of searching, the trio realized the daunting task of looking for a single teen in an empty city. In the dead of night. Where there was no power. Wobbuffet was still recovering from his wounds on the cruise ship while Mime Jr., being the youngest of the group, had gone to sleep. This meant their last and only line of defense were Meowth and Sevapur. Despite the insistence from the two Pokemon that Brock and their group were alone in the city, Jessie and James disliked the idea of calling out for him and giving away their positions. Viper Sevesi Viper say 6 per. Jessie's curious expression shifted over to the team's mascot. Meowth, what did she say? She said that she finds it weird that she hasn't seen a single human in the area. Not even a body. That is a little weird. James looked around as if expecting corpses to materialize around them. Maybe everyone fled the city. Jessie suggested. Do you think the boss might have evacuated them? James offered. If that's the case, then the foist part of our motto might finally make se dash. A harsh hiss cut Meowth off, the duo looking to their mascot once more. Sevi's picking up someone. Meowth's hushed reply was enough to make their hearts beat faster. Brock. Another hiss. She says it's different, heavier. Meowth's voice trailed off, his eyes trained on something darting into the middle of the street. The figure was down the block, and even with Meowth's night vision he could only make out that it had a vaguely humanoid shape, but with a pair of antennae atop its head. It faced them for a few heartbeats, then burst into a run towards them. Meowth's expression turned predatory, his arms outstretched and claws fully extended. Sevapur had coiled in on herself and reared her head back, baring her crimson fangs while the blade of her tail took on a sinister purple glow. Get back, we'll handle this, Meowth growled, feeling the hairs on his body raise. Jessie and James backed away, more from the ferocity in Meowth's voice than from any fear of this new opponent. Sevapur's body was like a coiled spring, ready to launch herself once this new opponent came within range. Yet their adversary never did. A few meters shy of reaching them, their opponent came to a complete stop. Even beneath the meager light of their flashlight, Jesse and James could make out some of the individuals' features. He was human if one could look past the layers of scaled maroon armor that covered his body, save for a pair of straw sandals on his feet. What Meowth had taken for antenna was a golden V-shaped crest atop his helmet. An armored hand ghosted over the hilt of his blade, still in its pearlescent sheath and strapped to his waist. I mean you no harm, but all of you need to leave this place as soon as you can. Or what? Jesse growled defiantly. Or your death will be as swift as the swarm's return. The Spearow scout fidgeted in place atop the branch, making sure to never look up past the branches ahead of him. Koa needed only to focus on the sea of bones beneath him as a reminder of those who had disobeyed Ivek. He could feel the stares of the flock all around him, peering between the leaves or openly from their branches. Watching. Judging. Wondering if he would be the next failure to join the pile below. For some, he was the entertainment for that morning, for others it was just routine. Koa could hear the bark beneath Ivek's talons crunch in his grip. The sound alone would have made him relieve himself right there on the branch were there anything to expel from his body. In Ivek's domain there were only two groups. Ones that had bothered Ivek, and those that had yet to. The former now decorated the floor. Ivek chuckled. It was a sound Koa had never heard before and wasn't sure if it was a good sign. He trembled so violently several feathers fell from him. You have done well. The news should have comforted him, should have brought him some measure of relief. And yet, all he could manage was to shiver in place. I shall see that the share you and your kin receive is increased, and I will personally take you under my wing so that you may ascend to your next form. The warmth in Ivek's voice was one Koa had never known their leader to possess. I am unworthy of your kindness, Koa managed to reply and bowed even lower. Tonight, you will eat your fill and rest. You will need all of your strength for your journey. Journey, your magnificence. Look upon me, Ivek crowed. Koa slowly lifted his head, witnessing the leader of his flock 1 inch at a time. Only one eye looked back at him, the other eye had been lost well before Koa had been hatched. Scars born of countless battles covered his chest and beak, sections of his crimson crest were missing, and the edges of his wings had started to gray and fray. He was an old Fearow to be sure, one of the oldest of any nest. At first glance one would think the years had not been kind to Ivek, that he was old and weak. It had inspired challengers to vie for control of the flock. Koa needed only look back down to see how they had fared. You will go to neighboring nests and tell them to rally their best fighters and send them to me. Tell them that the day I have prepared them for has come. It is time that they repay their debts to me. Your gloriousness, which of the nests am I going to? Ivek laughed. A laugh so cold that Koa found he could no longer shiver. Ah, young one, you will go to all of them. Ash's strength returned in full the moment he saw the dilapidated picket fence hugging the dirt road. It stretched off into the distance, dipping in and out of view with the rolling hills. The street lamps by each house weren't lit, but Ash could make out his town. His eyes traced the dirt path as it split and branched out to other homes and striated fields of wheat and other crops. Round and conical trees dotted the landscape, growing thicker the higher as Ash lifted his gaze to the mountain range that crowned the horizon. We're home, Ash huffed with every pant, soaring down the dirt path and leaving all memories of exhaustion behind him. He could hear Dawn's footsteps growing fainter as he ran, ignoring her distant pleas for him to slow down. Ash couldn't stop, he wouldn't stop. His body felt so light it felt as though each step barely grazed the ground. He wasn't so much as running as being reeled back to his home. The cookie-cutter houses were even harder to tell apart in the dead of night, but Ash knew this town like the back of his hand and could have made his way home with his eyes closed. In the corner of his eye he could make out the windmill of Professor Oak's lab atop the town's highest hill. Thoughts of Tracy, the professor, and even his Pokémon were pushed aside for the single thought that seized the entirety of his focus. There was one place he needed to check first, one person he needed to see before anything else mattered. Pikachu leapt off his shoulder and darted ahead of him, lighting the way with sparks from his cheeks. That's when Ash saw the red-tiled roof and the gabled windows, the orange mailbox and his mother's garden. Pikachu was a few meters from the house when he abruptly reared back, sniffed the air, and made no attempt to move. His worried cry didn't reach the boy who'd already hopped the white fence around his house. Pikachu cried out again, but Ash's hands were already turning the knob to the front door. "Mom, I'm Ho-Dash." Ash froze at the entryway when the light from Pikachu's sparks reached into the living room and unveiled the fallen picture frames and shattered lamp. Mom," the boy called out again, the word quivered as he spoke it. Ash slowly inched forward and winced when the crunch of glass was the first sound to reply. It felt as though a cold anvil had dropped inside of him, sending his stomach into knots and leaving him with the taste of bile. The boy pressed forward. His breath hitched with every crunch, he could feel the hairs on his body stand on end. Mom, I'm Ho-Dash," the words were wet and full of questions. Ash looked about the room in a daze. He didn't understand, couldn't understand. He was home. He made it through all those horrible things to make it here. Everything was supposed to be okay. Things were always okay when he came back. He was home. Things didn't happen here. Nothing ever happened here. That's why he left. That's why he had to leave. Things were happening out there in the world and he wasn't going to miss them. He was home. Mom was supposed to be waiting for him like she always did. She'd ask him about his journey, nodding and smiling at everything he told her. He was home. Tracy awoke with a start, reflexively grabbing the metal pipe resting on the arm of the couch where he'd been sleeping. He looked around the candlelit room until his focus settled on the furry purple form standing by the entrance. Tracy groaned, slumping back onto the couch and tried to still his frantically beating heart. A metallic clatter filled the air when he let the pipe fall from his grip and dragged his hands across his face. I finally fell asleep. When did that happen? When was the last time I slept? Why did Venonat wake me? He knows to leave me alone unless. Two fingers parted and exposed a bloodshot eye to the world. Venonat waited patiently. Did the professor? He let the question hang over them. He'd braced himself for this. It was always the first question to enter his mind the instant he woke up in the last 4 days. He'd steeled himself every time he opened the door to Oak's room and found the man still breathing. Venonat shook his head at his question, which was more like a full-body turn. Tracy wanted to sigh in relief, wanted to thank the heavens above that his fears had not come to pass, but the news brought him no comfort. Am I a bad person if I just want him to, if I want him to finally be at peace? I hate seeing him like this, but I'm stuck watching him suffer. The town's doctor is dead, and even if one were here to help, he's too far gone to be saved. I can't help him and I can't end it all. He hasn't asked me to, and all I can do is keep dosing him until he. Tracy let the thoughts echo through his mind for what seemed like the 1000th time. Then why did you wake me? He groused, watching the bug point to the window behind him. Tracy's eyes widened, hand darting down to where the pipe had fallen until he saw that it was still dark out. Is it the Fiero? But they've never come out at night. Another full-bodied shake. Then what? The bug then lowered his hand and jabbed the air in his direction. Tracy quizzically pointed to himself, the realization dawning on him after a few seconds. Humans. Other humans. The bug nodded, then hopped back when Tracy jumped off the couch. Then, wake up Kalava and Donphan and have them meet me outside. Tracy hopped around the room, frantically pulling on his shoes and tying his laces. The bug shuffled away and did as he was told, assembling the group and waiting for him at the bottom of the steps. Tracy descended the stairs a few minutes later, his metal pipe still in hand. He was about to give his first order when he noted some extras in the group. Mimey, Delia's Mr. Mime, and Ash's Bayleaf gave him a look that dared him to try and send them away. Okay, you win. You guys can come too, but let's not get too excited yet. Donphan, do you have a fresh scent of Ash or Pikachu? The armor Pokemon lifted his trunk and took a few experimental sniffs, processing each and every scent lingering in the air, no matter how faint. Tracy didn't have to wait long to get his answer when Donphan smiled, nodding so forcefully that it looked like he was hopping. "I can't believe it. He's back," Tracy whispered amidst the cries of happiness between Ash's Pokemon. "All right then. Kalava, light and lead the way. Then, let me know if there's anything else coming into town." The fire starter's backside burst into flame, lifting the veil of night from the area. Tracy was the first to break off into a run, quickly being outpaced by most of the Pokemon save Bulbasaur and Mimey. Dawn braced herself against her shaking knees, gulping down mouthfuls of air as she waiting for Sarah and Frank to catch up. Beyond the pounding of her heart and intakes of breath, the only sound permeating the air was the crackling of Chimchar's flame. Pikachu had disappeared into Ash's home, having said something to Chimchar before darting off. The fire starter looked about the town, something that Dawn had actively tried to avoid. Looking around, Pallet Town reminded her too much of Twin Leaf Town. While there were no Ariados or sandstorms, the town looked as though it had weathered similar abuse. She could see shards of glass scattered along the lawn and road from every shattered window, how they caught the flickering light from Chimchar's flame. Dawn squinted into the distance, barely making out the forms of Sarah and Frank walking towards her. Ash's muffled shouts filtered through the doorway, his voice growing more desperate with every repetition. Dawn understood the feeling all too well. It had only been a few days since she had watched her own mother get taken by the Ariados. She knew there was no basis for her hope that her mother was still alive. In her heart, in her soul, something told her that her mom had gotten out of Twin Leaf and was waiting for her. She wasn't blind, she knew the looks Ash and Brock gave her every time she brought the subject up. They had resigned themselves to accepting that Rourke and her mother had died. Admittedly, there had been moments where she wondered if they were right, if she was just deluding herself to stave off the pain. Hope was her only lifeline in a churning sea of darkness, black waves battering her until she lost the strength to hold on. She stubbornly refused, struggling to keep her head above the murky surface. If she let go, if she let herself sink into those depths, she wasn't sure if she could ever breach the surface again. Brock had been instrumental in helping her afloat since the separation. But Brock's not here to help Ash. Chimchar, stay here for Sarah and Frank. The starter nodded quietly and watched the coordinator cautiously make her way to the front door. A half-open door was hardly an invitation for her to enter, even with Ash's earlier offers about letting the three of them sleep at his place for the night. They had worked out the sleeping arrangements on the road, but with the state of things now, she couldn't help but wonder if the offer still held any weight. The more she opened the door, the less likely it seemed. Upturned furniture bleeding fluff into the air, the walls around her more pockmarked than paint, and a sea of shattered items that nearly eclipsed the floor. Each step sent a chill down her spine, the crunch of glass beneath her boots sounding more pronounced in the silence. She soldiered onwards, reaching the base of the stairs where Chimchar's light grew dimmer with every step. "Think you can light the way with some sparks?" Dawn's breath caressed the glossy curve of the pokeball. She pressed the release button twice and watched Pachirisu materialize atop the steps. The Elisquirrel nodded. Tiny bolts flickered from his cheeks, casting everything in a soft blue glow. The damage to the walls lessened the higher she ascended, as though the second floor had been untouched. "Ash?" Dawn's heart rate quickened at the lack of response until one of the doors down the hallway opened. Pikachu peeked outside, offering a weak smile before darting back into the room. Ash's voice could be heard clearly now, and it was a sound that Dawn had never thought she'd ever hear from the boys she had traveled with. Pachirisu slipped in first, the light from his body shunting back the shadows by the time she stepped in. Ash was in the middle of the room, lying atop a bed and clutching the sheets until his knuckles were white. Pikachu had scampered back over to him, resting one of his paws on his arm in the only form of consolation he could think of. Dawn stepped close enough to see the side of his face, leaking eyes locked onto a work desk at the end of the room. Atop it sat a sewing machine, surrounded by swaths of different colored fabrics that draped along the table's edge. "She's not here." Tracy took note of two people standing by Ash's house, both of which were too tall to be either Ash or Brock. 3 Pokémon he didn't recognize were also among them, 2 of which circled above them while the third illuminated the area with a flame on its body. Tracy took a few steps towards the pair when their flying Pokémon glanced at him and he felt the blood in his body run cold. He could hear the Pokémon behind him shifting into defensive stances while every synapse in his brain was telling him to drop his pipe and run away. Tracy dug his heels into the ground, grit his teeth, and forced his hand to grip the pipe even tighter. Why am I suddenly on edge out of nowhere? I don't even know these people, unless... Donphan, do these two smell like Team Rocket? Donphan's nose lifted once more and took a large intake of air. There would be no mistaking their scent at this distance. After a few months of traveling with Ash and hearing of his escapades in the years prior, Tracy had come to understand that wherever Ash went, Team Rocket wasn't too far behind. Tracy's thoughts were suddenly derailed when Donphan shook his head side to side. You're sure? The armor. Pokémon nodded. We don't want any trouble. The woman's tone wasn't threatening but it wasn't without warning. Tracy looked down at himself and realized what he must have looked like to other people. Wild and unkempt hair, tattered clothes with blackened swaths of dried bloodstains, and a dented metal pipe in hand. I'm just looking for a friend. Tracy lowered his impromptu weapon to his side. His name is Ash Ketchum. Red hat, black hair, and has a Pikachu that's always outside of its Pokeball. The pair glanced at each other and nodded. They went inside that house with Dawn. Any questions of who Dawn was were swept beneath the dismay of not catching Ash before he entered his home. Damn it, Tracy hissed and looked to the battered picket fence, at the various plants of Delia's garden. In the last few days Tracy had fought off and killed several Pokémon, knowing that every time he entered the fray he might not come out alive. Now he faced a battle where his only weapons were words that would cut and leave scars. He's in there now, isn't he? The pair nodded back. He's with Dawn. Tracy didn't bother asking who Dawn was, assuming it was another one of Ash's traveling companions. Do you know if there was someone else traveling with him? Dark skin, squinty eyes. Brock. The woman answered, and from the lack of any sadness in her tone, Tracy found a glimmer of hope that the breeder was still somewhere and alive. He was with us before he went with Jesse, James, and Meowth up to Viridian City on the way to see his family, Frank explained. Tracy shook his head, the implications of that team-up were lost on him. As much as he wanted to press for more info, there was someone else he needed to talk to. Donphan, stay here with these two and keep a perimeter. Bayleaf and Mimey, let's go inside. Should we expect something to attack us? The woman asked. Anything's possible, was the most diplomatic and honest answer Tracy could give them just before he stepped through the front door of the Ketchum residence. Nothing had changed since he'd been here a few days ago, not that he expected anything to be different. And yet, the idea that Ash had seen all of this damage renewed Tracy's despair. He glanced back at Mimey but the psychic was keeping his eyes to the floor. Tracy steeled himself and made his way up the steps, pausing only when he heard voices coming from the room ahead of them. He could only make out 2 voices and no matter how quietly he moved he couldn't make out what they were saying. It was only once he stood behind the door to Delia's room that he heard the voice of a young girl on the other side. She might have gone someplace safer, Ash. Downstairs was a mess, everything up here looks fine. Maybe she went to the poetry guy's place. Pie. Maybe you're right, Ash replied with a sniff. Tracy's hand hovered over the doorknob, paralyzed with fear and remorse for what he was about to do. Bayleaf watched and waited patiently while Mimey sat at the top of the stairs and hung his head. I have to tell him. It'll only hurt worse if I let him get his hopes up. But why does it have to be me? Why do I have to be that guy? Tracy's hand clenched into a fist, lifting it higher and rapping the door 3 times. The silence lasted a few heartbeats until Tracy opened the door. A girl with blue hair backed away from the door but the boy on the edge of the bed rose to his feet. Tracy. No. Don't smile at me. Don't be happy to see me. Tracy. The pain on the artist's face was almost palpable to everyone in the room. Ash. What do I even say? How can I say this without hurting him? No. No matter what, say it's going to hurt him. I want to lie, spare him the grief. He deserves to know what happened, but at what cost? Damn it, why is this so hard? It's just a few words and then it's done. Tracy's vision blurred, his breathing grew shallow. A fat tear rolled down his nose and hung precariously from the edge. No. It's not over when I say it. Ash will still be there. I'll have to watch it destroy him and pick up the pieces. Your mom. Every lungful of air felt dedicated solely to his next word. Ash's body stiffened. Eyes widened, pupils shrunk to pinpricks. Tracy wondered whether he even needed to finish. He already knew what was coming. But Tracy pushed on and forced the words through his lips. Your mom didn't make it. I'm sorry. A soft yellow blush began to swell where the sky kissed the mountaintops, the first hint of sunrise. The blanket of clouds grew thin, strips of blue sky managed to peek through. Phantom squawks of a dodrio echoed in Mimi's mind. It was a cry he hadn't heard in several days. With the wave of his glowing hand the blinds were drawn, casting the room back into darkness. Mimi eased back into Delia's work chair and went back to watching the rise and fall of Ash Ketchum's chest. Every gentle snore was like music to his ears and he wanted more than anything to keep that melody going for as long as he could. I'll keep him safe, Delia. I swear it. To Ash's right, a ball of yellow fur rested on a pillow. Mimi noted when the starter suddenly twitched, and watched Pikachu slowly uncurl. The mouse glanced about the room before resting his gaze on Mimi. He held the stare for a heartbeat and quietly rolled off the bed. He crept towards him, freezing when a translucent cube materialized around him and the mime. We can talk normally in here without waking Ash. Pikachu eased back onto his hind legs and plopped down onto the floor. For a long time neither one spoke. Pikachu studied the floorboards while Mimi stared down at him. When did it happen? Pikachu's eyes were still trained on the floorboards. It was. Mimi seemed to deflate with a shuddering breath. Has it really been 4 days? Where is she? Is there anything left? Mimi closed his eyes and sniffled, then nodded slowly. She's in. His lips moved to make the sounds but words failed him. He leaned back, arms hanging lifelessly at his sides. In her garden. He half hiccuped, half laughed. Mimi thought he'd moved past this, that he'd shed enough tears for his friend, but it had been the first time he had spoken to anyone about what happened. Tracy didn't have time to talk about it. There was always something that needed to be done, and why tell him what he already knew? He'd been the one to pronounce her dead. The others didn't know Delia like he did, and even then, they were grieving for others they'd also lost that night. Who from our group did we lose? We lost nearly all of Ash's Tauros. Pikachu winced but clearly wasn't heartbroken about the news. How many are left? Just the one. He says it's probably because Ash had given him a bit more training than the others that he left here. Anyone else? We think Swellow got hit by one of us the night this all started. No one's admitted that they did it, but it might just be that they don't even remember with everything that was happening. I don't really remember what happened that night myself. Did you at least hear the words? Words? When it happened to me and the others, Basil and I heard a voice tell us something. Mimi nodded. There was some talk about that around the ranch, though the Beedrill and Fiero didn't really give us much time to dwell on it. That's when we lost her across. The Fiero, Pikachu echoed, his fur bristling. Were they the ones that killed Ash's mom? Mimi's hands gripped his knees tightly, bowing his head and shaking it. I wasn't awake when she died. Every shudder added more tears to the floorboards. A lot of humans and Pokemon died that night. By the time I woke up it was already over. If it weren't for the grass types Bulbasaur acted as ambassador for, a lot of your friends wouldn't have made it out that night. How did you make it? When my powers started going out of control I must have set up barriers that didn't let anyone get to. Mimi's sudden silence prompted Pikachu to lift his gaze from the ground. Tracy's, here. The psychic rose from his chair, effortlessly pushing aside one of the psychic panels that formed their box, and made for the door. He slipped through the door, opening and closing it like it was made of cracked glass. Tracy was halfway up the steps by then, expression hardened and grim. Another translucent panel shimmered into existence over the door before Tracy could start to talk. Is Ash up yet? Mimi shook his head. I need him up. Oak asked to see him. Mimi gave a sidelong glance to the door then stared back at him. A solid minute passed where nothing happened. Tracy's hand tightened around the pipe before relaxing his grip. A raging tackle and a point-blank shot from a tank hadn't even put a scratch on one of Mimi's screens. If anyone was going to enter that room, it was because Mimi allowed it. In the days Mimi had spent with Tracy, the battles he'd watched him partake, the wounds he'd received, and the Pokemon he'd seen them lose, not once had he seen Tracy shed any tears. Tracy was on his knees now, pipe abandoned on the floor. Please, Mimi. Oak doesn't have much time left. This is probably going to be his final request. Let me at least give him that, Mimi. You've seen him, you know what he's gone through and this is the only thing I can do for him. I know Ash doesn't need this, he doesn't need to be hurt again by seeing the professor this way. I know he'll still be hurting because of his mom. How he never got to say goodbye, but he can with Oak. He still has that chance. They both do. Just let them have that chance. Ivek nodded approvingly to each Fiero perched upon the branches of his tree. They would be the first of many to answer his summons and it occurred to him that if this was to continue he was going to need a bigger tree. A shadow darted over him, the branch beneath him bobbed from the added weight. You've done well, Yukik. Ivek looked to his right and saw the Fiero who led the newcomers. What is this about, Ivek? The bird grumbled. What it has always been about. The human and his rodent have returned. Ivek crowed. You cannot be serious, Yukik sighed. Oh, but I am. We can finally reclaim our glory. Ivek, Yukik pleaded, this is beneath us. Beneath you. This is but a mere human and one creature. They have not bothered us in several winters and they don't appear even remotely interested in our affairs, lest we provoke them. The human and his rodent slighted us. He threw a stone at you, Yukik deadpanned. His rodent companion has burned us with lightning on several occasions. You are the only one left who cares anymore. Let it go, Ivek. Be at peace, Yukik implored. You have everything our kind could ever want. Ivek's remaining eye stared at him with such an intensity that Yukik felt the need to shift away. I do not need you to share in my hatred for that human and his pet. I only need you and your flock to obey my commands. I helped you ascend to your current form, showed you how to make others achieve the same. The power you possess is because of me. Ivek squawked in his face. Have I asked for anything since then? For food? For territory? For mating rights? No. I have only ever asked for one thing and it is that you and your flock join me in my time of need. That time is now. It is a small price to pay. I have heard that a number of your flock has dwindled as of late. Failed in their attempts to attack the humans. Only a few humans remain. Most of our losses have been incurred by the creatures that have allied themselves with the humans. Speaking of allies, what are we to do about the Pidgeot and his flock? As I recall their leader was a companion to the human you hate so much. Worry not, he chuckled, he and his flock are no longer a problem. Half a mile away, Azumaril's ears twitched, followed by the rest of her body shivering. Sceptile had been fiddling with the twig in his mouth and fought the ever-present urge to ask her what she'd heard. The aqua rabbit turned to him, grim-faced and paler than he was used to seeing her. "We need to leave. Now." "Did they spot us?" he asked, his leaves on his forearms already taking on a greenish glow. "No, but they're preparing a large-scale assault on the ranch. We need to warn Tracy and others." "Hop on then." The forest Pokémon turned and gestured to his back. Azumarill did as she was told, holding onto his shoulders and bracing herself for the ride. In the span of a heartbeat she watched the forest around her stretch into green streaks. "We're getting close," Sarah yelled over the roar of the wind, hoping her husband could hear her. Frank nodded, sending his intent through the link to Blitz. His Staraptor obliged and began the slow descent to the earth miles below them. Windshear did the same, letting gravity do the work. They coasted along the air currents until only a dozen meters was all that separated them from their shadows on the ground. The sun was high in the sky. Cool winds counteracted the oppressive heat bearing down on them. Frank thought to the last time he and Blitz had flown like this, and though it had only been a few days ago, Frank felt it was still far too long to go without feeling the wind through his hair. Flying was like second nature to those of the Avia in Ransay. Frank had been flying on his father's Pokémon for years before he even got his driver's license. He loved looking at the world below, feeling tall and yet so small at the same time. He relished the moments of mental clarity he felt up there, how he could forget all his troubles and bask in the rushing winds, letting the sound fill his ears. Kanto's terrain wasn't too different from what Ransay's used to be. Much of the natural countryside was eventually paved over for the industrial cityscapes. Frank was sure other parts of Kanto were similar, but it pleased him to see this part of the world spread out before him like a terrestrial quilt. Each crease was a mountain range, every dark patch a field ripe for the harvest. But those farms are empty now. Frank's brow furrowed. They had gone down to several farms only to find them abandoned, some with food still on the table and others with signs of a struggle. Someone or something had taken them, though with Tracy's mission, there wasn't time to go and find the perpetrator. They had spent the night with Dawn and Tracy at Professor Oak's lab, but the man himself never came down to meet them. The night the chaos started, Oak was hit by one of the Pokémon and has struggled to recover ever since. As a nurse, Sarah went to see if anything could be done to save him. Whatever smidgen of hope Tracy had garnered was taken when she returned and told him there was little she could do besides make him comfortable in the time he had left. From what she could tell, the man didn't have more than a day in him and that it was remarkable he had even made it this long. Even if they did have the proper medical supplies and equipment, whatever chance they had to save him had passed several days ago. Tracy refused to give up and asked them to check the airport for any medical supplies that Sarah might be able to use. Seeing as it was their next destination, they didn't see the harm in doing as they were told. If they found anything, Sarah would head back with any supplies they found, do what she could for Oak, and head back to the airport with Dawn. Blitz and Windshear touched ground in the middle of a large parking lot sparsely populated with cars. The place was littered with thick shards of glass and plastic. The countless skid marks left little to the imagination. The cars left behind had seen better days, intact cars pushed out of their spaces meeting crumpled ball of colored steel. Blitz and Windshear kept watch while Frank and Sarah scavenged for anything useful in the abandoned cars, occasionally sending their concern through the link. It started off low at first, like a phone vibrating from a distance. A few seconds passed before a bolt of fear shot through the link. Frank and Sarah lifted their heads. The buzz had grown louder. It was closing in from all directions. "He's just beyond that door," Tracy motioned with his chin and started making his way towards the stairs. "You're not coming." The rasp in Ash's voice surprised Tracy at first, at least until the memory of his screams the previous night echoed in his mind. It had been the first time since then that Ash had even said anything, acting more like a doll when Mimey woke him and Tracy brought him to the lab. Tracy was already starting to descend the steps when he stopped but didn't turn to face the boy. Couldn't face him. Not yet. Whatever Oak needs to tell you, he wanted it to be private. Tracy's words carried a bitter edge to them, though whether it was because Oak didn't trust him to be there or the overall terrible situation in general was anyone's guess. Just, don't keep him waiting. With another few steps, he disappeared. Ash was alone. Pikachu and Mimi were downstairs with his other Pokémon. Dawn had given him a quick hug when he entered Oak's lab but immediately retreated to a safe distance. Ash couldn't blame her, it's what he normally wanted when he was upset or angry. Time to be alone, time to get away from the problem and come back at it with a cool head. But now it was the last thing he wanted. Now he'd welcome anyone to just be next to him, even Team Rocket. Ash wasn't sure how long he stood there and stared at the door. The concept of passing time felt foreign to him, each thought blanketed in a gray haze. Even the memory of his trip to Oak's lab or Dawn's hug remained elusive now. Sadness was something that he'd always tried to stave off for as long as he could. Every league championship he'd lost, every gym or trainer battle defeat. Dwelling on it wasn't going to help him win. Sadness had its time and place, but there was always the next region, the next battle, the next step to his goal as a Pokémon master. It always pumped him up and kept him going, seeing someone stronger than him just gave him another goal to reach and overcome. What comes after this? Mom's gone. Memories of his mother eventually floated back to the surface, but unlike everything else this morning the images were sharp and clear. The world around him started to shimmer, he could feel the tears already forming around his eyes. But he was tired of crying, tired of screaming at the injustice of it all. Injustice. The Titantacroal's sneering gaze replaced his mother's warm smile and once again he felt his face start to heat up. Rage grabbed his sorrow by the hair, beating it down and smothering it until it couldn't hurt him anymore. Ash grit his teeth, the pain from clenching his fists so tightly comforted him more than any tears he could have shed. Anger would protect him, anger would keep him from feeling weak and helpless again. Ash somehow knew that Tracy and Dawn were sitting in the living room immediately below him. He could feel their presence, their worries and fears. Then there was a third presence he could feel, one he had almost overlooked. It was growing smaller and weaker every second. Like the smoldering of coals compared to Tracy and Dawn's embers. Ash's anger dissipated, and with it the presence disappeared. The boy from Pallet lunged at the door, practically tackling it open. Am I too late, did he already? He stumbled into the room and saw the bedridden occupant on the other side. Ash always knew that Professor Oak was technically old, technically because he'd never come to associate the difficulties of age with him. Old men were hunched over, bearded, wrinkled, and forgetful. The burdens of growing old were reserved for other men, lesser men. Every time Ash had gone to Pallet or spoken to Oak through the computer, that kindly face was there to smile and greet him. There was life behind his eyes, a warmth in his words. The man exuded an aura of wisdom and love, one that Ash could feel even through the computer screen. The years had been kind to the man that he had come to love as a grandfather, the man who had been the closest thing to a father figure since his journey began. Ash had simply accepted that things would always be this way, that Oak would remain untouched by time. Ash refused to accept that the man in the bed was his town's professor. No aura of wisdom exuded from his gaunt face, no strength behind those dull and unfocused eyes. His face had darkened with stubble, the edges of his withered lips stained with dried drool. White streaks were mixed within his gray hair and a foul smell permeated the air around him. Ash could only imagine that the man had gone several days without bathing, but there was something else mixed in there too. A musty odor he'd come to associate with the elderly. It was wrong. Everything about this man was wrong, and yet no matter how much everything in Ash screamed that this couldn't be his Professor Oak, the look in the man's eyes told him a different story. There was warmth there, one of familiarity and love. Ash, my boy. The man wheezed, his arm trembled as it lifted to touch him. Ash grabbed his hand and fought hard to not wince at the cold and skeletal feeling. I'm here, Professor. Oak nodded, then grimaced. His grip had no strength, like the touch of a child. Ash surveyed the bandages wrapped around Oak's midsection, dark stains bleeding through the fabric. I'm glad that you're okay. Tracy told me what happened with your mother. I'm so sorry, Ash. She was an incredible woman. Ash wiped his eyes with his free hand, knowing Oak wasn't trying to prod fresh wounds to hurt him. Tracy's been trying so hard to help me. Promise me you'll remind him how grateful I am of everything he's done. You both have so much talent, I would hate for the two of you to lose your way because of my passing. I pray Gary has avoided all of this. If you see him, tell him I love him and that I'm so proud of what he's accomplished. You both have made me so proud. Ash could only tearfully nod against Oak's hand, doing everything in his power to not break down like he had the night before. I had hoped I'd get a chance to speak to you. There was something I needed to tell you, the greatest secret I've ever held. Ash shifted back slightly. What are you talking about, Professor? When I was about your age I was on my Pokemon journey and my travels took me to a place known as Arbaville. On that day, I found a Shalebi in the forest who took me to the future where I met a boy with his Pikachu. Oak smiled, as if a massive weight had been lifted off his chest. His smile only grew wider as he watched Ash's eyes widen, the pieces coming together in his mind. You're Sam. Oak nodded. The very same. The things I learned while I was with you helped drive me to become a Pokemon professor, one who explored the relationships between Pokemon and humans. Ash's mind was reeling, collecting everything he had ever done around Sam during his time in what would have been his future. Why didn't you say anything? Oak felt Ash's grip on his hand loosen slightly. At first it was because I was afraid of altering my past. Would you have acted the same around me if you knew who I was going to become? Ash entertained the scenario for a few seconds then dipped his head in defeat. Exactly. I didn't want to take any chances, so for most of your youth I had kept my distance. You told me when we were looking for Shalebi that Pikachu was your first Pokemon and how he didn't like being put in a Pokeball. It was a few months before you would come to me for your first Pokemon that I realized that I didn't have a Pikachu to give to you. You picked Pikachu for me. Is it any different than picking the Squirtle that Gary would eventually get? I'll have you know that I lost count of how many Pikachu I caught before I found the one that I believed would be your future partner. I had so many I didn't have room for them on the ranch, so I sent a large group to stay in Viridian City's Pokemon Center. It dawned on Ash that he had never questioned why there had been so many Pikachu at the Pokemon Center the night he had first met Team Rocket. The day you were to start your journey I made sure that Gary and the other two trainers came in early so that the only Pokemon left was your Pikachu. I get why you didn't tell me before I met Shalebi and Suicune, but that was at least 2 years ago. Why didn't you say anything after the Silver Conference? To be honest I wasn't sure how to broach the subject. I'd figured I would tell you when you were older. There were so many times I could have said something but it never seemed appropriate. But then, you knew. You knew what was going to happen to me before I was even born. Ash found he couldn't hide the accusatory tone in his voice. How much of his life had been planned? Had anything been really his choice? Had he ever really earned anything in those 2 years? I didn't know everything. I acted only on what I remembered from our conversations back then. I knew you would befriend Misty and Brock and you'd eventually go to Johto, just not when that would happen. The bonds you've made, the victories you've had, those are yours and yours alone. Your love of Pokemon, your battle style and how it has evolved, you forged those on your own. No one can take that from you, not even me. That's why I kept my distance, it's why I didn't have a more direct hand in your growth as a trainer. There was so much that I didn't know but I looked forward to learning about you along the way. Ash's shoulders relaxed, the grip around Oak's hand growing stronger. Watching you grow into the young man you are now has been a privilege, and it seemed poetic that I would set you on your path, just as you set mine. I don't know what to say, Professor. I guess, thank you. Ash, my boy, it is I that should be thanking you. The years I've known you have been ones that I will always cherish. Oak suddenly started coughing, each one looking more painful than the last. Ash edged away and looked to the door. Should I get Tracy? Oak held up his hand until his coughing fit eventually subsided. There's no need to bother him now. It's been a while since I've spoken at length, that's all. Let Tracy know that I'll be resting for a bit. Okay, Professor. I'll let him know. Ash lingered by the doorway. He studied the man for several seconds, wondering if this would be the last time he would get to speak to him. A minute passed and Ash eventually relented, slipping out of the room and closing the door behind him. Oak waited, listening for Ash's footsteps until he was sure that the boy had fully retreated to the first floor. Even then he lay in silence for another minute just to be sure. You can come out now, he whispered. His eyes wandered the room until he saw the air shimmer in the corner of the room. The blur took form. Blue and shimmering eyes atop a green tear-shaped head. Tiny little wings fluttered as she drew closer and hovered a few inches from him. I'm ready now. Bye. Yes. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak with him. I wouldn't have lasted this long if not for your help. Shalebi wrung her wrists. She could have healed Oak to perfect health without even breaking a sweat, but she could feel Dialga's burning glare through the fabric of time. While her interventions hadn't severely altered fixed events, he wasn't pleased with any temporal distortions that didn't strictly need to happen. The spirit of the forest grabbed his hand and Oak felt the pain fade away. He felt lighter, like he could just float away. Meeting you was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Thank you, for every. He was gone. She stayed by him for some time, gently placing his hand back at his side. Ash and Sam were not the ones she had been approved to save. They were too influential, too many events would or could be tied to their actions. In return for the lives of two creatures that Dialga deemed not overly significant to future events, she had agreed to stay out of the conflict. That had been the deal. A golden portal rippled open behind her as she backed away from Oak's body, her gaze never straying from Sam's peaceful expression. She thought back to the night where the Butterfree had taken wing for the first time, how every flap of their wings cast dust that glittered like diamonds beneath the moonlight. She remembered sunrise that morning, how two boys sat shoulder to shoulder atop a branch and drank in the sight, and how, to her, their smiles managed to outshine the dawn. So, you work for the poetry guy? He did more than just poetry. Tracy's voice carried the warmth of an Arctic wind. All right, Dawn shrank, looking down at the piece of bread Tracy had scrounged up for her. I listened to him a lot over the radio in Sinnoh. Tracy didn't look like he'd even heard her comment. His back was to her as he peeked through the gaps in the boarded-up window. She'd watched him repeat this ritual for the last few minutes. He paced around the room, as if trying to avoid the window until his resolve crumbled and he gravitated back to glare at the world outside. His battered pipe never left his hands. So much for small talk. Dawn finished off the bread just in time to hear footsteps from the stairs. Tracy pulled himself away from the window to watch Ash walk into the room. He's resting now. Tracy nodded and didn't pry further. If he was meant to know anything about that conversation, then the professor would have let him stay with Ash. Tracy was about to turn back to the window when Ash spoke again. Who hurt him, Tracy? The artist could only stare back, into the hardened eyes that someone Ash's age wasn't supposed to have. I don't know. Was it one of my Pokemon? Ash's voice grew softer as he finished. No, Ash. I dash. Then who was it? Was it one of yours? Ash's arms trembled, but he held it in. Who did it, Tracy? Ash pressed onward, closing the distance between them. I don't. No, Tracy repeated with the same tired and defeated inflection that he now used with everything. Then who hurt the people of this town? Who killed my mom? I don't dash. Then what do you know? Ash's nose nearly touched Tracy's now. That everyone was dying that night. Tracy roared back. Guys? Dawn flinched when two pairs of glaring eyes locked onto her, then to the finger she had aimed to the ceiling before her hand retreated to her lap. A moment of silence passed between the two as it dawned on them that the professor was still upstairs and trying to rest. Tracy was the first to move away from Ash, slumping into the spot next to Dawn on the couch. Ash took a seat on the one across from them. "What happened here, Tracy?" Ash's voice was softer this time, but the look in his eyes demanded answers. Tracy looked at the pipe in his hands for a long time, and it took all of Ash's patience not to shout again. He turned the makeshift weapon over in his hands, as if the words he needed to tell them had been etched into the metal and he'd lost his place in the script. "You know the professor's warehouse, right? Where he keeps everyone's Pokémon?" Ash nodded. Halfway through the action, it dawned on him. He grimaced. "Dawn filled me in on what happened to you two and Brock. You guys only had to deal with 14 Pokémon back in Sinnoh. The warehouse had over 100. Some of which included Voltorb and Electrode." Dawn failed to stifle a gasp. Ash could only exhale through his nose. "If the warehouse had been any closer to this house, well then I wouldn't be here to talk to either of you. After that blast, all hell broke loose. We lost a lot of Pokémon in that explosion, and some of the ones that survived, well, I kinda wish they hadn't." Tracy noted a pair of alarmed expressions and sighed. "I know that's terrible to say, but let me explain. Once the Mankey and Primeape recovered from the blast, they started attacking anyone in their path. The Beedrill weren't that much better and started grabbing corpses and flying off with them. The Ponyta just ran, which would have been fine if they weren't setting fires everywhere they stepped. The professor went out to try and calm them down, but something hit him. There was so much going on, he was standing 1 second and the next I managed to drag him back in here and spent the rest of the day trying to keep him alive." Dawn's hand moved over to rest on Tracy's trembling arm. It didn't stop, but the shaking did lessen. "I went into town the next day, to see if I could get some supplies, which is when Mimey found me. That's also when the Fiero arrived." Tracy practically spat the word out, the grip on his pipe tightening. "We've been fighting them every day, well, except today." The artist threw a furtive glance to the window. "Maybe they've given up." Dawn's voice was hopeful. The artist only shook his head. "Not this group." "What makes you say that?" Ash leaned forward, literally on the edge of his seat. "This flock is being ordered to attack us. Every time they do, there's one that usually hangs near the back. He's older than the others and I'm guessing he's their leader. Anytime the battle goes south, he's the first one to retreat. The others follow him, despite how merciless he is with them." "Merciless?" Dawn prompted. "Ash's Pokémon have been pretty effective at killing the Fiero, so much so that when things start taking a turn for the worst for them, some of them try to flee before he gives the call. Those that do are slain by him instantly. The same goes for any who try and avoid fighting by keeping their distance for too long." "That's terrible," the coordinator whispered. "They either die to us or die to him, which is why I don't think their leader has given up so easily. He might not have attacked today, but he may be preparing for something. I sent some Pokémon to tail them and come back once they know what he's planning. What I don't get is why attack the Poetur Professor's house." Dawn quickly recovered. "I've had a lot of time to think about it and nothing really adds up. He's not a Pokémon from the professor's warehouse and I can't imagine Professor Oak doing anything to warrant this kind of response. It's because of me." Ash's hands had bridged together and rested against his forehead. Ash had grown deathly pale, his brow damp with sweat. He was mumbling now, with Dawn swearing she heard him say something about throwing a stupid rock. "Ash, I'm not sure I follow," Tracy confessed and looked around the room for any container in case Ash was going to lose his lunch. "That old Fiero, he's attacking this place because of me. Because of something I did a few years back. It's my fault." "What exactly did you do to this Fiero?" Tracy couldn't help but wonder if Ash had tortured this Pokémon in the past. He quickly pushed the thought away, it wasn't in Ash's character. Ash quickly recounted the tale of his first encounter with this Pokémon, who had been a Spearow at the time. Only after he finished his telling of his second run-in with the Fiero did Dawn and Tracy start to comment. "Ash, you had no idea that this Fiero would have taken this so far." You can't beat yourself up about this, Tracy began. Dawn nodded. What you did is no different than what any trainer trying to catch a Pokémon would have done. But people died because of this, Ash countered. Ash, people died in this town because of whatever is happening to the Pokémon. Based on what Dawn told me was happening to Sinnoh, this might be happening all over the world. The only real casualties the Fiero have taken have been, your Pokémon. Ash's demeanor changed the moment Tracy ended his statement. The boy's focus sharpened as he grabbed fistfuls of his jeans. Tracy was about to start listing names when Venonat bounded into their midst, beckoned them to follow and bounded away. Without a word Tracy left the room, Dawn and Ash not too far behind. Venonat awaited them just outside Oak's front door, flanked by two figures. It took a second for Ash to realize that Tracy's Marill had evolved, but he recognized the Pokémon next to her immediately. Sceptile blinked repeatedly, not trusting his eyes when he saw Ash standing at the doorway. The longer he stared, the lower his jaw dropped until his signature twig fell past his lips. The starter had already lunged forward and wrapped the boy in a crushing embrace before the twig ever hit the ground. The day-to-day casualties had forced Sceptile to accept the grim reality that any battle he entered might be his last. As strong and fast as he was, one slip-up was all it would take to end his life. It had been months since he had seen Ash before his trip to another region. A part of him had made peace with the idea that he would die and never see his trainer again. Hey! Ash yelled the moment his feet left the floor and the forest Pokémon shook him back and forth. I missed you too, Ash whispered, returning the hug the moment Sceptile set him down. They stayed there for some time, reveling in the fact that the other was alive. Dawn, and even Tracy, found themselves smiling at the scene. But the sentiment didn't last long. Every tug Azumarill gave the hem of Tracy's shirt undid a little more of his smile. He sighed and practically wilted in the midst of turning towards his starter. What did you find? The Aqua Rabbit slowly folded both of her ears. Scenario 2. Tracy knew what she meant. They'd come up with what that signal would mean before he sent her off, but he didn't want to believe it. Another solemn nod sealed the deal and Tracy stumbled back, covering his face with his free hand to slowly drag it down. Damn it. Damn it. Tracy growls grew louder when he looked to the second floor. Tracy? What scenario 2? Dawn's brow creased while Ash left the grass starter's embrace. The Fiero are gathering forces for a large-scale assault. We've managed to deal with a dozen Fiero at once, but if their leader's getting other flocks to join in, then I don't know how we'll. Tracy didn't bother to finish, marching past them into Oak's home. The others eventually followed and found him hunched over a device that looked like if someone had stretched a pokeball into a thermos. Tracy set down his weapon and pried the device open along the black seam on the side. Not a word was uttered when he laid his arm down and closed the other half over it like a pokeball-themed cast. The device snapped close, its crimson surface glowing and humming for a few seconds, then went silent. Dexter, map of Pallet Town, Tracy spoke evenly, watching a section of the device glow and emit a white light. A globe of the Earth materialized within the beam, expanding one of the regions until Ash could tell it was Kanto. Within seconds it enlarged until they were all staring at a bird's-eye view of the town. Tracy started rotating the map with his free hand, rotating and zooming in or out as needed. Tracy? What is this? Dawn couldn't help but notice the reverence in Ash's voice, like he was looking at a magical artifact and not a piece of tech. Devon Corp., Sylph Co., Lysandra Labs and several different organizations decided to work on a project together, something that encompassed elements of all their previous products. This device, called a Pokeglove, acts as a Pokeball, a Pokédex, and a Pokenav, just to name a few things. We received a dozen of them to give to starting trainers so they could act as beta testers. The professor was thinking of giving one to you if you came back from your trip early. A series of bars representing stats for a Fiero appeared on a separate hologram panel. Then, what are you looking for? Dawn asked. Even with Mimi's help this place is hardly defensible. He can only set up so many barriers in a day. Even if no one hits them, they'll fade with enough time. I was hoping Frank and Sarah would be back by now to tell us how the airport fared. I gave Sarah a Pokelov, but without satellites the radios on these things only have a range of a few miles. It's only been a few hours since they left, Dawn reminded him. They could be on their way back this very minute. Let's hope they get here soon. The last thing I wanted was to bring you into this fight. As soon as they're back we can try and get out of here before their forces arrive. We're running. Ash looked as though someone had just told him they needed to eat Pikachu to fight the Fiero. Why yes, of course we're leaving. Ash, even with your Pokemon here we were barely able to fend off their attacks. Even with their numbers dwindling, even with their leader killing off the cowards, we didn't come out of those fights without losses. You have 1 Tauros left, and we just lost your Heracross and Swellow in the last fight. Every name cut deep enough to scratch bone, but Tracy saw the fire in his eyes and knew he had made a mistake. He hadn't doused the fire, he'd only poured gasoline. You didn't have me back then, Ash said defiantly. With Pikachu and the rest of my team we can beat those Fiero once and for all. We'll make them pay for everyone we lost. Tracy deactivated the map on his Pokelov and let his arm flop to his side. He couldn't blame Ash for his attitude towards this, it's just the kind of person he was, but he hadn't been here for the first few days. He hadn't seen what Tracy had seen. Ash, I know Pikachu is powerful, but these are very different circumstances. Those Tentacruel and Tentacle were in the ocean, in a medium where they couldn't easily leave and one that conducts electricity. You don't have that luxury with the Fiero in the sky. They're fast and they're going to be everywhere at once. If you try and get Pikachu to catch them all in one attack we'll get caught in the blast and you'll risk killing us all too. Ash gave a sullen nod at first until his eyes brightened and his lips started to curve into a grin. In the months that Tracy and Dawn had spent with Ash they had seen him smile countless times, but none of them carried the malice his held now. Will that be me if Mom is really gone? Dawn thought to the boy she had traveled with only a few days ago, then to the boy on the railing of the prism scale, teeth bared in barely restrained fury. She'd witnessed the transformation, understood the reasons behind it, but the boy smiling at her now was a stranger. You're forgetting we've got another group of Pokemon that can help us fight the Fiero, Ash countered with a confident smile. What are you, you're Pidgeot? The one you released after your last fight with the Fiero? Yeah, Ash nodded fervently, I let him stay and defend the Pidgey and Pidgeotto. I can head out and get them to come help us fight. With his help we should be able to win this. Tracy's hand lifted to his chin, gaze darting back and forth across the floor. I wouldn't have to move the professor and risk infection. That could work. We might just stand a chance of winning if they join. Dawn could hear the hope creep back into the artist's voice. Ash, do you even know where they are? I have an idea, Ash sheepishly admitted. The scowl on Tracy's lips deepening when he glanced to the window. It's getting dark so I recommend that anyone you bring along can see at night. I also ask that you try and keep your group small. There's no telling when the Fiero are going to strike so I need to prep your Pokemon on my plans if we're going to have any chance of making it out of this. Which reminds me. Tracy turned and faced the brunette. Dawn felt as though Tracy were weighing her with his eyes. Whatever internal debate raged on inside was shown only through the slight shift in his gaze. Dawn, this isn't your home, this isn't really your fight. Having your Pokemon here would be helpful, but I can't promise that they won't get hurt or killed if they join what's about to go down. There's an abandoned greenery, the Xanadu Nursery, that my sizer checked out a few days ago. The owner isn't, well the place is empty now and you could wait it out until Frank and Sarah find you. Dawn's mouth moved to speak but found the words caught in her throat. She looked to Ash expecting a look of betrayal but found no condemnation in his eyes. He's right, Dawn. This isn't your fight. I didn't really help Twinleaf, so you have no reason to fight for Pallet. Your mom asked me to keep you safe and if staying at the Xanadu Nursery will do that, then I'm all for it. You can take Basil with you. I know you traded him to me, but I don't want you to lose any more than you already have. What about you? Dawn wanted to scream, but bit her lip instead. She was being given a choice. An out. She could be safe and abandon her friends, or she could stay to fight and risk losing everything. Didn't I promise myself I'd stay alive to find Mom again? How much am I willing to sacrifice to make that happen? My Pokémon. My friends. Those people on the cruise. What happened to them was terrible, but I made it out alive, so I let it go. We all did. Does that make us bad people? Am I a bad person? I don't want to rush you, but I need to know your answer. If you leave now, you can make it to the nursery before the Fiero could arrive. Tracy opened one of the drawers and pulled out another poke glove. If I leave and Ash and he dies, can I live with that? Just imagining the feeling of loss and loneliness was enough to make her vision swim. What if they make it out and resent me for not staying? They'll say they won't, but when it's all over, if they lose someone in this fight, like the poetry guy, I could leave some of my Pokémon here. They could help fight, and who would I leave behind? Dawn felt like she was back on the cruise ship, working out who she was willing to sacrifice. Whose death would be the least painful to her? They said this wasn't my fight, that this wasn't my town. But Twin Leaf was, and all I did was stand and watch while my mom was taken away. Now these Fiero are going to try and take Ash and his home away too. Tracy and Ash noticed the coordinator dig in her heels and faced them once more. I'm staying with you guys. Your chances are better if you have my help. Ash nodded approvingly while Tracy tried to hide his sigh of relief. So that's settled then. Ash, go and grab some of your Pokémon to help find Pidgeot. Ash nodded and made his way outside. Heads turned the moment Ash stepped onto the grounds behind Oak's home. He wouldn't have seen his Pokémon looking back at him without Chimchar's flame, though they stood mere feet away. A sudden stillness pervaded the air, one that stopped all motion, all sound, and possibly even time. Professor Oak's ranch looked nothing like he remembered, so much so that Ash felt as though he'd stepped into another world. Grass that once dominated the fields now existed in small and scattered tufts. Where once stood a wooden fence were now the remnants of individual posts, splintered and bent like a shattered smile. Entire sections of earth had been gouged out of the ground where they weren't blackened by flames. Several trees around the forest's edge had toppled over, some sliced, others brought low as though hit with a train. Ash wasn't sure how long this frozen moment lasted, but felt the stillness shatter when Pikachu bounded towards him. His other Pokémon followed suit, a chorus of joyous cries filling the air. Pikachu slammed into Ash's embrace with enough force to knock him onto his back, if not for Bulbasaur's vines catching and pulling him back onto his feet. A wall of purple slime pushed past the grass starter, eclipsing his view of the others. Ag. Wait, Mook Ag. Ash's pleas fell on deaf ears, or whatever the sludge Pokémon used to hear things. Mook gurgled with glee, spinning in place with Ash half submerged in his body. Surprisingly, the foul smell Ash had come to associate with the sentient sludge was absent. In a surprising feat of self-control, Mook gently planted Ash onto his feet after only a few spins to let others have a turn. Ash's time on the ground was short-lived. Pikachu, wanting no part of what was about to come next, hopped off Ash's shoulder and darted away. Snorlax lifted the boy effortlessly off the ground and pulled him into another crushing hug. A few seconds of cuddling had Ash frantically patting Snorlax's flab, though if he noticed his trainer's desperate need for air he did not show it. Bay bay bay, the leaf Pokémon admonished. Two vines immediately wrapped around Ash and yanked him out of the sleeping Pokémon's grasp. Bayleaf's fierce visage morphed into one of bliss the moment Ash was at her side. The trainer suppressed a laugh upon seeing his second grass starter practically swoon when he hugged her neck. The boy from Pallet turned to find his Kingler up behind him, happily bubbling and bobbing to the rhythm of Totodile's rapturous dance. Seeing an opening, Noctowl swooped down and perched herself onto Ash's other shoulder. Torkoal, overwhelmed by all the emotion, unleashed a torrent of tears from his eyes, the puddles closest to a beaming glalie immediately freezing over. Chimchar, Bizel, and Turtwig kept their distance, content to let their precursors have their moment. Mimey watched from his spot by the wall of Oak's house, leaning against the newest layer of barriers that covered everything except the doorways. For the first time in days he felt his lips curl into a smile, growing wider and wider with every reunion. Ash's team eventually formed a group hug that enveloped around Delia's son. Ash had closed his eyes, his smiling cheeks wet with tears. He promised himself he wouldn't cry anymore, but this time was different. It could be the exception. He wasn't the sniveling mess he was last night. Rage didn't need to come to save him from feeling weak. His world was now one of warmth and closeness. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to lose himself in it, to prolong the feeling for as long as possible. I'm not alone. I still have my Poké, my family. I haven't lost everything yet. One by one, he felt his Pokémon leave the collective embrace and wait on his next move. It's great to see you guys again. I've missed all of you so much. I hate that I gotta do this now, but I need to go find an old friend somewhere near here. There's big group of Fiero coming to attack us, bigger than anything you guys have faced, and we need all the help we can get. I wish I could take all of you, but a lot of you gotta stay behind to help Tracy prepare while I'm out. I'll try and make it back as soon as I can. Each of his Pokémon nodded with his Tauros stepping forth and digging his hooves through the dirt. You wanna come, Tauros? The wild bull Pokémon nodded and gave a snort, shuffling to show off his side. Pikachu got the message and darted over, plopping himself onto his back. Yeah, that might be for the best. We can cover more ground that way, Ash replied, wondering if Tracy had a saddle lying somewhere. Noctowl was next to volunteer, fluttering over and landing on one of Tauros' horns. You're coming too. Noctowl nodded, her eyes glowing bright crimson and illuminating anything in her line of sight. Ash smiled. Foresight was going to come in handy once it got dark. I think I can take one more without making Tracy mad. Ash's gaze jumped from one teammate to the next until Mimey's hand touched Ash's shoulder. Mimey? Doesn't Tracy need you here? Ash had seen the strength of Mimey's barriers firsthand, and if Dawn, Tracy, and the professor were going to make it out of the upcoming battle, Mimey's skills would be invaluable. The barrier Pokémon shook his head and waved his hand towards the house. A wall of translucent panels, towering over the windmill built into Oak's lab, shimmered into being. One panel shifted out, then slid back into place with the others mirroring the action until the whole wall looked like it was rippling outwards. Within seconds the panels locked back into place until a seamless cube surrounding the building. Well, okay then. I'll let Tracy know and then we can head out. How many have answered my summons? Yukik shook his head. Slumber had nearly taken him in the cool blackness of night. Dark clouds dominated the skies, taking with them the meager light of the stars and even the moon. So dark was night that his own beak was beyond his sight, but could feel Ivek's presence further down the branch. Yukik found some small comfort in the veil of darkness around him, allowing him roll his eyes without fear of Ivek's rebuke. Even if it were bright enough for Ivek to see it, he would still be one of the rare few in the flock with not only the skill but the history to avoid Ivek's wrath. We are 120 strong. Though the night grows late and they are tired from their trip here. Excellent. Let them rest for now. Tonight, we fly and put an end to this once and for all. A slight breeze tickled Yukik's feathers, as he figured that Ivek had spread his wings dramatically. Wait. Tonight, he squawked. Have you gone completely dash? Yukik quickly bit his tongue, for even with the shadows between them he could feel Ivek's piercing glare. Take heed of your next words, Yukik. Even my patience has limits and our history only gives you so much lenience. You mean to have this army fly blind with their strength spent? His lieutenant hissed. We will strike at dawn. Ivek continued undeterred. With the sun at our backs we will be able to see them, but should they look upon us they will be blinded, he cackled. My previous attacks have never come so early, they will not be expecting it and whatever meager rest they've gotten will be interrupted. The odds are in my favor. Yukik waited for some time, long after Ivek left his branch, and longer still, even when he was sure their apparent leader was out of earshot, before releasing a sigh. But are they in our favor? Ash had been riding for hours. Every bend in the path, every shadowy tree looked the same at night, further cementing the feeling that he was traversing an endless road. Several times he thought of turning back, cutting his losses, and helping Tracy prepare for the fight, but Tracy had yet to call him on the spare pokelove he'd lent him. Ash didn't think he was far enough to be out of range, and his inexperience in using the holomap on the device made it hard for him to check. Even if he knew how to work the device, he wasn't sure he could get his aching fingers to do it. According to Tracy, Professor Oak had a cousin on an island region called Alola, where riding Pokémon to get from place to place was common. Samson Oak had sent him a device called a Poke Pager that came with the saddle for Tauros. The saddle itself had a handlebar, and while riding Tauros wasn't too rough, the speed with which his mount moved demanded he grip the handle as tightly as he could. Hours of this had made his hands ache, his unaccustomed arms and legs screaming in protest whenever he tried to move them. Cones of crimson light flitted back and forth along the forest from above, making it easy to trace her focus. Pikachu had taken to resting atop Tauros' head, letting out a small but steady shower of sparks from his cheeks to light their way. Could Pidgeot have moved away? Maybe some kind of migration thing. I know I get lost in the woods a lot, but I don't remember the nest being this far. Wait, could the Fiero have? Is that why they didn't attack us today? No, there would have been a sign, right? Feathers or bodies? Pikachu would have smelled the blood or something. Pidgeot would have put up a fight. He beat that Fiero so easily before, he wouldn't let them push him and his flock around. Pie! Pikapi, his starter cried over the thundering hoofbeats. Tauros got the message and slowed to a stop. Ash flexed his fingers, skiing in a breath as he tried to step off the saddle. As if activated by his pain, a stream of light arced from his pokelove to the ground beside him, manifesting into Mimi with his hand already reaching for him. Ash took the hand, grateful for the help getting down. Walking was presenting its own challenges, but with Mimi shouldering most of his weight he managed to amble towards the clearing a few meters ahead. Pikachu took point. Being the only light source for miles, he immediately felt the press of 100 stares from all around him. Ash heard his starter call out to the forest, then heard the leaves from the surrounding trees rustle in response, then silence. After only a few heartbeats, a large figure dove into the clearing, whipping up the wind before landing on the grass. Pidgeot. Ash beamed at the second Pokémon he had ever caught, looking stronger and larger than before. The smile weakened when he realized Pidgeot did not mirror his joy. Pidgeot's eyes were filled with nothing but contempt, the plumage on his body on end. He shifted his gaze to Pikachu and the heat diminished as he uttered his name softly to the electric mouse. Mimi's hand, now glowing, lifted from Ash's shoulder and held the back of his head. This is to help you understand what they are saying. Mimi's voice reverberated within Ash's skull, and in its absence another voice began to emerge from Pidgeot's squawks. Ash had never had a psychic Pokémon on his team, and besides Misty's Psyduck, neither had any of his traveling companions. He imagined this was something trainers with psychic Pokémon, like Annabelle, must have experienced. Has been some time, old friend. I'm happy to see that you are well, but why is he here? The scorn in Pidgeot's voice was unmistakable. We need your help, Pidgeot. Pikachu could feel his old friend's hatred, but continued undaunted. The Fiero you defeated a few years ago is getting ready to attack us with a massive flock. Pidgeot closed his eyes, tilted his head back until he faced the dark skies above, each breath released evenly. Ivek was right. Pikachu was about to ask what he was talking about when the bird looked upon them again. This time with utter revulsion. Leave now, all of you. You will find no help here. Pidgeot started to turn away, wings lifting to take flight when Ash's voice pierced the night. Wait, Pidgeot. My friends, our friends, are going to be fighting for their lives soon. You can't just ab and dash. 3. Years. Pidgeot roared. The force rippled out through the clearing, blowing back the grass and Pikachu's fur. Leaves shaken loose from their branches fluttered down slowly like snow and sprinkled over the clearing. Ash's ears were ringing and part of him wondered what would have happened to him if Pidgeot hadn't been facing away. My supposed friends have not come to see me for 3 years. Pidgeot, I'm sorry Ash scrambled to explain, but any excuse he could offer lacked any foundation. Keep your apologies, human. I have no need for them. I have my flock and my family. Since my victory against Ivek, he and his flock haven't bothered us once. His business is with you, and I find little reason to risk a war with him and his ilk. Every potential argument dissolved on Ash's lips. Any counter he could use to defend himself risked turning into another blade to join the ones that cut him now. The rage he looked to whenever sorrow brought him low did not appear. Maybe it was guilt that kept it at bay, or that he couldn't bring himself to be angry for his negligence but himself. Pidgeot, please don't do this, Ash shrugged out of Mimi's hold and stumbled ahead, dropping to his knees. I'm begging you. Please help us. I'm about to lose everything I care about. My mom is gone, Ash forced out the words through gritted teeth, clawing at the dirt and grass with his fingernails. Professor Oak won't be with us for much longer. My home, palette is gone and now my friends. Pikachu's ears dipped at the sight. He had thought that Ash's cries the night had touched bottom. Now he knew that wasn't true. Seeing his former trainer, his best friend, on his knees, sobbing and desperately pleading for help tore him apart more than 1,000 of those nights. The mouse looked upon Pidgeot's face and felt his body grow warm with rage. In the face of all this pain and sadness, Pidgeot's expression remained deadpan. The flow of sparks from his cheeks intensified, illuminating even more of the clearing, a fact that drew Pidgeot's attention. Do you intend to attack me, Pikachu? He offered calmly. Do you hate me for refusing to send my family out to fight one of his battles? To spill blood when not a drop will be shed from him? Pikachu's sparks started to dim. He could vaporize the entire clearing, kill the entire flock instantly and without breaking a sweat, but at that moment he couldn't meet Pidgeot's eyes. Mimi kneeled down beside Ash, placing a glowing hand on his head but keeping his hateful glare on the bird. We were your family too, Pikachu offered feebly and was surprised when the Pidgeot nodded. Yes, you were, he replied, the first hint of sadness creeping into his voice. I thought of you all as such for the longest time. The first year I trained and made sure to protect this flock as he asked me to. I helped them grow, taught others to become as strong as me so that I could leave this flock protected for when you came back to me. You were going to get a Pokeball, right? Then come back. Pidgeot turned to his former trainer, hatred abandoned and replaced with anguish. I dreamed of the day you'd take me with you on your adventures. Seasons passed, and I feared the worst had befallen you on your travels, that you had perished somehow. I had my flock scout the area for you, every day. The bird gave a hollow chuckle. I told them it was training for the Fearow. At the end of the first year, my scouts noticed a new Pokemon, a Heracross, among those I had called friends. I confronted him and asked if he knew you, and it was then that I learned you were safe. The news brought me joy. After the second year passed I wondered if you were ever going to come back for me, if you missed me or thought about me as much as I thought about you. I stopped sending scouts and resigned myself to wait until you sought me of your own volition. But it was fruitless. I finally gave up waiting. I see now that you didn't need to miss me. You just had me replaced. Noctowl flinched as Pidgeot zeroed in on her. Tell me, stranger, Pidgeot laughed bitterly. Did Ash ever talk of me in his travels? Noctowl opened her beak as if to respond but clicked them close and looked away. Oh. Then tell me, how many winters have you been with him? What will you do when he grows bored with you too? What does one do when they meet their replacement? Pidgeot's wings rose again. The murderous intent in the air was thick enough to stop a knife. Pikachu felt his aura reflexively build up within his tail, his heart pounding for what seemed like the start of a battle. He looked to Mimi, the barrier Pokémon's free hand already aimed at Pidgeot and glancing at him as if awaiting a signal. Is this really happening? Am I about to kill one friend to save another? The trees around them shuffled once more. Perched upon each branch were a dozen Pidgey and Pidgeotto awaiting their leader's command. Pidgeot's attention shifted back and forth between Mimi and Pikachu until another voice spoke up. Pidgeot, you're right. About everything. What I did to you was wrong and horrible and you have every right to hate me. I won't ask you to forgive me. I don't deserve it, but my friends haven't done anything to you and they shouldn't have to die because of my mistake. You are the one hope I have of getting all of them out of this alive, and if you help me now I promise you, I'll do anything you want. You'll never see me again. Anything you want. A chilling silence fell over the clearing, loud enough that Pikachu could hear the tears slide down Ash's face. Pidgeot closed his eyes. Okay. I will help you, he began. Ash managed a half laugh, half hiccup, and almost collapsed from the relief. His face was slick with a mixture of tears and sweat. I will help you, but first his eyes narrowed, voice dripping venom. I need to pick up a Pokeball. I'll be back someday. With that, Pidgeot flapped his wings and disappeared from the clearing. Another empty cabinet. Another reflexive glance to the window behind her. Clouds. Just clouds. It wasn't yet dark enough for the swarm of black wings, but the golden horizon told her they were on their way. She hated the sunset, she hated them. They'd turned something beautiful into a nightmarish warning light. When could she bask in the quiet hum of twilight again? When would the clock stop ticking towards danger? When do I get to breathe? Misty, anything? Violet appeared at the door. Her voice cracked, wet with desperation. Starmie's body peeked out from behind her. Misty didn't have the heart to tell her. Their eyes met for only a second before they both glanced at the window. Still nothing. Still just regular clouds, stained red by a sun dangling over the skyline as if to taunt them. How appropriate, Misty mused bitterly, then remembered her sister had asked her something. No. Nothing. You. Same, she grumbled, whoever was here, like, before us? They weren't generous like us in Saru Dash. Violet's words were cut short when a four-toned bell rang through the halls. The sisters froze, unsure of what the noise signified. A robotic voice spoke through the intercoms. Today's special class. Fog battle techniques, will now commence. Misty felt her heart rate spike as the world outside the building started to darken. The evening tapestry of purples and golds were quickly swallowed up by seas of gray. More and more fog filled the air, until even their car, parked a few feet from the school's entrance, disappeared. What kind of crazy school is this, Misty? I told you, it's one of those snobby private schools only millionaires' kids can get into, Misty replied shakily. But, like, a school that controls the weather? Misty could only shrug at Violet's questions. We need to find Lily and Daisy. Where are they? Don't know, but we set up a meeting point if things got bad, yeah. Right. Let's head there then. Hopefully they had the same idea. Misty motioned for Mariel to take the lead out the door. This isn't turning out like I hoped, the redhead grumbled. She felt her sister's fingers slip through her own. You couldn't have known. Violet managed a weak smile, one that Misty found herself mirroring back, until a new thought resurfaced. Violet, you don't think all of Kanto's like this? The Bluinette said nothing, doing her best to avoid stepping on remains of students who hadn't escaped the denizens of the night. There were never any bodies, or blood, or even bones. They were always thorough when they fed. What they did leave behind was something Daisy had taken to calling, clothing confetti. Misty shook the thought away and opened the door to the main hall to find Lily sitting beside her Corsola as Daisy repeatedly ran her fingers through her golden tresses. The action was abandoned halfway the moment Misty's Politoed saw them and closed the distance. Misty, what is with this school? Lily whined. Apparently the nerdy rich kids here have, like, a weather control machine, Violet explained in a huff. Seriously? Well, could we, like, use that against the Zubat? You know, make it rain or hail. Lily suggested. That might be possible, but we'd need to find the machine first and figure out how to create the weather we need, Lily said. That's time we might not have, Misty said. Before it got all foggy the sun was close to setting. I don't think we should risk it now. Let's play it safe and try doing it in the morning. Each sister nodded and followed Misty as she made her way past the splintered remains of the school's front door. Mario led them through the mist, following the faint smell of chlorine. Cracks and crunches served as the soundtrack to their trek across the courtyard. Orange mounds of shattered shingles bordered the base of the neoclassical building, and back when she could see, Misty had noted that every window on all 3 floors had been blown out. The sisters moved slowly in single file, holding each other's hands in a chain. It took them a few minutes, but they eventually stood at the edge of the school's pool. Misty recognized it from when Ash and his Pikachu had fought against Giselle's Cub 1 and 1. Lily's hands patted her police outfit until she found the pocket she needed, pulling out several rebreathers and handing them to her sisters. Guess it's a good thing we brought these with us. We have a bit of time before we need to go under, Misty suggested and slipped off the police helmet. Her sisters did the same, albeit hesitantly. For a while each of them stared at the pool. The water was clean and clear enough to see all the way to the bottom. No one said anything. Is it bad that I don't want to go in there again? Violet's eyes were shimmering. Heads turned, but after a few seconds each sister nodded back in understanding. The water was home for the sisters, the cool tingle, the weightlessness, how it wrapped around them like an embrace. Years of swimming made it second nature for all of them. But that embrace was now strangling, a prison with a glass ceiling. They sank below the surface, forced to stay awake through the night, forced to watch a writhing cloud of Zubat waiting for an exhausted limb to float beyond the barrier. Even when the safety of daylight had come and Misty found sleep, nightmares of dozing off and floating towards 1,000 hungry mouths made it a restless effort. For her sisters, who cared so much about their appearance, hours underwater and lack of sleep had taken its toll on their looks. It's okay, Violet, Daisy said, I get it, we all do. We won't have to keep doing this, I promise. If we go into the water, it'll be on our terms. She pulled her shaking sister into a hug. Misty and Lily joined the embrace. They fell to their knees, holding tighter and tighter, trying to steel themselves. The sun set within the hour, the Zubat on the horizon. Misty and her sisters entered the water, armed with nothing but their swimwear and the will to survive another night. Dawn lifted her hand to her mouth and yawned. The clock on her poke glove read 2:03 a.m., but the pre-battle jitters meant sleep eluded her. Tracy managed to scrounge up enough beans, and with the help of his Azumarill and Ash's Torkoal, he'd managed to get her some coffee in a mug that looked like it was being held together with prayers. While she was fond of the smell, without any milk or sugar, she wasn't particularly keen on its bitterness. She took only intermittent sips with the hope of giving the rest to Tracy when he came back down. The artist had disappeared upstairs to check on Professor Oak, and it wasn't long before she heard the muffled wails through the floorboards and the sounds of things shattering against the walls. Venonat, Azumarill, and Sizer burst through the door and up the stairs to the room above. Dawn winced with every crash and scream, clenching her mug by its broken handle and taking another sip. It would be just another thing on the list of tragedies that Ash would have to deal with when he came back. Beyond being a voice over the radio, Dawn hadn't really known the professor well enough to mourn his passing, but the thought of how Ash would take the news left her misty-eyed. Tracy's footfalls from the stairs, slow and heavy, pulled her out of her thoughts. She got up from the couch, but stopped just short of exiting the living room. What would I even say to him? What good would telling him I'm sorry even do? Would it even matter coming from me? Someone who didn't even know him. Would it be worse if I said nothing? I just want to show that I care. That after everything in Twin Leaf, I can sympathize. Maybe if I gave him a hug or... The image of the metal pipe in his hands flashed to the forefront of her thoughts and stayed her steps. Part of her knew that she shouldn't be afraid of Tracy. Ash would often talk about his old traveling companions on their downtime in Sinnoh. She had heard of him speak of Oak's assistant, of how amazing he was at sketching Pokémon, how cheerful he was. Dawn could have said the same for Ash or her Pokémon, but every night came the nightmares of her own friends. The wild look in Ash's eyes on the cruise, the dried blood spattered onto Piplup's feathers after Orberg. The images would repeat again and again until she woke up with a start. She'd chant to herself that her friends would never do that, Ash would never grab her and hit her face in a blind rage. But the fear of what he could do if he lost control was still there. The Tracy Ash had told her about was gone. Maybe that Tracy had died on the 16th. Maybe he had to. In that moment Oak's assistant stormed past her and out the back door. His Pokémon barely noticed her presence as they followed him out. Dawn sidled out of the building to find Tracy on his knees, screaming for Ash's bayleaf. His metal pipe was planted deeply into the ground. The leaf Pokémon approached cautiously, exchanging glances with Sizer and Azumarill, who nodded back and urged her forward. Tracy sobbed openly now, slamming his fists into the dirt like he was making graves for his tears. Bayleaf drew close enough for him to rest his head against the base of her neck and retreat from him once he took a deep breath. Tracy's body shuddered violently as he got back onto his feet. His breaths were growing faster, almost to the point of hyperventilation. The pipe buried beside him was ripped out of the ground with such ferocity that Dawn flinched away from him. "We're going to make them pay," Tracy howled to the crowd of Pokémon forming around him. "For everyone we've lost this past week. Every drop of blood the Fiero have spilled, we'll pay them back 1,000-fold." Tracy's roar was quickly lost in the chorus of cries from Ash's Pokémon. Dawn's hand protectively hovered over the Pokelove, now holding her team, when Tracy started heading towards her. The look on her face stopped him in his tracks. He kept his distance and looked to the floor. I'm sorry you had to see that." Tracy's face was flushed, his pupils dilated, hair clinging to his moistened brow. "Bayleaf's leaves release a chemical that energizes you and make you want to fight. It's probably the only reason Ash was able to get out of bed yesterday." Dawn's gaze narrowed. "You made Ash smell this?" Tracy's features sharpened at the accusation. "The professor needed to tell Ash something and I knew he didn't have much time left, so I'm sorry if I couldn't wait for Ash to finish mourning," Tracy hissed back, only to realize who he was talking to and glance away. "Damn it. Sorry, this stuff is potent when inhaled from its source. If it makes you feel any better, I made sure Bayleaf only gave Ash a small dose, just to get him moving." The Bluinette closed her eyes. "It doesn't, but I understand why you did it. I can't afford to be sad about the professor right now, especially if the Fiero could be here any moment. Did you register your Pokémon to the Pokelove?" Dawn nodded and extended her arm to show off the red and white gauntlet. Tracy's fingers danced over a hologram keyboard over his Pokelove and a small panel of light blinked into existence over her device. The words on its surface asking her if she approved the transfer of her party to Tracy's Pokelove. Dawn hesitated for a moment but eventually pressed the button, summoning an arc of crimson light that jumped from her device to Tracy's. "Dawn, I know this isn't easy for you. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure we can all make it out of here alive. What do you have planned?" Tracy tapped his Pokelove and brought up a bird's eye view of Oak's ranch on another panel of light, filled to the edges with markings he'd drawn. With the flick of his hand the screen flipped to face the Bluinette. Tracy watched and smiled as her eyes darted back and forth, silently mouthing the notes he had written. Oak's assistant had not been idle in the days since the Fiero attacked. He had made sure to commit everything the Fiero did to memory. He'd analyzed their movements, their inclination towards certain attacks and maneuvers. Countless sketches filled the walls of his room, some detailing the average distance between each Fiero when they flew while others were dedicated to the shape and structure of their formations when they flocked to them. "Every time they came here we only fought to defend ourselves, to make them go away. No more. This time we hit them with everything we have. If they're gonna come here, then I plan on making them pay for every inch. Ivek's heart beat frantically against his BRST as he flew across the Cantonian countryside. Soaring several meters below him was the first wave of what must have been largest assembly of Fiero he, and probably anyone in the world, had ever witnessed. A flock that flew with purpose and pride, a feeling he'd instilled upon hearing his retelling the tale of how his rise to power began. Ivek had reminded them of the voice they'd heard in their heads a week ago, how their increase in strength and skill were gifts from an entity of great power who sanctioned their attack on the humans. He had told them of a future when the humans from the nearby settlement would come for them, capturing them in their magical orbs, separating families and forcing them to fight other creatures for their entertainment. Ivek assured them that they weren't fighting for him, but for their families, for those still in eggs, unaware of the world they would be born into. They were fighting to ensure their children would live in a world without the fear of enslavement. And now, the source of all their fears was a mere kilometer away. The first light of dawn crept over the land, and as Ivek looked upon his flock, the way the feathers on each wing caught the light, he felt that all was right in the world. It was as if nature itself had blessed his crusade. Years of training, of loss and pain, had finally culminated into what would be his finest moment. Songs would be sung of his achievement on his day, his tale would be told for countless generations. "Attacks incoming!" yelled one of the Fiero near the front. The Alpha Fiero squinted with his one good eye and saw a wall of shimmering orbs heading towards them. As innocent as they looked, many of Ivek's original flock had lost their lives when underestimating the power those bubbles carried. As if to make matters worse, a wintry chill rushed over him, stealing the warmth from his bones and leaving him feeling sluggish. Bubble beam and icy wind. How did they know we were coming? Why are they even up at this hour? Could they have known? It matters not. I know this technique and the perfect counter for it. Launch the attack back with the wind, Ivek squawked and flapped his wings frantically. The others did as they were told, beating the air and sending gales at the wall of bubbles. Ivek smiled. The attack slowed to a crawl, then slowly drifted back to its source. One of the bubbles brushed against another, setting off a chain of explosions that rippled through the wall, leaving only a dark cloud of smoke. The force was enough to push the flock back a few meters, but aside from some ruffled feathers no one had suffered any damage. Ivek's pride at his own quick thinking disappeared when a massive column of fire shot through the dark cloud and speared through the center of their formation. Those close enough to watch their brethren blacken before their eyes were quick to join them as the heat ignited their feathers. Dozens flapped their wings to put as much distance between them and the inferno, only for their added gales to make the river of fire burn hotter. Fiero on the outer edges of the formation started to move away, giving room to those trying to escape, only to stop short when white beams of light sliced through the air around their formation, cutting off any escape. Those trying to escape the flames crashed into those that hesitated to move into the path of the beams. Ivek watched in horror as 3 new orange beams of energy were added to the confusion. For a moment, he thought the attacks had missed, each hyper beam a few meters off from hitting anyone at the edge of the formation. Then the beams converged towards the center. Any structure their formation once held was in shambles. The hyper beams swept through the chaos, cleaving through any semblance of order remaining. Pained and frenzied squawks saturated the skies. Feathers shaken loose fell alongside blackened corpses of fallen allies. "To me!" Ivek crowed, swooping down to lead the survivors out of the strike zone. Unsurprisingly, Yukik was the first to reach him. "Ivek, we need to retreat, we've just lost a third of our forces." "No, we can still win this. They have never displayed this much power in our previous fights. Seeing the size of our forces, they must have unleashed everything they had to take us out. They have to be depleted by now, we can still finish this with the ones that remain. How many of our forces need to die before you are sated?" Yukik roared. "Think of the hatchlings, Yukik," Ivek snidely replied. "We both know you're not doing this for them. I need only kill the rodent and the human and we can leave." But if we're being honest, after what has just transpired, do you really think the rest of the flock is still doing this for noble pursuits anymore? Yukik was about to retort when he noticed a maze of bubbles floating over the forest. Unlike the previous attack, the bubbles were spread further apart, bursting one wouldn't set off the others. Several Fiero who tried to fly over the floating minefield were quickly cut down by shards of ice, burning yellow stars, and massive rays of orange energy. Other Fiero took their chances dipping into the forest, only to crash when the woods were too narrow to navigate through. Ivek, going through the bubbles is a trap. They're forcing us through there. We'll take some losses, but if we go around we can dash. They're taunting me, he scoffed, unable to hear his lieutenant. If we are swift and nimble we can outspeed whatever paltry snare they have in store for us. Ivek spun away, weaving through the gaps between each bubble with ease. Yukik groaned but mirrored the alpha's actions, chancing a glance to the rest of the flock behind them. Many of them were able to maneuver through the bubble field without incident, the few that couldn't only suffered a few singed feathers. But there was something else that he noticed, and as much as it pained him to admit, Ivek was right about the flock. He could see the hatred in their eyes, fury at the loss of loved ones in that surprise attack. Gone were the notions of fighting for a better future, now they fought for those who had been taken from them. The further in they traveled, the more numerous the bubbles became, a problem their opponents were quick to rectify with golden glowing seeds that whistled past Yukik's head. He didn't bother to dodge them, those that connected didn't even leave a bruise. He soon learned he was never the intended target. Popping sounds filled his ears. It was the only warning he and those in the bubble field had before everything detonated. Dawn should have felt comforted by the fact that all of Tracy's plans, based on his latest reactions, had gone off without a hitch. She should have been relieved that the Fiero were taking heavy losses before they even arrived at the ranch. The girl from Twin Leaf tried to find some solace that she was in a house protected by panels that could withstand direct tank fire. Nonetheless, the sight of Tracy's wicked grin, as he peered through his binoculars, kept sending shivers down her spine. It was daylight and Ash had yet to come back with the Pidgeot flock he had promised. Tracy had accounted for that, in fact, it felt as though he had accounted for nearly everything. Dawn glanced through the window to see the soon-to-be battlefield. At first glance Tracy's Sizer and Ash's Glalie appeared to be all that stood between them and the Fiero, but they were anything but alone. A few meters behind them was a trench, 1 foot wide and 5 feet deep, spanning the width of the field. Bunnyary was down there with Chimchar, Venonat, and Torkoal, poised to launch their attacks at any Fiero flying over them. Piplup was wading in the river to the right of them with Bizel, Totodile, and Azumarill. Hidden in the patch of forest that hugged the length of the professor's house was Bayleaf and Turtwig. Team Welcome Mat should be here soon, Tracy said, more to himself than to inform Dawn. As if on cue, Kingler scuttled out of the brush with Corfish and Kalava hanging from the crimson spires that made up his crown. Sceptile ran alongside him, carrying Bulbasaur and Pachirisu in each arm. Donphan and Snorlax brought up the rear. As instructed, Team Welcome Mat separated to join their secondary teams as soon as they reached the trench. Kingler and Corfish ran straight for the river, Kalava, and Pachirisu hopped into the trench, leaving Ash's grass starters to join the others in the forest. Donphan and Snorlax circled around the house to join Mook, who guarded the front door and stairs. Looks like everyone's in position, Tracy set his binoculars down and started heading to the stairs. You're not seriously going out there, are you? I can't leave Sizer out there by himself. As sturdy as he is in his new form, he can only fight for so long before he overheats. I've had his back and he's had mine in the last few days. Same goes for the other Pokemon, I can't leave them out there without my guidance in case something throws them off the battle plans I set up. Just stay here and be safe. As uncomfortable as Dawn was with Tracy, she couldn't help but feel like the room grew colder when he disappeared to the floor below. Tracy slammed the door behind him and turned to find Sizer and Venonat already waiting for him. Ven, now? Tracy prompted. Venonat bobbed up and down, the closest thing he had to a nod. All right then. Ice and water teams, you're up. Tracy shouted and felt the goosebumps travel down his arms the closer Glalie came. 6 streams of water shot out of the river, dousing the forested area in a thin layer of water. He noticed something blue flash within the trenches just before a wall of ice dominated his view of the field. The Pokémon watcher, teeth chattering, handed his pipe to Sizer to rub some warmth back into his arms. Glalie did as he was told and started freezing the surface of Oak's building in a thin layer of ice. It'll be worth it, he told himself, seeing his breath mist with every word. Tracy closed his eyes. If he focused, he could hear the hum of 100 wing beats in the distance, the endless chorus of angry squawks growing louder with each passing second. The next phase of his plan would be up to Venonat. All Tracy had to do was survive. Sizer tapped Tracy on the shoulder, handing him back his pipe but with a slight modification, courtesy of his claws. Tracy inspected the end of his weapon, now pinched close into a point sharp enough to draw blood. The pincer Pokémon beckoned Glalie to follow him into the forest the moment he finished sealing Tracy inside a box of blue ice. Ivek flapped his wings to keep himself aloft, watching his flock fly ahead of him to surround the human dwelling now covered in ice. Do they think this will defend them? The answer to Ivek's question rose from the trench in the form of a flaming cyclone a few meters tall but angled away from the house. He had seen this attack before, this fire spin, and had already briefed the rest of the flock on its limitations. It was a ground-based technique that was not only slow but inaccurate. The other Fiero watched in bemusement, but felt it prudent to keep a safe distance from the fire whirl as it slowly lifted off the ground. As it rose higher, a Pokémon leapt out of the trench, his head and rear alit with flames. Ivek recognized the creature as Kalava, having watched him ascend into his current form from their previous bouts. Seeing an opening, a few from the flock dove at the volcano Pokémon, aiming their beaks towards his midsection. Overheat, a voice from within the trench yelled, unleashing a geyser or white flames that was drawn in and assimilated into the cyclone above. Eruption. Kalava cried. Fiero in the attack's path spun out of the way. Those too close to the flames felt their feathers ignite. In their last moments, before their eyes dried beyond use, they came to realize the fire spin was never meant to hit them. It was meant to absorb the other attacks. Ivek's keen sight worked against him, the twister of white and blue fire becoming so bright he had to look away. Even if he had, the area around the attack shimmered violently from all the heat, making it impossible to see what lied within. Moisture on the trees turned into steam as the ice around the human structure and trenches quickly melted. The funnel of flame exploded to 10 times its size. Those once at a cautious distance felt the ravenous inferno lick the air between them. Those too slow to react were sucked into the blazing twister, becoming dark shadows amidst the flames. Then, to the flock's surprise, the flames dissipated and littered the field with the charred remains of its victims. Jets of water and a barrage of bubbles were fired from the river, eager to fill in the fire's absence. Not to be outdone, the Pokémon taking cover in the forest let loose a mix of razor leaves and bullet seeds. It would appear they are pulling out all the stops against me. If that's the case, then so shall I, Ivek chuckled, settling onto a branch. Yukik, do not send in the second wave until I give the order and ensure that I am not disturbed for the next 10 minutes. I will settle this once and for all. His lieutenant, knowing what Ivek was preparing, nodded grimly and turned to face the battlefield. 10 minutes might as well have been an eternity, but for once, he believed Ivek's claim and stood ready to block any strike aimed at the Alpha. The Fiero were adapting faster than Tracy had anticipated. If they weren't evading the attacks completely, they were letting them purposely land where they would do the least amount of damage, then using mirror move to send the same attack back. Worse, they were aiming the techniques not at their source, but where they would do the most damage. While Ash's grass starters wouldn't be too bothered by the water moves, the same could not be said for the trees that they were using as cover. Towers of flame occasionally rose from the trenches, but after the first round of casualties, the Fiero kept a healthy distance away from that area. It was early and less than ideal, but they weren't getting anywhere in the current phase of his plan. Tracy ran towards the center of the battlefield, a sign to the others that he was initiating Phase 3 of the plan. Whether they were eager or stupid, the Fierro who saw him as an easy target dove at the chance of a quick kill. Tracy watched one of the Fierro draw close as he slid to a stop. There was no way for him to outrun it, no way he could block the attack on his own strength. With complete faith, he readied his pipe and waited for his opening. The incoming beak stopped short a few centimeters from his brow, held in place by a red metal claw. Taking his chance, Tracy moved his pipe into the bird's chest and skewered its heart. Sizer felt a muffled and gurgling cry in his claw, then swung the bird over Tracy's head to block the strike from another Fierro coming in from behind. The attacker tried to swerve away, but Sizer was faster, slamming one bird into another. He would have moved in for a finishing blow if not for the massive crimson claw crushing both birds in one swing. Kingler smiled to his fellow pincer Pokémon and moved to cover any openings. Sceptile darted out of the woods, his leaf blade already ignited and glowing menacingly. A Fierro swooped in to intercept, unaware he was fated to be a lesson to his brethren that old type advantages were no longer set in stone. The forest Pokémon continued his charge towards the oncoming Fierro, neither of them willing to change course. In the last meter between them, Sceptile spit a seed. His opponent twisted, moving just enough to let the seed graze past his beak and miss his eye. The movement made him lose sight of Sceptile for the briefest of moments, but that had been enough for his target to get past him. The bird started to turn his head, preparing to aim his own bullet seed at the starter. Except, his head wouldn't stop turning. More and more of the battlefield came into view at angles he hadn't thought his neck was capable of. He'd nearly made a complete rotation when he saw his own headless body sprawled across the dirt, then felt the ground against his head. The world was a tumble of colors as he bounced and tumbled. Just as his brain registered what had happened, the darkness took him. An orange beam bisected the sky, and while it failed to hit any of the flock, Snorlax had made himself known. One foolhardy Fierro thought to take advantage of Snorlax while he recharged his hyper beam. Ivek had warned them of the resilience of this opponent's belly, so he aimed his sights higher and went for the head. Inches before striking his target's skull, Snorlax turned his head and chomped down on the beak. The sudden stop nearly broke the Fierro's neck, but it was Snorlax's follow-up uppercut that finished the job. Other Fierro rushed to attack, but veered away and kept their distance upon seeing their comrade reduced to a literal cloud of feathers and blood. Mook became the thing of nightmares for those who attempted to fight him. His body bubbled and hissed with the Fierro he had caught previously, a wing and beak slowly sunk into his body as it broke down. Shooting his own sludge bombs back had a negligible effect, and so the birds thought themselves safe for as long as they kept their distance from his attacks. That illusion fell away when Mook's eyes glinted and one of the Fierro went still, hovering for a few seconds, before plummeting to the ground and into Mook's open arms. Fierro who ventured too close to the forest faced the onslaught of Bayleaf and Bulbasaur's vines, whipping and coiling around any limb they caught. Other Fierro that came to cut the restraints were greeted with a flurry of leaves that sliced through the treetops for their trouble. While the leaves only dealt minor cuts, the real attack, hidden within the barrage, quickly took root. Nestled beneath the feathers, half embedded in each Fierro's skin, lied Bulbasaur's leech seed sapping the bird's life force. Tiny roots burst out from the base of the seed, snaking across its host, coiling around anything in its reach and constricting tightly, growing longer and stronger the more the seed drank. Sizer was loosely aware of Sceptile next to him, in fact he was hardly aware of Tracy, Kingler, or the rest of Ash's party that joined their phalanx formation. There wasn't time to focus on who was helping him. Every action, every thought was dedicated to taking advantage of an opening or creating one for someone else. He could make out certain moments in the corner of his eye, but tried not to let his mind wander. The group's movements entered a sort of rhythm, one technique or movement flowing into that of another teammate without the need for words or planning. It was a kind of rhythm born of years simply spent being beside other, a level of synchronization that could not be taught but lived. Even those who were newcomers, whose actions or attacks couldn't tap into this flow, found that the collective synergy more than compensated for the lack of coordination. Pachirisu hopped onto Snorlax's outstretched paw, then watched the battle zoom out beneath him when he was thrown into the air. Wings and beaks converged from every direction, but the Squirrel had already charged and released his attack. Tracy fought the temptation to look up when the field around them brightened and the fried bodies of several Fearows smashed into the ground around him. Buniri kicked off a Fearo's chest, not enough to damage him, but enough to stun him long enough for Bizel's sonic boom to connect. Rivers of flame and ice darted back and forth like deadly spotlights. While Kalava and Glalie weren't catching any Fearow, Azumaril's aquatic shots at the spots around the attacks did. Ribbons of water sliced across the sky. Any unfortunate Fearow caught in their path found itself flying with one less limb. Those who lost a wing were not struck again. Gravity would do the rest. Ivek. Now. Yukik glanced away from the fight. The Alpha exhaled slowly, not out of irritation but as part of his mental exercises. His focus was so complete, Yukik imagined his words had been wasted. "Are you almost done?" the lieutenant snapped a little more forcefully than he intended. Ivek seemed to take no offense as he kept meditating but parted his beak slightly. "It is taking longer than I had hoped, but I am halfway there. Now would be a good time to send in the next wave and have them do that maneuver I trained them to do." Ivek's command carried a slight echo, his body thrummed with some unseen force. Yukik gave the call and watched the second half of their forces emerge from the forest. Tracy's hopes sank so low they could have drilled to the center of the earth. He had truly believed that he and the Pokémon would have made it out of this battle without any losses. Thanks to his tactics and the strength of Ash's team, they had whittled down the flock to a handful of fighters, but their leader had shown him his mistake. He'd overextended and played his hand too early. Dozens of Fearow now circled over them, none of Ash's Pokémon attacked lest they only graze their target and have it launched back at them. Would be nice to have the cavalry come in any time now, Ash, Tracy growled. What is taking him so long? Even if Ash didn't find them he would have been back here by now. The Fearow couldn't have known we were going to ask for their help. Or could they? Ash has Pikachu with him, there's no way he would have lost to a flying type. Even then Mimi is with him. Unless the Fearow are keeping him occupied from joining this fight, and no. I don't have time to think about this right now. Tracy's glare morphed into one of confusion when Fearow started to retreat from the battlefield, past the river to the right of Oak's house. But they have the advantage again, what are they doing? Tracy watched their avian adversaries align themselves into a wall. He held up his hand to keep the other Pokémon from launching any attacks. At this distance, the Fearow would have ample time to dodge or worse, use it to fuel a mirror move. With their numbers replenished and the strength of Ash's team already half spent, they needed to make every attack count. Tracy then felt a blast of wind over his face, a pause, and then another. The row of Fearow at the top of the formation gave a single flap of their wings with such strength that it sent them back, behind the wall of their brethren. Those pushed back then dove down and formed the bottom line of the wall, steadily raising up as those at the top row repeated the process. The watcher strained to keep his eyes open against the gales, long enough to see that now 2 rows of Fearow were flapping their wings before he realized what they were doing. "Everyone, take cover by the house or in the trench." Tracy's voice sounded small compared to the roar of the wind, but to the enhanced hearing of the Pokémon, the message was clear. He started running, and even with the wind at his heels, the former aide found himself outpaced by most of Ash's team, even Snorlax. His neck felt the sting of sand and soil spraying over him. Leaves and tiny twigs pelted his back until a crimson arm wrapped around his waist, then the world became a blur. Tracy went soaring over the trench, and though Sizer had been aiming for the back door to the house, the wind had pushed them off target. A giant paw reached out from the side of the house and hauled them in. Tracy and Sizer were set down along with the rest of the collective party that didn't fit in the trenches. Kingler, Mook, Glalie, Donphan, Sceptile, Bayleaf and Azumarill leaned against the barriers that encircled the house, occasionally glancing past him to look at winds tearing through the field. A dull groan made Tracy glance up. The windmill spun faster than he had ever seen it go. Planks of wood from the fence were being sucked out of the soil with every gust. The air beyond their cover became a wall of earth, leaves, and water, and it wasn't long before Tracy started to see entire trees tumbling down the field. Tracy's ears eventually popped as he watched the chaos unfold. The sound of the rushing wind became all-encompassing noise. His only comfort was that Mimi's barriers were still holding against what was essentially a tempest of hurricane proportions. As if to test his faith, the top of the windmill spun itself to pieces and was carried into the distance. This went on for a few minutes until eventually the moments of calm between each blast of wind grew longer and longer. A sea of leaves and snapped branches blanketed the once barren field. Not a single post from the fence remained, and the debris had obscured enough of the trench to make Team Rocket proud. Tracy was about to give the order to fan out until a squawk from above told him it was too late. A gentle push from Sizer sent Tracy flying away from the house. He let himself tumble, then took the momentum to roll back onto his feet. Several beaks plunged into the earth where he once stood. Snorlax grabbed one of the Fiero by the wings and effortlessly yanked them out of their sockets. Tracy felt the ground around him darken and glanced up to see another Fiero swooping down towards him. It was halfway to him when a thread of water sliced through its brain. Sheer adrenaline let him witness the light dim in its eyes, the strength behind its wings beginning to falter. Tracy sidestepped, barely evading the 80 pounds of feather and meat that crunched onto the floor. The normally quiet metallic mantis roared, crushing the windpipe of the unfortunate Fiero whose gangly neck was in his crimson claw. Sizer's other claw became a scarlet cloud, another Fiero's BRST rippling beneath a flurry of invisible blows. Glalie ice beam fired frantically at anyone threatening to interrupt Sizer's work, but with his attention focused elsewhere, he never saw the Fiero descend from behind and stab him through the eye with its beak. The face Pokemon howled, foregoing a point-blank ice beam to instead gore the Fiero with his horn. Tracy was about to run back into the fray when he noticed the Fiero gathered atop Oak's home. They hopped into the gaping hole left by the windmills and entered the house. Tracy and their collective party broke their formation and fled the field. Dawn watched the wind pick up, like something otherworldly. Uprooted trees and waves of topsoil soared across the ground silently beyond the glass. She backed away from the windows and took cover behind the couch. Mimi's barriers looked like they were still holding strong, even after deflecting the bulk of entire trees. Tracy had told her that after a certain amount of time or damage, they would fade. She hoped they held out until the winds died down. Then she heard it, something creaking above the house, discordant groans of buckling steel. Her heart pounded against her BRST like a caged bird fighting to be free, pounding and yearning, beating faster and faster. Squeals of rending metal pealed through the frantic pounding. And then, the noise was gone. It was so sudden Dawn wasn't even sure the noise had ended. It took her a few seconds to realize all she could hear was the roar of the wind and the thrumming of her own heart. Another minute would pass before the world beyond the window started to look normal. Before she could sigh in relief, the walls shook outside the room. An angry squawk filled the hall. Then another crash. The Bluinette's heart seized. Another voice joined the angry cries. She tried to silently back away when a beak stabbed through the door, pulling a shriek from her lips. The Fiero knocked down the door and squeezed through, but his target had already darted through the door to the kitchen across the room. Dawn waited in the corner, her knife shook so much it threatened to fly from her grasp. The Fiero barreled through the living room, slowing to crane its neck inside, eyes glinting with obvious glee. Just as she hoped and dreaded, the bird spotted her and approached her casually, reveling in her silent shivers. And now, Swinub, came Dawn's tremulous cry, tipping the bird to her trap. It felt the icy bite of several daggers along its back. It whirled to look at its attacker with an angry cry. Dawn stood frozen in her corner, her legs refusing to carry out her own plan. The Fiero's back was to her, the feathers around each glacial blade already stained with blood. Of course his back is to me. I'm not a threat to him. I'm not a threat to anyone. All I can do is tremble in this corner. The Fiero lifted its wing for a vicious swing that slammed Swinub into the wall, cratering it on impact. In the same motion, the Fiero kicked him across the room, smashing him into the countertop. Swinub crumpled onto the floor among the shards. I could run while he's focusing on Swinub. I might be able to make it upstairs and, what am I saying? She wanted to tell herself she couldn't leave Swinub behind like that. Even if he had only been with them for a week, she could never bring herself to abandon someone from her team. But the declaration didn't come. Her thoughts were flooded with justifications. You need to survive if you want to see Mom again. He isn't your starter like Piplup, or the first Pokemon you caught like Buniri. He hasn't even been part of a contest like Pachirisu has. All he's done is eat twice his weight in food, which is gonna make feeding him harder for you in the future if he lives. The Fiero gave her a sidelong glance, and while his beak made smiling impossible, the way his eyes scrunched together, almost squinting at her, relayed his joy at having an audience. Dawn had seen those eyes before. Only a few days ago, she had been on the cruise, staring up at the eyes of the Titantacrol. It felt like something from another lifetime. Nothing's changed since then. I'm still that frightened girl. Swinub weakly lifted his head, the air around him crystallizing with frost. Before the shards could launch, another wing slammed into the pig's head, sending the shards wide and into the nearby wall. Tiny embers of hatred ignited within the girl, a fire that launched her towards her target's opening. Her knife plunged into the Fiero's shoulder, cutting its mirth short. Dawn could only scream and drive the blade deeper, feeling equal parts empowered and terrified. The Fiero screeched and swung her around, thrashing in place when she wouldn't let go. She clutched her weapon like a lifeline, an act which grew harder and harder with every frantic flail stronger than the last. Each twist drove the knife deeper. Spurts of blood slickened her hands. The Fiero suddenly shuddered, its movements and cries weakening, until the bird slumped to the floor. The Blueonette slid off the body, noting another series of frigid daggers sheathed into the bird's chest and head. Sweetie, the ice piglet groaned. Swinub, are you Dawn nearly bit her tongue in two. Something slammed into her hard, and the ground beneath her feet fell away. Any attempts at organized thought were scattered in the white sea of pain that erupted from Dawn's chest and back. The girl was loosely aware she had slammed into the wall across the room and felt the floor on her face, unable to discern where one wave of pain started or ended. An island of panic surfaced from the ocean of agony. She tried to draw breath, but her nose and mouth refused, her pain overwhelming her need for survival. Her face felt wet and her feeble attempts to lift her head were rewarded with an insistent, searing pulse where her nose was. Blood dribbled down her chin, and as her vision started to clear, what she saw made her wish it hadn't. Standing at the entrance to the kitchen was another Fiero, looking down at the body of his comrade before shifting his hateful glare to her. Dawn attempted to crawl, but the pain and the meager few inches she gained only served to remind her that there was no way for her to escape. The Fiero was already standing over her, the world around her growing brighter and fainter. Did the wind stop? Chimchar asked, wincing when a droplet of water landed on his shoulder. While it depleted her uses of the technique, Chimchar was grateful Buniri had sealed the top of the trench with her ice beam to keep the debris from burying them. It was holding for now. While they were safe hunkering down in the trench, the idea that the others might still be fighting for their lives without them didn't sit well with him. Don't feel any wind, Bulbasaur replied, reeling back one of the vines he had snaked through the dirt to the surface. Buniri's ears were fully extended. But I do hear fighting. Then let's hope we can get the jump on the birds, Bizel cried, already forming a quivering sphere of water between his paws. Be careful with that, Venonat chided, in a small space like this, the blast might end up hurting us before it breaches the surface. The water weasel looked around, the only light coming from Chimchar's back flame. With a nod, he dismissed the technique. Well, how do you suggest we get out of here? Corfish grumbled. I think if we strike the ceiling all at once we should be able to lift the debris above us, Venonat said. I'll hold the fort down here, Torkoal chimed in. There was no way to easily get him out of the trench, but no one pointed it out. Buniri pressed her paw to her chest. He'll be here, Buniri, Bulbasaur said. They both will. Pikachu and Ash always come through for us in the end. The rabbit Pokemon turned to him. I know, they should be here by now, shouldn't they? What if something happened? A tiny vine extended from the base of the seed Pokemon's bulb, gently wrapping around her paw. He'll be here, Bulbasaur stared at her intently, waiting. She nodded. With his impenetrable acidic defenses, few opponents engaged directly with Mook. As such, the sludge Pokemon did his best to lend aid to the battle pairs that had formed amid the chaos. Sludge bombs herded his targets into the path of other attacks, and well-aimed disables worked wonders in turning the tide of exchanges. Bayleaf's vines wrapped around the ankles of one Fearow, letting Sceptile run along its length and decapitate the bird in one fell swoop. Kingler grabbed his opponent with his massive pincer, one whose beak had stabbed into Glalie face, both unnaturally still. At first Kingler thought his teammate dead and the Fearow preoccupied with the kill, but as he grabbed the bird and tried to pry him off, the beak snapped off and the Fearow crumbled into meaty slush in his grip. Glalie roared at the sky, whether from pain, victory, or both was anyone's guess. Donphan rolled across the blood-soaked battlefield, darting between beak strikes and dishing out mud for their trouble. As he drew closer to his target he slammed his trunk against the ground and felt the ground fall away. Snorlax knew the routine, skiing in his ample gut just as the armor Pokemon pressed against him. Donphan felt the plush texture for only a moment before it abruptly pushed back and sent him flying. The ground beneath him was showered with the blood and feathers of those in his path. 3 figures leaving the chaos caught Mook's eye. Sizer and Azumarill followed their trainer to the back entrance of Oak's house. Is he abandoning the fight? Does he think this battle is lost? His train of thought was quickly derailed when the earth beneath him quaked. Plumes of dirt spewed from the trench, drawing the eye of every fighter on the field. The stillness held for a few seconds until a barrage of fire, leaves, and ice sliced through the dust clouds. The Fearow above Oak's home fell away, losing only a few to the onslaught of elements and recuperating quickly. 3 Fearow came together, their wing beats flowing into the rhythm of the others. The earthen cloud dissipated and the Pokemon inside fought against the gales. But the wind won out in the end and sent them tumbling beyond the trench. Mook focused on the centermost bird. A glint of crimson off his eye and Fearow froze in place, outlined in blue. The remaining 2 shifted their bodies, blasting him with waves of wind. Mook's hands found no purchase in the mud, leaving furrows in the dirt while the battle grew more and more distant. Keep him away from the others, one of the Fearow squawked to the other and kept up the assault, until they too left the battle entirely. Several Fearow broke away from the flock above the house, seeing the tumbling Pokemon beyond the trench as easy kills. Those leading the charge, lost in the zeal of the chase, had forgotten the strategic point of the trench and came face to face with a wall of fire. Those at the back managed to veer up in time. Corfish rolled onto his feet, the screeches of the dying birds evoking a smile. He ran back towards the trench, past the charred and smoldering bodies, to meet the charge head-on. The crunch of grass behind reminded him he was not alone. Ribbons of water and ice sipped past his head, beating him to the charge and forcing the Fearow away. "Oh, no you don't." Corfish growled, leaping up and clamping his claw onto a Fearow's foot. The bird screeched, but a minute of violent twisting and spinning failed to dislodge the unwanted hitchhiker. The Fearow glanced at his leg, where the rust-colored crawdad's other claw was open, sending forth a steady stream of bubbles, none of which were aimed at him. Airways around him were filled with them. Every aerial twist, every frantic flail, had helped Corfish spread the technique, turning the skies into a minefield. Desperate, the Fearow launched kick after kick at the crawdad, but the ruffian Pokemon accepted the blows and kept the bubbles flowing. His brethren dipped and dodged the entry hazards only to be shot down. Help from his allies would not be coming. Corfish suddenly felt the world around him blur, the fields beneath him growing closer and closer. The Fiero pressed its wings tight to its sides, with a deadly look in its eyes. It had no intention of breaking the fall. Even if he were to let go, from this height and at this speed, the moment he hit the ground the result would be the same. At least I'll take one more of these BSTRDS with me, Corfish thought as he readied another bubble beam. The attack had yet to leave his claw when Corfish was suddenly thrown sideways with enough force to rip off the Fiero's leg. He soared across the field, feeling something snake around his body and yank him out of the sky. That was the coolest, dumbest thing I have ever seen you do, Bulbasaur told him, laying him onto the grass. Corfish teetered to the sides, trying to steady himself and looked to the Fiero he'd been riding. A trail of feathers littered the trench it had carved into the earth. Turtwig's mouth had clamped onto the Fiero's neck, its eyes glassy and still. Buniri and Pachirisu leapt off its sunken chest, their eyes still aimed at the sky. Blood dribbled down the grass starter's lips, his body growing brighter when he snapped through the vertebrae. Corfish smiled, but a side glance to Bulbasaur had him reconsider. Evolving was normally a joyous occasion, but the worry in the seed Pokémon's eyes told him this would not be the case. As the light pierced through smoke above the field, heads turned. Dozens of Fiero dove down, talons open and beaks aimed. Water team, he needs cover. Bulbasaur yelled. The air grew cool as water threads pierced the air around the Synovian starter. The Fiero veered off towards the source, then were promptly greeted by ice and fire. Bulbasaur's eyes never left the lump of light that was Turtwig, biting his lip hard enough to draw blood. Already Turtwig's form was 3 times his original size, and while he didn't doubt it would be powerful, it was the price of that power that had him concerned. Just when the water gun started to falter, Turtwig's changes started to slow. The light on his body dispersed, revealing a long yellow shell flanked by 2 bushes. Grotle grinned, feeling the power brimming from every inch of his body as a ring of Fiero formed over him. Grotle managed a single step forward, but the flock had already descended. Pachirisu's cheeks sparked menacingly, but the absence of his discharge attacks had emboldened the birds enough to swat him aside. Buniri darted out of range of each strike thrown at her, falling back to where the Elisquirrel had fallen. The first blow came from behind, the beak struck Grotle's shell with enough force to make his legs buckle. A relentless barrage of beaks followed, gouging out sections of his shell through the yellow glow of his synthesis technique. Most of the wounds were healing just as soon as they had been formed, but it was all Grotle could do to stay alive. His cries for help devolved into screams. We need to help him. Pachirisu pushed himself onto his hind legs, drawing his aura into his teeth. Buniri could only stare at the avian mob around their teammate. With only enough strength to pull off one more ice beam, she had to make it count. Enough Fiero had evaded the technique enough times to teach her the range at which it'd be too short to dodge. I could definitely hit one if I aim, maybe 2 if I'm lucky, it might even distract a third. Or if I send it at them horizontally I'll force them to fly up, giving Turtwig the chance to. No, he's too slow now in his new form. They would just converge on him again and, would my last ice beam even mean anything? Bun, we can't just leave him like that, the Elisquirrel urged. The bunny turned to him, his bright yellow cheeks catching her eye. Something clicked in her mind, and with that realization came a chill that settled into the depths of her core. We're not just gonna leave him, are we? Pachirisu's voice had grown hushed. If not for her enhanced hearing she would have never heard him over the screams. No, Patch. Buniri's eyes had become misty. I need you to jump over them and use discharge. The Elisquirrel went still. But, Bun, that'll dash. He's already dead, Patch. Let's at least make it mean something. Pachirisu turned away, looking for someone, anyone that could change the situation in their favor. Bizel twirled over a charging Fiero, unleashing a vacuum blade from his tails into the bird's neck. Corfish and Totodile were also busy, claw and mouth clamped onto a Fiero's legs, their combined weight bringing him low enough for Chimchar to climb up its body and snap its neck. Venonat soared through the air, held aloft by Bulbasaur's vines, and acted as a fuzzy wrecking ball that imparted poisonous powders with every collision. Quilava's smokescreen parted to unveil a spinning twister of water holding Piplup at its core. The penguin spun in place, firing bubbles that launched through the swirling waters to the birds above. Fiero, who bypassed the bubbles, found their strikes deflected by the rushing waters. He could see them notice Grotle, register his situation, then shift their focus back to the foe at hand. The moment of hesitation cost them. A kick here, a scratch there. Not enough to put them out of the fight, but their wounds were mounting. Patch could see the battle was taking its toll. More of their strikes were missing, their blows lacked the power they had at the start of the fight. No help would be coming. No one could afford to come. The Elisquirrel glanced back to Grotle, still being pecked into the floor and screaming for help. Occasionally a Fiero would take a break to glance at them, then resume the assault with newfound enthusiasm. If you're not going to at least spare him, then I will. The air around Buniri's mouth started to frost until Pachirisu held out his paw. I'll do it. I just need a lift, and then you need to run before I start. Buniri gave him a grim nod, then rolled along the ground and tucked into a ball. She angled her legs towards the sky and flattened her ears against the earth. Pachirisu took the hint and hopped onto her legs. Sizer struck the door's hinges the same second Azumarill slammed her fist against its center. The door flew across the hall until a pair of wings flared out from its sides. Tracy had yet to cross the threshold of the house when red and blue blurs flashed across his vision. A crimson cloud of fists from Sizer held a Fiero at bay. Down the hall, Azumarill's water gun sliced apart any Fiero entering from above. Going off sheer adrenaline and vengeance, Tracy felt a twinge of dismay at the prospect of having no opponent of his own. That was, until he noticed the door they had blasted back had not fallen yet. The Fiero down the hall shrugged off the slab of metal, turning to face the human already charging at him. Tracy knew Pokémon were faster than him, but for many, their movements were heavily dictated by their biology. From that came a natural preference for certain movements, ones that made them predictable. The dozens of Fiero sketches he'd drawn, detailing bone structure, ranges of motion, and offensive tendencies, flitted through his mind. When he sees me, he'll rotate counterclockwise and use that momentum to hit me with his right wing. The average length of one wing is 5 feet so. Tracy halted his charge abruptly, bracing himself for the rush of air and brush of feathers when the wing swiped the space before him. He won't do a full rotation to keep facing me. His kind typically follow up with a peck attack if a frontal wing strike misses. His beak is 1.5 feet long, based on the way his neck bends, he'll aim his strike at my midsection. Tracy had already sidestepped to the left, barely missing the beak that speared through the air where his belly was mere moments ago. He'll be frightened that I'm inside his guard. The smart move would be to push ahead and tackle me to the ground, but he's never had an opponent this close to him before, let alone a human. He'll panic and move on reflex. He'll jump back and flap with his wings to cover his retreat. Or he would. Tracy's arm was already lifted high, his wrist twisted the sharpened end of his pipe at the back of the Fiero's head. When the bird reeled back its neck and kicked off the ground, the pipe bit into its flesh. Momentum did the rest. The body crumpled onto the ground and slid a few feet. Tracy's pipe sprouted from the Fiero's forehead, like a grisly horn. Oak's assistant paid no mind to the cracking sounds behind him as yanked his pipe out of the bird's skull. He slid the pipe along his pant leg until it was dry, so absorbed in his task he didn't hear gurgled squawks growing louder and frantic. Once he was sure his weapon wouldn't slip out of his hand, he turned to face his Pokémon, ignoring the beak shards that skittered along the tile. The sight of crimson bubbles on Sizer's carapace sent a chill down Tracy's spine, but the pincer Pokémon gestured to the bloody remains of his last opponent. The artist calmed down, if only slightly. All the combat was causing Sizer to overheat, and it wouldn't be long before it was the metal that was boiling instead of blood. Azumarill's focus was trained on the breach in the ceiling, occasionally firing her water gun through it as a reminder to any Fiero outside. Azu, when you have a moment, can you douse Sizer a little? The aqua rabbit glanced briefly at the bug, then released a thin spray of water that quickly sizzled into steam. Sizer hummed in relief. Azu, make sure no one comes through the breach. Sizer and I will check on Dawn and... The battered railing, scratched walls leading upstairs, caught his eye. To Oak's room. He's dead. It doesn't matter anymore. Dawn is alive. She might be in danger. All she has is her swine-up. That won't be enough to protect her. What does it matter what they do to his corpse? It's not even him anymore. It's just a body. He'd want you to focus on Dawn. She volunteered to stay behind and help. You owe it to her. I can't just, damn it. Damn it. Tracy was already flying up the steps, taking them 3 at a time. Sizer, check on Dawn, he roared, his heart pounding in his ears. He was gone by the time the metal mantis nodded, fighting the urge to go after him. Will you be okay here? Azumarill didn't look at him, firing another thread of water and barely missing the head of a Fiero who had cautiously peeked inside. Yeah. I'll be fine. Sizer didn't move, glancing towards the entryway where the door once was. A Fiero could technically enter by squeezing through, but by that point Azumarill would have ample time to kill them. Their corpse would only serve to impede whomever tried to come through afterward. I know you're old, but I'm pretty sure you heard Tracy tell you to check on the girl. Get a move on, old-timer, I'll be fine. Azumarill's playful smile lasted a few seconds, then morphed into a menacing scowl. An overzealous Fiero above them found a new hole through his chest. I'm not that old, Sizer huffed, not yet at least. The mantis spun away and darted into the living room, taking in the devastation for a heartbeat and continuing towards the kitchen. He was almost at the door when the body of a Fiero flew out and slammed into the corner of the room. Sizer chanced a glance at the bird, just in case he needed to deal the finishing blow, but found nothing more needed to be done. The beak Pokémon was mangled and rigid, covered in red icy patches. In the kitchen's entryway, a large hairy mass blocked the way. Dawn needs help, the Piloswine cried. Tracy's heart hammered hard against his ribcage with every door he saw knocked off its hinges. The lab equipment and furniture remained undisturbed, none of those things held any value for the Fiero. What they wanted were bodies, and they would find one. Tracy just wasn't sure what they would do to Oak once they found him. He reached the open entryway to Oak's room. 2 Fiero were in the room, one by the professor's bedside, another with its back to him. The professor hung off the ground, a Fiero's beak skewered through his chest. Tracy knew the professor had been dead long before the battle ever started, he had gone peacefully, but the scene felt as if he were losing him all over again. Though he held the element of surprise, Tracy howled. It was a sound unlike anything they had ever heard. It was a sound of pain, of loathing that descended into something primal. Tactics he'd formulated for the Fiero were burned out of his mind, spittle flying from his mouth as he snarled. Let him go. It was the only warning the Fiero had before the human lunged forward, and for a moment the birds forgot they were facing a mere human. Another set of scratches were carved into Snorlax's blubbery flesh, drawing out a pained groan from the drowsy giant. It had earned a dozen casualties, but the Fiero were learning to deal with him. Every inch of Snorlax's body was covered in deep scratches, patches of his fur were now dark and glistening. The attacks had started to take on a certain rhythm. A Fiero would feint a strike to draw his focus, making sure to keep just out of his reach. With his focus on one, the other Fiero swooped in to leave a simple cut and retreat. Death by 1,000 cuts was a slow process, but the Fiero were willing to carry out the task. A quick glance to their fallen brothers on the ground reignited their hatred. One Fiero drew close, baiting the beast to strike at him. Snorlax reared his arm back for an ice punch and swung at the air between them. Though the blow missed, he kept moving, whirling around to strike the Fiero coming in from behind. The bird froze and shattered, stunning the others behind him with a spray of ice and meat. The Fierro that fainted felt himself yanked out of the air and bashed into the barriers that enclosed Oak's house with a bone-shattering slam. The brutal display didn't dissuade the Fierro from maintaining their assault. They kept their distance, watching and waiting to strike. Snorlax took a wobbling step to steady himself, a reminder of his blood loss. A sidelong glance to the others told him his hopes of finding some form of aid were low. Sceptile and Bayleaf were holding out, a feat considering the number of Fierro they were still facing. Donphan had joined them, forming a defensive perimeter around them as he rolled. Glalie shots were missing more and more as the Fierro kept to the right of him where his eye was missing. Kingler pinched the air menacingly, daring anyone to come and try to flank the ice type. Another Fierro lunged at Snorlax, veering off at the last second to avoid his frosted fist. Snorlax knew it was a feint and shifted his stance, spinning his body around to turn his downswing into an uppercut. Just as he had predicted, a Fierro had been there, but its head was unexpectedly missing when his ice punch connected. The beheaded birdsicle soared through the air, landing on some far-off spot on the battlefield. "Behind you," a voice from below him said. A red blur darted between his legs and jumped into the air behind him. There was a squawk and something warm splashed against his back before he could turn around. At first Snorlax thought it was Tracy's Sizer, back on the battlefield to help, but looking closer he could see the shape was too humanoid. "Tracy? Is that armor? Is that why he left the battle?" No, that wasn't Tracy's or Ash's voice. The armored human lifted his blade and slid it back into his sheath, gripping the hilt tightly as he bent his knees, legs evenly spaced. Most of the Fierro were reluctant to move against this new, exotic opponent. He appeared human, but his movements were too fast to write him off as such. An impatient Fierro dove at him, and though only a few inches stood between the two, the human didn't move. At least, he didn't appear to. Snorlax felt the air shift, a minute tremble in the human's frame, his sandals digging ever so slightly into the soil. He never saw the blade unsheath, but the charging Fierro's head was soon twirling over the human's shoulder. Then went the wings, and the legs, effortlessly sliding off muscle and bone until all that was left was a bleeding torso. A backhand knocked it out of his path before his hand retreated to hover over the hilt. Snorlax glanced over to the others and found that they too were no longer alone. A figure atop Kingler's massive pincer was launched into the throng of Fierro above them. Krogunk twirled around, firing needle after needle into the birds that converged on his position. His webbed hands caught a beak aimed for his head, then swung his body over the Fierro's crest and onto its back. The fighting frog slammed a glowing purple fist into his unwilling mount and felt the bird's body go limp. The Fierro's allies closed in on him again, but the damage had already been done. The frog darted from one bird to the next, imparting a punch with each encounter and leaving a path of falling Fierro in his wake. "Brock, how are they doing?" Tracy's hoarse cough was shadowed by a wince, his body propped up against the wall. What little strength he had left was keeping him conscious, but the act of lifting his head was beyond him. The flesh from his forearms to his fingertips was raked and shredded, bleeding through the cloth Jessie had hastily wrapped around them. James was busy trying to stabilize Dawn, who lay quietly on her back further down the hall. "Having some of our Pokémon out there helps," Brock replied, unsure if he should be proud or horrified at what his Pokémon were doing. "What about Mook?" Tracy mumbled as if half asleep. "I still don't see him, but Meowth and Sevaper said they'd find him and bring him back." "I'm surprised you're back. Ash told me you were heading to Pewter City." "I was, but there's some things between Viridian City and my hometown that I can't do alone. We came back here to see if we could get some help. Which reminds me, where are Ash and Pikachu?" Tracy was quiet, long enough for Brock to wonder if the artist had passed out until he eventually spoke. They left to get help from his old Pidgeot for this fight. That was hours ago." Jessie came down the stairs holding a roll of gauze and a bottle of rubbing alcohol. From the look in her eyes it was the only useful thing she could find upstairs. The tour dash, Jessie immediately cleared her throat, then continued. Your friend will be here. He always comes through for you all in the end. He's been doing it for years. Ivek, this has gone long enough. Now their reinforcements have come and we're down by half. It has been well over the time you asked for and Yukik turned only to find the space behind him empty. So, it has begun, Yukik mumbled and gave the signal for the others to disperse. Those that valued their lives fled. Buniri whirled around once she was sure she was out of range of Pachirasu's discharge and saw the Fiero still gathered around Grodel's body. He'd been flipped onto his back, beaks burrowing through his scales and pulling out his entrails with every peck. His screams overpowered her. She tried not to lift her gaze and risk giving away Pachirasu's position, but Grodel's cries ate away at her resolve. What are you waiting for, Patch? Just do it already. She chanced to look up but didn't see him. Except, she did, just not all of him. Buniri stepped away, unwilling to trust what her eyes were seeing and scanning the rest of the sky for the Elesquirrel. The Fiero that once darkened the skies were flying away, but none of them held Pachirasu's body. The only proof of Patch's existence was tumbling through the air. Her enhanced hearing turned against her with the sound of Patch's skull crunching against earth, each bounce like the rumble of thunder that summoned a wave of nausea. How long are we supposed to keep this up? Stelkri groaned between wing beats. "'Slong as it takes for the fight to be over," the other Fiero, Karithi, replied. "Besides, do you really want to go back there and risk dying? Even if we're not on the battlefield, we're doing our part to ensure the flock wins. I'm sure Ivek will reward us with a fair share of the meat, and our young will never go hungry or fear capture ever again." Stelkri offered no comment. The look in Karithi's eyes told her he had drank in every word before the attack. The old Fiero had made some decent points, but Stelkri wasn't about to be swept up by a few passionate words. She had young to feed and protect. She needed to be alive to do that. "We can't keep doing this forever. We'll eventually have to stop. Even if the flock wins, we still don't have a way of dealing with this creature. He'll probably come back for revenge," Stelkri pointed out and watched the mass of ooze tumble across the grassy fields, still untouched by the battle. "Who cares? By then Ivek can deal with Karithi's words, along with his throat, were cut short. Stelkri's focus immediately shifted to her gurgling teammate. Something small was mounted on his back, claws extending from its upraised paw, glistening red in the sunlight. The strength in Karithi's wings faltered, gravity hungrily dragging his body back to the earth. Meowth leapt off his plummeting platform and spread out his arms and legs. Several meters below him was Sevapur, tucked into a tight coil and watching his descent intently. When only a few meters remained, she sprang up to meet him, wrapping her body around his. The black serpentine ball hit the ground and unraveled upon impact. Stelkri winced when Karithi's body slammed into the earth, kicking up a plume of dirt. She glanced back at the mook, his hands digging into the soil to bring himself to a stop. Her gaze flitted back to the Meowth, now balanced on the flat end of the snake creature's tail. The memory of her young back at the nest flashed through her mind. Her next move was a simple one. Sevapur was about to launch when Meowth held out his paw. Mook stared at the fleeing Fiero, sorely tempted to use his last disable. He shook his head and glanced over to the dark serpent and the Meowth. A Meowth standing on two legs. The sludge Pokemon reared up to full height, molding a sphere of toxic slime with his tongue. While his interactions with Team Rocket had been limited, run-ins with that trio had been a popular topic among Ash's Pokemon at the ranch. Wild stories were exchanged of their battles. "Relaxus," the Viper hissed gently. "We're not here to fight or catch ya. With how crazy everything's been, we're forming an alliance with the twerps. We're helping fight the Fiero," Meowth explained. Mook held his pose for a moment. Part of him still felt this could all be some elaborate trap, but the absence of a certain motto helped confirm Meowth's claim. That, and every second they were away from the fight was another chance for his friends to get hurt. Or worse. Sudowoodo hopped over the trench, having checked on Bulbasaur's group, and waved his arms to the others by Oak's house. The Fiero are retreating. Glalie and Kingler looked elsewhere, watching the fall of one Fiero and the figure riding atop it. Krogunk leapt off the body just as it slammed into the ground and became a feathered heap of ruptured organs and shattered bones. While rolling across the field wasn't the most stylish landing, Krogunk dusted himself off, looking no worse for wear. "Seems you did your job too well," Glalie grumbled, eyes still to the skies. "Guess we won." Krogunk pet his head to a side, glancing up. The birds were now keeping their distance. "Wouldn't say that yet." Kingler's lips were covered with froth. "They're too far to do anything to us, but they're not exactly leaving. It almost looks like they're watching us," Krogunk finished. He felt his body shudder. Glalie turned. "Think they'll do that windstorm thing ag-. A crimson blur flashed across the field, followed by a blast of wind. No one moved at first, eyes darting back and forth until another movement, slower this time, caught their eye. The armored human was the first to notice Snorlax's presence bearing down. He darted away as the headless bulk of Snorlax's body slammed onto the space where he once stood. Blood pooled from his neck and soaked into the soil. It had been too sudden, too fast for anyone to comprehend. For a long time everyone simply stared at the black and bleeding mound of fur until Glalie broke the silence. What just happened?" Glalie swiveled back and forth, fear cracking the mask of anger he was struggling to maintain. Krogunk felt his body shudder again, just seconds before seeing something scarlet slash through the ranch. Had he blinked he would have missed it. The game of spot the difference began anew, except this time the change wasn't hard to miss. Sudowoodo was already spinning through the air. The imitation Pokémon spun for a few meters then slammed into the ground, joining the shattered fragments of his arm. Pseudo, the fighting frog, croaked loudly, but fought the urge to run to his friend. He had to remain calm and figure out what to do. Losing his cool wouldn't help his friend get his arm back, it wouldn't help any of them survive this new nightmare. Sudowoodo was quiet at first, then slammed his remaining arm against the ground with enough force to lift him to his feet. He teetered for a moment, the missing weight throwing off his balance. I'm okay. I can still fight," he yelled, at odds with instincts that told him to run for the woods and stand completely still. "I think it's safe to say that this might be their leader's doing," Sceptile growled. The armored human, having introduced himself to Brock as Samurai, had fully drawn his blade now. He faced east for a few seconds then rapidly shifted his stance to face the west, always with his blade held before him. Krogunk felt another shiver, then another flash. This time the rush of wind blew past Samurai. Everyone expected him to fall or for something to be missing, but the human swiftly turned around and held the same stance as before. Unharmed and undaunted. "Interesting," Krogunk mumbled. "Where is he coming from?" Sceptile yelled, slashing at the air with glowing leaves. "Save your energy," Krogunk yelled, then turned to the ice type behind him. "Think you can make an ice box around us?" "I'm running really low, but sure." "How thick do you need the wall?" "Not very. Keep in thin and do it quickly." Glalie nodded and went to work. A glacial wall quickly rose behind the path of his ice bolt and was halfway across the field when Krogunk felt a tremor run up his arm. He hesitated, unsure if it was from the cold Glalie was radiating or his own ability. The red streak returned to answer and Donphan's body tumbled along the ground. "Donnie!" Sceptile screamed and ran over to him. As he drew closer he could see the plated pachyderm's eyes were open, his breathing labored but still there. The plates on his forehead had parted. The deep wound traveled halfway down his trunk. Rivulets of blood seeped over his hide. "I'll be okay," he groaned. "Just get some rest, we'll take it from here," Sceptile replied, his breath misting as the ice walls rose higher. He spun around and faced the frog. "Tell me you have a plan." "I'm testing something." Krogunk glanced at the Fiero in the sky. Whatever this attack is, it's something the Firo don't want to get caught up in. Do you recognize the attack he's doing? Bayleaf asked, shivering as the ice spread from one wall to the next, blocking out the sun. No, not yet, but... Krogunk was already shivering from the cold when he felt a familiar tremor in his bones. Down, he croaked and dove for the dirt. The others, even Samurai, followed without question and were rewarded when a layer of slush sprayed over them. Krogunk rolled back onto his feet, scanning for any casualties, finding none. The only change, 2 holes in the ice, each on opposite sides of the box. Well, that answers that. How do you know when he's coming? Kingler asked. My kind can sense when something hostile has an element we're weak to. The humans call it anticipate. Krogunk ran around the field, a desperate attempt to inspire warmth back into his body and make himself a harder target. The others did the same but tried to stay within range of his voice. Samurai held his ground. No one bothered to tell him otherwise. As far as Krogunk was concerned, his method had kept him alive so far. That, and it confirmed one of his suspicions. I don't need to see my opponent for me to sense them, Krogunk continued. So, if these attacks are coming from the Firo's leader, then he's entering and leaving my range every time he strikes. This icebox proves he can only go in a straight line when he attacks. At the speed he's moving, he probably can't see well when he charges in. I'm guessing he charts out an attack route from a distance. This box hides us from view, it's why the last attack didn't hit anyone. It's probably why he's not attacking right now. The others glanced around and realized that in the entirety of Krogunk's explanation he had yet to be interrupted. The ice walls I made aren't thick, so he can demolish our cover no problem, but I'm guessing that moving so fast puts a strain on his body. He wants to finish this quickly and he's probably picking us off based on who he can safely finish off in one blow, Glalie added. That might also explain why he's only attacking us from the east and west, but not north and south, Bayleaf chimed in. Not sure I follow, Kingler admitted, scratching the base of his chin with his smaller claw. Over there is where Brock and the others are. Krogunk stretched his arm to the right of the group at a wall of ice. At the speed he's moving he probably can't make quick stops or turns. He needs to do it with enough space to slow down. That's probably why he keeps leaving the range of my ability. If he came in from the south, he'd smack into the barriers protecting the house and kill himself. Curving around the house is either too hard or makes him lose speed, so coming from the north is pointless. Septile and the others nodded, then glanced to Samurai. The human was still shifting stances, oblivious to their conversation. The Hoenn starter jerked a thumb over his shoulder. What about him? Why wasn't he hurt when the leader attacked him? Krogunk gave a rare smile. If their leader had attacked the human, it would have killed both of them. Would have saved us a lot of trouble. I'm guessing he noticed that metal thing in his hands and twisted out of the way. He would have skewered himself just to kill the human. Been a while since he's attacked, Septile noted. Krogunk nodded. Could be that he's deciding how to proceed without being able to see us or he's picking off the others beyond the trench. Let's hope it's the first one. The shadows inside the icebox felt heavier at the thought. The silence gained a palpable weight, pressing down on them. And if it isn't? Glalie asked. Then we need to work quickly on a plan, Krogunk replied. Running out there without an idea isn't going to help them, it's suicide. I hate it as much as the rest of you, but right now, all the others can do is buy us time to bring him down. Hopefully they've retreated to the trench, Kingler said aloud. Well then, what do we do? Bayleaf craned her neck from side to side. My ability kicks in a second or two before he comes for another run. Kingler, on my signal, fire a hyper beam to where I point. The king crab bobbed his body. A lot of good that does us if we can't even see him. How is he so fast? Glalie snarled. Not sure, but we can at least know what move he's hitting us with. The fighting frog shifted his gaze to his teammate. Hey, Pseudo. Yeah. I need you to use Mimic. Krogunk could see a light behind his eyes and knew the stone tree had put the pieces together. In seconds the forked crest on his head began to glow. Sudowoodo's eyes were closed. A red aura, soft and thin, outlined his body. The light it gave off was like the smolder of dying coals. What is he doing? Bayleaf turned away from the ice walls. Even Samurai had stopped his shifting dance to watch what was going on. Using the last move that he was hit with, Krogunk explained, but I don't recognize it. It's frustration, Sudowoodo answered, eyes still closed. It sounded as though he were learning the move as he explained it to them. The more hatred and anger the user feels, the more powerful the attack is. Krogunk studied Sudowoodo's thin aura, how it paled in comparison to the roaring flame of the Fiero leader's technique. What did you guys do to the Fiero to get their leader this angry? Sceptile's jaw tightened. The twig between his lips snapped. We didn't do a DMN thing to those BSTRDS. The grass starter roared, the pieces of his twig joining the spittle. They attacked us first. All we've done since then is defend ourselves. This one-on speaks the truth a voice from around them echoed. The Pokémon blurred into motion and adopted defensive stances. The Fiero in their midst was unnaturally still, wings outstretched as he floated in place. Droplets of something rained from a purple rag in his talons. Looking closer, Sceptile noticed the bird was old and missing an eye. His body shifted back and forth ever so slightly, the subtle blur at his sides betraying the illusion that he was floating. The way his body moved, or wasn't moving, reminded the Hoenn starter of his experience in the last few days. He knew the move their leader was using, because he had used it himself. Agility. In the days before Ash's arrival, Sceptile had spent a lot of time helping Azumarill scout for incoming raids. There wasn't much to do while she listened, so he had taken to meditating in case of a quick retreat. Ever since that terrible night, he noticed how certain moves now functioned differently. Agility now required meditation. He found that could split his focus and do it during combat, but he was never as fast as when he had a moment of quiet to center himself and focus. A minute generally yielded 2 minutes of speed increase. Clearing distances became easy and gave him an edge in his fights with the flock. It was on the third day of scouting with Azumarill that he tried pushing his limits and meditated for 5 minutes. While he was certainly faster, he soon found more downsides than benefits. While Azumarill couldn't follow his strikes, stopping or redirecting his swings was more exhausting than an unaltered flurry of strikes. Many of his attacks sent him twirling across the field, wild flails far removed from the finesse and precision he needed to end fights quickly. Was he meditating all this time? How long have we been fighting? 10 minutes. More. I am Ivekisi, leader of the Fiero Au. I have no quarrel with you. The bird's voice held an unnatural echo, fitting perfectly with his abnormal stillness. Sceptile could have mistaken it for something divine, wondering if that was why so many Fiero had followed him to their deaths. Glalie took a quick side glance at Donphan and sneered. You sure have a funny way of showing it. There need not be any more or blood spilt iltlt. I shall extend the same aim offer I did to your comrades outside I died. I pray your wisdom will help you make the right choice. Ivek opened one of his talons. A patch of purple fur flopped to the floor. Venonet's dull compound I stared back at them. This will be your last AST chance. Bring me the boy and his rat or tell me their whereabouts. Do this and all who remain will be spared my wrath ADH. Ash and Pikachu. He doesn't know they're away. If he finds out and leaves, I know Pikachu is strong, but can he fight this? He might be able to, but can he do it and protect Ash at the same time? You're not touching a single hair on his head. Bayleaf's loathing was on full display, no hesitation. I am a patient giant and reasonable creature Surely she does not speak for the rest of the group. Ivek found his response when Glalie launched an ice beam from his mouth. He would have dodged, except the attack zipped to the left of him. The Alpha Fiero wondered if it was meant as a warning shot until the ice type shifted aside, letting Kingler's hyper beam fire from his claw. With his left route blocked, Ivek considered dodging to the right. Much to his amusement, the others were already moving to seal off his escape. The grass type, one he had come to know as Septile, was in the air to the right of him and firing a salvo of seeds. Ivek peered through the golden wall of bullets, noting the green glow from Septile's arm leaves dim and build up again but in his tail. Above and below him were the newcomers that had joined the fight. The small purple one launched a stream of needles from his mouth while the brown one posing as a tree reared his arm back for a strike. It was a good effort as far as he was concerned. Anyone else from his flock would have certainly died in this situation. But Ivek was their leader for a reason. He dove for the floor and kicked off the ground, launching himself towards the source of the beam. Ivek twisted past Bayleaf's vines reaching for him, holding the image of the human boy and the electric mouse in his mind. Like a wildfire, the crimson aura of his frustration manifested and enveloped his body. With only a few feet to spare, he thought the crustacean's fate was sealed, until something obstructed his path. The armored human, while slower than the others, made up for it in planning. He had moved next to the giant crab and held the blade at an angle across Kingler's face. While thin and simple, the implement in his hands was no less dangerous than the attacks launching around him. Ivek could see the look in the human's eyes, daring him to continue his strike. The message was clear: go on, take this life. It will be your last move. Ivek flapped his wings and kicked the ground once more, soaring over Kingler and piercing through the ice ceiling. They've figured out my blitz strategy and are already forming counters for it. Even without charging, my speed should be enough to deal with them. But then they're not who I'm looking for. This speed won't last too much longer. If I waste time with them, I'll have no strength left for the boy and his Pikachu. Ivek gave the battlefield a cursory glance, his attention landing on the only place he hadn't thoroughly checked. The human dwelling. Ivek tucked in his wings and dove down, easily finding the breach in the ceiling and swooping in. The water gun at his face came as a surprise, but it was nothing he couldn't avoid. Azumaril's aim was still on the ceiling when he landed in her midst. The kick to her midsection launched her down the hall and into the field outside the house. Sizer came at him next. The bullet punch he launched had all his strength behind it, so it didn't surprise him when he felt no resistance and saw his claw pass through the Fiero's chest. Ivek paused to watch Sizer's smile dissolve, mirroring the afterimage he had just attacked. The bird was already behind him, talons gripping his ankles before hauling him into the air. Ivek had studied Sizer over the last few days. He knew it was pointless to try to harm him with a physical move. Many Fiero had died at his claws, never once bypassing his hardened exoskeleton. But the bug could not have armor everywhere. There were some things his armor could not defend against. In the time he spent perfecting his technique, Ivek had learned many things. When moving at high speeds, stopping too abruptly did things to one's brain. What was meant to house and protect it could just as easily damage the soft tissues. The metal mantis was slammed into the ceiling. Then the ground. The process was repeated several dozen times until Ivek grew bored and released Sizer's limp body. The bug had barely hit the ground when Ivek landed on him, pinning his wrists with his claws and driving his skull deeper into the tile with his beak. I'd say this was revenge for all the Fiero Ow who died by your claw, but IBLY-. A volley of ice shards shattered against the wall behind Ivek. From outside, it looked as if they had passed right through him. Piloswine could have sworn his attack had hit, but as Ivek's afterimage started to fade, he felt something strike him in the face. The swine Pokemon would have gone flying if not for Ivek grabbing his matted fur and holding him in place. Ivek yanked his leg back, ripping off a patch of fur in the process. Piloswine screamed, only to have his voice muffled by the ground when the bird slammed into him from above. I don't recognize you, so you must be new. Another SLVAve the boyoi brought with him. You'll do just fine, INE. I'm afraid I may have overdone it a bit. The bug probably can't answer my questions. I do so hope you might have the answers. Ivek's jovial tone swiftly disappeared. Where is the boy and his pet et? I don't know, the ice swine groaned. A pity. Maybe this will jog your memory, Ivek sneered, plunging his claw into flesh. Piloswine howled and writhed against the ground. The Fiero twisted his claw within the wound. Ivek glanced at those in the hull. None of them were the ones he sought. A blue-haired one was lying face down on the ground. Another, with dark hair, was propped up against the wall. The last three he didn't recognize were pressed up against the wall, shivering. Now let's try this again I9. Ivek drew his talon out of the wound, his voice sweetness and honey again. Where are the boy and the Pikachu hiding? They're not here, Piloswine wailed, they left to get help hours ago and they haven't come back. Ivek's pupil shrunk to the size of a pinprick. All the preparation, all the fighters he had lost on this day, all so that he could learn that his target was no longer there. I was so close. No. I will not let it end this way. I can't let it end this way. Where? Tell me where or everyone dies yes. The Fiero screeched, raking his claws across his captive's flesh. I'm outside. A voice echoed in his mind, stopping his wing in mid-strike. Leave them alone. The voice continued, they're not the ones who threw the stone at you. Ivek's heartbeat was in his ears, the flap of his wings frantic as he rocketed up through the breach. Finding his target was easy. Light panels around the human dwelling floated off and reassembled in the field beyond the trench. The Mr. Mime he'd seen in the last few days stood behind the boy, directing the panels into a cube around them with one hand while the other touched the back of the boy's head. His Pikachu stood just outside the cube, probably confident he didn't need the added protection. The boy had grown taller over the years. His pet was now thinner than when they last met. While the Pikachu glared at him openly, the boy kept his head low, arms limp at his sides. Ivek blipped in and out of view around the trio, never staying in one spot for more than a few seconds. He had seen far too many of his fighters get torn apart by the mime's psychic powers. But from those casualties he had learned that the range of those abilities was limited. He'd watched the mime latch onto his targets and reel them in until they were only a few feet from him, dispatching them with a neck snap or by crushing their insides. They told me you went to get help, yet I see no one, Ivek crowed, his words seemingly coming from everywhere at once. A tiny voice in his mind reminded him he shouldn't waste time with banter, that his speed boost would not last forever, but the catharsis overwhelmed such worries. I've been planning this for years. I can spare a few minutes. It won't take long to end the fight in the end. If anything, I deserve to gloat a little after all I've had to sacrifice. No thanks to you, Pikachu's body crackled with lightning. I only warned Pidgeot of what would happen how you would arrive after years of absence, then ask him and his new family to drop everything and die ie for you. Rather selfish, don't you think Ink? Could you do the same aim? If his flock were in crisis, would you abandon your quest and return? Would you send your mother into combat at? Whips of white plasma lashed at the ground at Pikachu's feet, but Ivek couldn't tear his gaze away from the boy. His head had lifted sharply, teeth bared, fists shaking. If Ivek didn't know any better, he could have sworn he saw a purple glow radiating from his eyes. But beyond the coloration and the glow he saw something familiar and NTMT. It was the way the boy looked at him now. Gone was the innocent and naive sheen he often sported. It had burned away, leaving only the raw emotion beneath. That fire, the utter contempt for him in every breath he drew. He knew it well. He saw it in every reflection, breathed life into it when the idleness of the years threatened to snuff it out. He'd done it. He'd brought the human down to his level. Each was now the bane of the other's existence. Then again You did ID send your friends ends to fight me ee. Had you been in here sooner and faced me from the start art, more of your friends ends would be alive Ive. The two of you were my only targets so, their deaths are on you. As Ivek darted around he noticed the aforementioned survivors were absent from the battlefield. They might be hiding in the icebox or in the trench, waiting for a chance to ambush me. It matters not. The mouse's electricity is troubling, but once I remove the boy his focus will falter, and in that moment, so will the element, and that will be my time to strike and end this. Their friends will be so distraught the flock and I can flee and recoup our strength if they come after us. With the beat of his wings the world around Ivek blurred. In seconds, or what he registered as seconds, the streaks of color shrank back to normal and the scenery resumed its familiar divide of blue skies and green fields. For all the destruction the battle had wrought, the rest of the world appeared untouched by the carnage. Memories of the pain and indignity he suffered coalesced in his mind. Ivek could feel his hate boil and bleed through his pores, pooling over his feathers until his body was covered in a corona of loathing. He peered into the distance, aiming for the flickering light where Pikachu was. Ivek had been on the outer fringes of Mimi's psychic range and while he was too far to make a stable aura link that could physically alter his body, he could get his attention through a mental message. Even when he was closer, his movements were too fast for Mimi to get a hold of him. So he didn't try. Ivek wasn't the only entity he could sense and while the bird was gloating, Mimi connected with Krogunk who brought him up to speed. He's coming. Krogunk's voice echoed in Pikachu's mind. A red twinkle on the horizon was all the starter noticed when he jumped. Like countless times before, the aura coating his tail was molded, its wavelength shifting until it hit the steel frequency. Pikachu twisted his body, hoping to build enough momentum for the coming strike. He managed one rotation when a crimson whirlwind barreled into him. Pikachu's tail cut the side of the cyclone just before the rushing winds blasted him out of the area. The world's colors cycled across the mouse's vision. If he had eaten anything before the fight, it would have been gone by now. His iron tail cut into the soil and slowed him down. The mouse landed briefly, then tumbled another few meters. He tried to pick himself off the ground only to end up slumping onto his side. The world was spinning. Even the ground beneath his paws felt like it was sliding out from beneath him. He tried again, slamming his paw onto the ground in a desperate attempt to anchor himself. It didn't stop the turning completely, but slowed it enough for Pikachu to see where Ash and Mimi were. Both had fallen to the ground, the upper half of Mimi's barrier box blasted away. Cracks snaked down the panels until each one shattered and dissolved into motes of light. If Ivek had aimed any lower. Pikachu smothered the implication and bounded towards the two. Mimi hauled Ash onto his feet, flinging his free arm out to Oak's house. More panels flew from the walls and linked together in a petal formation around the pair. With the flick of his wrist the panels dispersed and outlined the shape of a dome, their edges angled outwards. If Ivek planned on charging them again, he ran the risk of impaling himself. There was just enough space for him to fit through the gaps if he tucked in his wings, but within the dome he'd be in Mimi's psychic range. This might stop him, but I thought the same thing for the box I made. It isn't safe for Ash to be out here on the battlefield, Mimi's message resonated in Pikachu's skull. Is there even a safe place for him here? Pikachu thought back. The trench, a third voice chimed in, one that the two recognized as Kalava. He can't reach Ash down here without making himself an easy target. I'll give you guys some cover. The Johto starter poked his head out of the trench, a thick cloud of smoke pouring out of his mouth. Mimi aimed his hand at Ash's head, and a glimmering sphere of blue energy came into being. As the dark smoke billowed over them none of it breached their psychic bubbles. The two were halfway through the smokescreen when Ivek returned, bringing a tempest with him. Ash's sneakers dug and furrowed the dirt for several feet. Mimi grabbed the boy by his wrist, his body now airborne and flailing like a flag. With a chop his other hand panels rained down over them, stabbing in the soil and diverting the wind. Ivek's wings were brown blurs, his first few wing beats already clearing the smokescreen from the scene. The mime thought of the boy's mother, and with newfound strength yanked him back down and wrapped him in an embrace. A panel slid beneath their feet as the other barriers converged and formed a small box around them once more. The remaining panels slipped into and over the trench and blocked it off. Ash wondered why until he saw Pikachu leap into the air behind the Fearo's leader, his eyes full of hate, his cheeks burning white. A cone of lightning, large enough to easily swallow Oak's house, erupted from the mouse's core and turned the world white and silent. Ash went completely deaf for a moment, until he could hear Mimi's groans and the frantic beat of his own heart. The air outside the box trembled and warped. The only thing standing between him and the roar of exploding air was Mimi and his sound-canceling hands. Ash felt the barrier rumble beneath him. The sheer amount of sound pressing down on Mimi brought him to his knees. The light beyond the barriers began to dim, enough to let Ash watch his starter fall back to the ground. Smoke rose from the blackened path of Pikachu's attack. Off in the distance, Ash swore a section of the mountain range glowed. The mouse was a few feet from the ground when a gust of wind blasted him into the dirt. Impressive Ivek's 3 afterimages cackled as they flitted around the mouse. Yet, for all that at power, it's useless if you can't hit your target ETT. Pikachu was on all fours, his tail raised and body sparking menacingly. The mouse silently hoped the bird took his gritted teeth as a sign of hate rather than the amount of pain he was in. The starter's ear twitched seconds before the ice box behind Ivek exploded. Hunks of ice and waves of slush sprayed over the field. Ivek's afterimages faded as the real body twisted and weaved through the deluge of hail with ease. A glance back treated him to the sight of Pikachu retreating into the trench. The mere notion that he was forcing the mouse to retreat filled him with a childlike glee. The moment didn't last. A chill ran through him like a knife, biting deep until it reached bone. The mist at the epicenter of the blast started to clear and from it Glalie appeared, open-mouthed and chilling the air before disappearing into the icy mist. Then another Glalie emerged to take his place for a moment and disappeared. Then another. Ivek stopped counting when the mist cleared and over 100 horned heads glared at him. It was not the first time Ivek had seen Glalie use double team. It was, however, the first time he had ever seen him take the technique this far. As high as he was, the cold was still reaching him, freezing his breath and draining his speed. Ivek glanced down, seeing that the barrier box holding the boy and the psychic had now moved over the trench and was now empty. I can't safely get to him in there, but he'll have to come out if his friends are on the brink of death and I start the executions. Their screams should suffice. But none of that matters if I lose my speed. Ivek vanished from sight but the army of Glalie didn't let up. Seconds later, a row of them burst into smoke, splitting the ice horde in two. Glalie, and the illusions that mimicked his movements, didn't bother searching for the source. Even as entire swaths of his doubles disappeared in blinks of an eye, the real Glalie kept filling the field with frigid air. Only a handful of Glalie's copies remained by the time he ended the technique and raced towards the house. Come and get me you fucking bird. Just focus on me, Glalie growled, watching the last copy burst into smoke. He was a few meters from the house when he spun around to check their trap. Ivek had stopped a few feet from him, narrowly dodging the emerald blur of Sceptile's leaf blade from the side. Krogunk leapt off the grass starter's shoulder, both fists glowing with promises of poison. Ivek would have launched himself back if not for Samurai darting in a few feet behind him, the tip of his blade angled at his spine. A light flap sent Ivek into a backspin. Krogunk's fists sailed through the space where Ivek's head had been and felt something slam into his jaw, his follow-up needle spray going wide. Ivek was halfway through his spin when the soil beneath him erupted and Chimchar's fist pushed through. The Alpha Fiero kept spinning and accepted the blow. The Sinnoh starter's fist connected but seemed to do more help to the bird than harm as the bird used the momentum to launch himself up. Their coordination is much better than before. How are they not slowed down by the cold? Ivek then noticed his aerial ascent was not without company. Sceptile had jumped up with him and unleashed a series of vicious strikes. Ivek parried each blow with his beak and legs. While most of them were inelegant and clumsy, they were far faster than before. The exchange of blows had lasted half a second, but Ivek noticed the slight vibration in Sceptile's frame. So, I'm not the only one with agility. But I'm afraid one of us has had years of practice at this speed. By the end of the first second Ivek saw his opening. Spittle sprayed from the starter's mouth when a well-placed kick slammed into his stomach. The blow launched him through the wall on the second level of Oak's house. With his view unobstructed, Ivek saw what awaited him on the roof. The one known as Mimey was there, his hand resting atop Noctowl's head while her eyes burned bright red. Beside them was a new creature he was not familiar with. It was tall, blue, and bulbous at the top, covered in bandages with squinting eyes. A green glow radiated from Wobbuffet's body, forming a dome over those on the roof. Mimey's eyes were closed, seeing through Noctowl's eyes. The foresight technique had always been useful in dispelling illusions and revealing ghost types, but in the fight against Ivek Noctowl had learned something new. The faster Ivek became, the better she was able to predict where he would be in a few seconds. Paired with Mimey's strategy over the last few days to send mental messages of tactics to their fighters, the battle could now be shaped in their favor. "Forgive me, Delia." Mimey's brow furrowed. "I hate doing this, and as strange as it might sound, it's the only way I can ensure he makes it out of this alive." The mime flung his arm out, sending out fighters atop his panels for his next move. Ivek's view of the safeguard technique was suddenly obstructed by two orange hyper beams. Instinct told him to move, but he hesitated. Neither of them were aimed at him but instead a few meters ahead. Donphan was at the edge of Pallet Town while Kingler fired atop his platform over the distant and undamaged forest. In his moment of hesitation, the beams collided and the resulting explosion launched the Fiero back. Ivek recuperated quickly from the blast, righting himself after a few meters. The space around him was growing darker and cooler. A massive cone of water hovered above, large enough to eclipse his view of the sky. Ivek would have dived down, but a rush of hot air from below pushed him deeper into the churning maw of Piplup's whirlpool. A wall of white flames, courtesy of Torkoal and Kalava, rose to meet him. The water swirling around him started to bubble and steam, until Buniri's last ice beam froze it and summoned rows of icy teeth all along the interior. Ivek smiled. "Well played. Either I brave the flames and get roasted for my efforts or I take my chances breaking through the vortex of blades above me. Wait too long, the two will connect and the steam will cook me. The psychic must be coordinating their movements and somehow that Noctowl is pinpointing where I'll be. A good effort to say the least." Ivek launched himself up, riding the rising air current and twisting his body until he started to spin. Piplup barely got Mimey's message in time and broke off the attack. Buniri grabbed the Sinnoh starter and hauled him onto the psychic platform she rode on. Ivek's drill peck shredded through the frozen cone, only to meet a field of volatile bubbles. Bizel, Totodile, Azumarill, and Corfish stood atop their own psychic panels, slowly orbiting the bubble field. The moment Ivek came into view they unloaded every ranged move they knew, not on the bird, but on the bubbles around him. Mimey clenched his fist and reeled his arm back, pulling his panels, and the aquatic quartet atop them, away from the blast. It wasn't long before a tunnel formed from the churning ball of smoke and Ivek burst through, smoke curling from the singed feathers on his body. He could feel more of his speed had been taken from him, a moment of reflection his opponents weren't keen on letting him have. A thin, white column of energy pierced through the air, narrowly missing Ivek's head. "That's right ya BSTRD, look over here." Bulbasaur grumbled before darting back into the safety of the trench. Ivek was about to glare until something caught his eye further up the field. He could see the boy now, riding atop the last of his toros. The bull's body shifted, mirror images pouring out and forming an illusionary stampede, each one with its own illusionary rider. Fleeing the fight again. How typical. Ivek cackled and held the image of the boy in his mind. Crimson aura erupted from his skin, enveloping his body until he was wreathed in ethereal flames. Having seen how the technique started, aiming for the real target was almost laughable. Ivek brought in his wings and dove, pulling up a few meters short of the earth and surging towards his target. His heart was pounding in his ears, his anticipation mounting. In a few short heartbeats he would feel the boy's blood on his beak and his mission would be half complete. His beak pierced through the first illusion effortlessly. Then the second. And the third. He was so close he could almost taste the blood. He could see the last row now. The boy's spine was mere inches from his beak. And then the boy moved out of reach. The ground around him didn't move. The world had frozen. Ivek, lost, one of the Fieros said, shaking his head and looking to the others for confirmation. The murmurs of disbelief spread throughout the flock. "We're leaving," Yukik announced and began to turn away. "But, we can still win. We have enough forces and by now they would have exhausted their energy. We could dash." Yukik whirled around on the Fiero and beat him upside the head with his wing. "Enough blood has been spilled today," the new Alpha Fiero said before taking point and guiding the flock out of the area. "That was way too close, Mook," Toros snorted as he rounded back and let Ash dismount. "Blame Mimey, it was his plan to make him bait, not mine," the acidic ooze burbled. "How long can you hold him?" Pikachu asked as he hopped up out of a trench Toros had formed earlier, his double-team stampede hiding its presence from view. "A minute or two at most. Whatever you need to do it quickly. He'll move at the same speed once the disable wears off." "Don't need to tell me twice," Sceptile added, a leaf blade already prepared for the strike. Samurai was at his side with sword in hand. "Can this BSTRD hear us?" Toros rumbled. "Don't know." Two slimy mounds rose beside Mook's head, the closest thing he had to a shrug. "Let's get this over with," Pikachu reminded them, his tail burning white as it channeled the steel frequency. "Don't kill him," Ash commanded, earning a round of puzzled stares from the others. "Just make sure he can't fight anymore," Ash continued. "I need to ask him something." Pikachu, Sceptile, and Samurai nodded and took their positions. In tandem, each fighter blurred into action. The body didn't seem noticeably different, but the trio seemed satisfied with their work and backed away. Heads turned to see Mimey surfing atop one of his barriers towards them. As soon as he was close enough he leapt off and ran the rest of the way. He had moved in to hug the boy until Ash's hand held him at bay and pointed to the floating bird before them. Mimey nodded and stepped behind him. Ash felt a hand on his hair and the familiar prodding into his mind. With a glowing blue hand, the blue aura around Ivek thickened until the first technique dissolved. The Fiero's body lurched forward for an instant, then froze again. The only difference was that unlike last time, the bird was now free to scream as his wings and legs fell away. "Put him down," Ash ordered, his words full of ice. Ivek's screams lasted only another minute before he quieted down, and laid his head against the dirt beneath him. He didn't bother to look at anyone, his eye was on the clear skies above them. His forces had left him here to die, but from his steady breath and closed eye it looked as though he had made peace with that. A purple glow flared to life in Ash's eyes. The more he looked at Ivek, the more he could almost make out a red cloud that enveloped his body. Ivek's chest steadily rose and fell. Blood dribbled out from his wounds onto the earth. The graying edges of his feathers had traveled to the rest of his body, several of them falling out like dying leaves. He looked far older than he had at the start of the battle. He seemed resigned to stay silent until death took him. Why did you do this? Was this all because I hit you with a freaking rock?" The question stirred him. "You think I did all that because of a rock?" Ivek lifted his head to look at the target of his loathing. Ash got closer. "I don't know why you did any of this." Ivek's chuckle morphed into a rough fit of coughing. Blood seeped through the gaps in his beak. As soon as he caught his breath he glanced at the boy, staring at him with an intensity that could have flayed flesh from bone. You really have no idea, do you? Ivek said in a whisper. I need to know why. Why all of this death? Why was all this destruction necessary? Necessary? You want to talk about what's necessary? Why don't you tell me, human? What part of your world before our liberation was necessary? Ivek spat out the last word, along with droplets of blood that speckled onto Ash's shirt. You say the word and I'll shut him up for good, Ash, Septile growled. Ash lifted his hand and gave his starter a stern stare. No one touches him until I say so, Ash commanded. The Hoenn starter lowered his arm and nodded. The boy looked back at the fallen Fiero. What are you talking about? The purple glow in Ash's eyes had flickered like a flame but remained just as intense as ever. What would you like to hear, human? Ivek scoffed. That the day we met was already the worst day of my life and your stone gave me the little push I needed. How it gave me purpose. Would it help you sleep at night knowing that my friends, the love of my life, and my family were all beaten and captured by the 3 humans that came before you? The purple glow around the Ash's eyes dimmed. Your kind never thinks about it that way. You're all the same. You come in and lay claim to all you see. If someone resists then you find a way to break them and bend them to your will. The worst are the young ones like you. You find it so normal, so natural, that it never enters your thoughts that what you might be doing could be cruel or twisted. My Pokemon are my friends. They're with me because I asked if they wanted to come with me, Ash shot back, the purple glow flaring up once more. Ivek only sneered. Oh, how noble. How kind of you to ask them first. I'm sure the rest of the world is just like you. I'm sure every human asks if it's okay to take us from our homes to fight your proxy battles. Proxy. Ash fumbled with the word, unsure of what it meant but feeling the gist of it. What is it all for, human? Why pit us against other creatures? Does our pain entice you? Do our struggles and dances amuse you? Is it for some sense of achievement, and if so, are your victories really yours? No human lives are ever in danger in your little contests, so it's fine as long as the lesser creatures are harmed, right? Ivek continued, lacing his words with his family's blood. Tell me, human. Your kind loves fighting so much, is not the slaughter you see here the spectacle your kind crave? Are you not entertained? He motioned with his severed wing to the field around them. Ash took the bait and glanced around, seeing dozens of avian corpses that littered the field. He could see the headless and bleeding mass that was once his Snorlax. Pachirisu's head wasn't far from the entrails that fanned out from Grotl's overturned body. The glow around Ash's eyes evaporated, his rage dissolving into grief. Enough. Pikachu hissed, cheeks crackling. Ivek let his head flop back down to the ground to see Pikachu behind him, a look of bemusement in his remaining eye. Then kill me or leave me. No one here but your master is forcing you to listen, SLV. Ash is my friend and he doesn't own me. Call me a SLV again and dash. And you'll what? Torture me? Kill me? Ivek laughed. Those who listened in from a distance would have thought the bird had heard the funniest joke in his life. Ivek flailed in place, sending spurts of blood out of his limbs. Am I to be punished for speaking my mind on my deathbed? For airing uncomfortable truths? I'm already on the brink, so I doubt I'll be much entertainment. How about the rest of my flock, I'm sure you're already planning to go after them once you're done with me. How else can you feel safe unless you capture or kill anything that could threaten you? Go ahead, finish them off. Prove me right. Mimi's hand held Ash in place, but his feet had lost their grip on the ground. What? Don't tell me you're already sated for today. Or maybe you're saving their slaughter for tomorrow. I know the truth about your filthy species. Humans needs creatures like us to survive. Humans thrive off violence, but giving into your impulses and turning it on your own people lowers your numbers. So, you use ours instead. You make us fight so that your kind doesn't resort to killing each other. No one in the clearing spoke, but many did not meet Ivek's stare. The fallen Firo's cough had grown worse, a hollow sound that ended with a pitiful wheeze. He glanced around as if everyone had disappeared, each word harder for him to form than the last, as if he were forgetting what he was talking about in the first place. The age of humans will be over. I know, all of you heard the voice. It told us to reclaim the world, from the sickness. His head dropped back down to the ground, his last words a deflating whisper. Dawn's eyes fluttered open, gazing upon 3 cerulean rings glowing a few feet above her. A mess of thoughts cluttered her mind. One memory buoyed over the others, the Firo in the kitchen, then intense pain. She rose abruptly, nearly throwing Piplup off her from his resting place on her arm. Buniri's ears picked up the accelerated heartbeat, so she scampered over to the living room couch they'd left her in. Dawn's hands flew to her face, feeling her nose and the back of her head. She breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't feel anything out of place. Buniri leapt into her embrace as did her starter. Holding them tightly, Dawn looked for Pachirisu and Swineup. She quickly noticed she wasn't the only one in the room. A bundle of brown-stained bandages rested on the coffee table between them. Like her, 3 blue rings floated a few feet over him, bathing his half of the living room in blue light. 2 Pokémon rested in the corners of the room with their own glowing rings. One was Donphan, snoring softly through his trunk. She didn't recognize the other, but something about it felt familiar. Shaggy fur, tusks, a pig nose. Swineup. The mound of fur twitched and snorted back. He evolved into a Piloswine during the fight, Brock explained, walking through the door with a first aid kit in his hands. Dawn's eyes threatened to pop out of her skull. The Brock she knew had made for Viridian City days ago. She had already made her peace that it might be the last time she would ever see him again. The situation in Viridian City is more than Team Rocket and I could handle. We thought we could get some help here. Dawn ran over and hugged him, her eyes already getting misty. Brock returned the hug and chuckled, rubbing the small of her back until she stepped away. So I'm guessing we won. Yeah. It was a hard fight, but the Firo's leader is gone, Brock explained. What about Ash? Did he dash? He came back in the end with Pikachu. I'm told that if it wasn't for him we would have lost. Flashes of blood, knives, and pain surfaced in Dawn's mind, making her shudder and hold herself. Do I look okay? I don't see a mirror anywhere. Brock smirked. Your nose is a little bent, but it's hardly noticeable. Dawn's hands reflexively flew up to cup her face, muffling a distressed squeak. I'm kidding. It was bent before, so Samurai adjusted it so it would heal properly. Luckily, you were already unconscious. Samurai. Dawn's hands slid from her face hesitantly. Long story. Someone from Viridian who came with us. Dawn nodded, then looked up to find the rings had followed her from the couch. Brock, what are these things? Just a little something that I came up with so that we could heal everyone. Brock moved and sat at the edge of the coffee table, then gestured for her to sit. Dawn complied and watched her blue halos follow. As it turns out, your Buniri has the move Baton Pass, and Tracy's Azumarill recently learned Aqua Ring. Baton Pass? Dawn glanced over to the bunny, who did a small curtsy. Brock nodded. It's not a move that's really flashy and none of her current moves really work with it, so I'm not surprised you didn't know. Basically, it lets whatever ability enhancements on her to be transferred over to someone else. Aqua Ring is a healing move and while slow, it's consistent and will continuously heal the user. So Azumarill used Aqua Ring on Buniri and passed it over to me with Baton Pass, Dawn deduced. Brock shook his head. Close, but no. Aqua Ring is a personal technique. As much as she would like to, Azumarill can't give it to someone. That's where I got creative. See, James Mime Jr. knows the move copycat, so by having him copy the last move he's seen, he was able to temporarily use Aqua Ring on himself then copy Buniri's baton pass. He can do it about 10 times a day, and so far it's been doing its job for 8 hours. Dawn glanced at the window and noted how dark it was outside. That's how long I've been out. Yep. I was able to scavenge some food from the other houses if you're hungry. I can stay here and look over Sizer and Piloswine. Dawn looked over to the swine Pokemon, resting quietly in the corner. She'd always figured Piplup would be the first of her team to evolve. What does it say that the newest member had done it first? He probably evolved because you passed out, Brock commented. It was so close to her thoughts she wondered if the breeder was secretly psychic. A loud snort from the corner of the room affirmed his theory. The two had a light chuckle. Dawn got up and headed to the door. Food sounds amazing right now. A soft squeal from the corner made her smile. I'll bring you something back, sweet, Piloswine, Dawn corrected. Though I can't imagine it'll be very filling for you now. If I let you eat your fill, you'd eat Tracy out of house and home. Dawn was about to step out when something gave her pause. Her smile shrank. She turned around and walked back to the couch. Dawn? Brock asked, but could see she hadn't heard him, her gaze switching from Buniri, to Piplup, to her Piloswine. Brock watched her do it again and suddenly wanted to be anywhere but in the room with her. She didn't look at him, arms rigid at her side. Brock, where's Pachirisu? If she turned around, if she looked at his face she would see the answer. She'd know what it meant, how? Couldn't she? Only a week ago he'd made that face, the face that told her about Ambipom. But she didn't have to. She didn't need to see him to know, to feel how the atmosphere in the room had changed. Piplup and Buniri's expressions weren't any better, and in the uncomfortable silence that followed she'd gotten her answer. Oh. The pitch of her voice was higher than usual. Slowly, she eased herself onto the couch, her gaze retreated to her lap. Piplup and Buniri immediately ran over and hugged her sides. Howdy? The question died on her lips. She sucked in a breath and tried to exhale a slow, shaky breath. She'd prepared herself for this, braced herself for the possibility. She'd spoken to each of them just before the fight. She'd given them an out, made sure they knew the risks, but none of them took the chance to avoid the fight. Dawn could still see the fire in Patch's eyes, the toothy grin he gave her before following the others to meet with Tracy. He knew I loved him. He made his choice, just like I made mine, but how many friends do I have to lose before it's too much? Brock wordlessly wrapped around her and pulled her close. He didn't apologize, he didn't say anything. He didn't have to. She hugged him back and felt the warmth of his hand on her head. For a moment she felt safe, safe enough to let go and feel how she wanted to feel. She didn't have to hold it all in and be strong right now. When she felt Piplup and Buniri join in on the hug, she didn't try. Samurai was quiet for most of the walk with Kalava. While the Fiero were diurnal predators, they had just lost their leader. A sizable force remained. All bets were off. Quilava's head flame illuminated the dozens of corpses that littered the field. We can salvage that one and that one, Samurai pointed to two figures on the ground. Bulbasaur and Bayleaf's vines immediately coiled around the corpses and hefted them over to Kingler for transport back to the house. We can't use that one, the swordsman motioned to another carcass. The flesh was blackened into charcoal, no doubt one of Krogunk's earlier victims. Mook moved over the rejected cadaver. His body quickly bubbled and filled the air with sizzles. After a few minutes he would move to the next body, leaving scattered bones in his wake. Having lived with his father in the woods for most of his life, Samurai had learned a thing or two about hunting, prepping, and cooking his kills. A glance to the bodies Kingler carried away left him wondering how much meat they could salvage. Most them looked malnourished. Ivek, while old and aged even further by repeated uses of agility, had looked fairly healthy compared to the rest of his flock. Samurai had insisted on sorting out the bodies, opposing Tracy's suggestion of dumping them all into a mass grave and setting them ablaze. The man is blinded by hatred for these creatures, though I can sympathize. My feelings towards the beedrill have also soured as of late. There was another reason Samurai had volunteered to collect the dead, and it was now just a few meters away. Kalava quietly shadowed the swordsman, even as he walked towards one of the houses off their route. Samurai had lost count how many times he'd visited the Mizutani household. Each time his father made a trip into town for supplies he always made time to stop by. On their trips back, his father recounted the story of how their families knew one another. It was a story Samurai knew by heart. 3 millennia ago, his ancestor, a disgraced military commander, was stripped of his rank for brutal and wasteful tactics on the battlefield. Seeing the error of his ways, the man accepted his punishment, and with nothing but the clothes on his back and the sword on his belt he left his homeland in exile. He traveled as a ronin, never staying in one region for too long. For several years he merely drifted through each land he passed through, avoiding the warmth of women and companionship. In his travels the ronin found himself in a land beset by war. The town he had stayed in for the night was on the path of an army numbering hundreds. They razed and pillaged every settlement they came across. The ronin thought to spirit away into the night and save himself, but 6 warriors refused to let the kind people of that small town suffer the fate that awaited them. Moved by their courage, the ronin stayed and defended the town, fighting for 2 days and 2 nights. The king's knights eventually arrived, lending their aid and fending off the remaining attackers. So impressed by the actions of the 7, the knights invited the warriors to ride with them for an audience with their king. After 3 days of travel, the 7 were greeted by the lord of the land. 5 were granted titles and territory once the war had finished, but the ronin and another swordsman graciously declined the offer. The swordsman, a nomad like the ronin, had but one wish. In the days and nights that he battled, his sword had been broken. The swordsman's only desire was to have it repaired or replaced. The king summoned his greatest blacksmiths and sorcerers, had his knights scour the land for the finest materials. The ronin again was asked if there was anything he desired, anything within reason that the king could grant. Again, the offer was denied, but the king had it signed and decreed that should the ronin or his descendants return with a reasonable wish, it would be granted. The ronin and swordsman traveled the land while the blade was forged. Upon its completion, the 2 left and settled in the Kanto region. Descendants of the 2 occasionally left the region to travel the world, settling in other lands. Yet, inexplicably, they always came back to Pallet Town and the Viridian Forest. Samurai stood before the Mizutani household, the path to the front door collapsed into rubble. He saw 2 phantoms, one of his younger self and another boy, swinging and parrying the sticks they held in their hands. Iro never won any of their sword fights, real or pretend, but he'd always been a better strategist in Pokemon battles. Maybe that's why he left and you stayed. He had a chance of being something great. The ghost children dissolved as Samurai walked through them. He was almost behind the house when more memories made phantoms greeted him. The boys he saw were older now, though not enough to start a Pokemon journey. Iroh's mother, Gwendolyn, had an arm wrapped around them while they cried into her shoulders. She did her best to not join in. She had to be strong for them. On the desk behind them lay 2 international police badges, all that remained of their fathers. I should have visited more. I could have been here when it started. If I had, she might have survived. He stared at the house's back entrance, peered through the shattered double window. A ghostly Iro stood beside him, an angry-looking Charmander by his legs. Samurai's Pinsir, his ace Pokemon, lied quietly on his back. Steam curled off his body from the previous battle. It had been Iroh's first fight, his first win. Takeda, the memory spoke, a name that only 2 people in the world knew. Now only one, or maybe no one. Take care of Mom while I'm gone. He didn't have to say whose mother, she had practically adopted him. Gwen had often sent Iro into the forest to make sure he had enough to eat. The doors to their home had always been open to him. And yet, he always felt like the outsider. How you could feel more comfortable all alone, in a cabin, in the middle of a beedrill-infested forest is beyond me, Takeda. Iro shook his head. Just ditch this place and move in with Mom and me already. We have a room for you and everything. Every time Iro brought up the offer, Samurai respectfully declined. He preferred his solitude in the woods to the temptation he felt when he stayed at their home. The armored swordsman climbed through the window and moved to the living room. He saw her on the floor. He'd braced himself for the sight the moment he set foot in town, but seeing it right in front of him knocked the air out of his lungs. His legs buckled. The armor he wore felt 1,000 times heavier. He braced himself with his scabbard, forcing himself to look at the scene and burn the image of his failure into his mind. A long pink beak was skewered in her chest. Not to be outdone, she had returned the favor, a black sword peeking out from the Firo's back. She had gone down fighting. Samurai once romanticized the idea of going out the same way. What other way could be more noble, more honorable? He fantasized that when the time came, Iro would be at his side. The two would charge into an army 1,000 strong, and whether they won or not didn't matter. Samurai pushed off his scabbard and moved closer, seeing the blade from the tail. He had seen it 12 times before, pearlescent in the light. Now the blade had darkened. Dried blood coated its length, caked into the runes. It can be mine now, a voice in his head whispered, a part of him he thought he had finally buried. Every step he took unlocked more and more of the shameful thoughts he'd harbored. I was always a better swordsman than Iro. He gave up the way of the sword to go be a trainer. Samurai's hand lifted to the sharpened edge, forged from Steelix hide and the king's late aegis lash. It would never rust, never dull. Few things on the planet could shatter such a fine sword. I deserve it. I've trained harder, worked harder. It should be mine. The voice in his mind growled. No. I'm going to hold on to it, Samurai whispered to himself. I'll bury his mother and find Iro and give him back the blade. He's probably dead. Just like his mother. Only warriors can survive in this world. Leaving the blade with her rotting corpse would be a waste. It was meant to be wielded by a warrior, not a trainer. I love him like a brother and the moment I see him again I'll hand it over. No hesitation. Samurai chanted back, shaking his head to dispel the whispers. He'd want me to hold on to it. He would want me to use it, to stay alive. Samurai's armored fingers brushed the surface of the blade, across the blood-encrusted runes. A burst of light suddenly filled his vision. Leaving only darkness when he blinked away the purple spots. Samurai tried to look around, reflexively reaching for his blade when he realized it wasn't there. Neither were his arms, legs, or any part of him for that matter. Gone was the ruined interior of the Mizutani home, the light of Quilava's flame. Blue embers flared to life from the distance and floated towards him. Even as they drew closer he felt no heat, but from their light he could see the sword. It was black as the void it floated in, fixed before him as humanoid figures formed from the flames. At first only a few figures appeared, then dozens. This is not your sword. The centermost figure lifted a flaming sword to him. A thief, the burning crowd grumbled, each brandishing their own fiery blades. Grave robber. A murmur of agreement flowed through their ranks as the flames intensified. Wait, 2 flaming effigies broke from the crowd and stood between him and the conflagrant masses. He has the skill, one spoke, an almost recognizable voice. I helped raise him. He's practically my child, the other voice cried out. This time he did recognize the voice, but he couldn't reach her. Gwendolyn Mizutani and the other effigy, who he imagined was Iro's father, were the only things standing between him and the burning mob. Child by your kindness, but not by blood. The blade is not his birthright, the central speaker intoned. I see darkness in his soul, another from the crowd hissed. As if the rest of you are so pure, Gwendolyn shouted back. The blazing crowd rose into a wall of azure flame. Their voices united in an unintelligible roar. The central speaker raised his arms, and the voices around him quieted and fell back. The Blade's inheritor has not left his world. While we sense that he still draws breath, no one shall wield this sword. Samurai flew from the scene, the speed stripping away the darkness. The swordsman stumbled back and hit the wall. His breaths were short, it felt as though he were swimming inside his armor. Nothing in the room had changed. The bodies were in the same place, still connected by the blade. Samurai gave a frantic nod and left through the window. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but you guys are incredible," Tracy remarked as he stared down the hole Team Rocket had dug. Watching the duo dig was like watching art in motion. Not a single move was wasted. Every stab and swing of the shovel looked effortless, almost graceful. It was a testament to all the pitfall traps they had dug throughout the years. The powered through at a rate faster than most machines. "Dis ain't nuttin'," Meowth replied, legs dangling off the edge of the hole. "I got stories 'bout holes we'd made that'll make your head spin." The Scratch Cat flinched when a shovel plunged into the soil beside him and James hauled himself up. "This'd be going a little faster if someone were helping us," the Blueanet grumbled, glaring daggers at his team's mascot. "Between you and Jesse, how many Fiero did ya kill? Wanna know how many I got?" Meowth smirked, extending the centermost claw on his paw. Jesse's Seviper slithered from the hole and circled around the cat, hissing all the while. Okay. I got half a kill," Meowth relented and darted out of coiling range. The Poison Fong Pokemon gave a hissing laugh, then dipped her bladed tail back into the hole and lifted her trainer out. Jessie's shovel bit into the dirt at her feet and stayed there. Her eyes were hard and unfocused. She took the water Tracy handed her but didn't open it, instead quietly making for Oak's house. James gave Meowth an uneasy glance. The Scratch Cat nodded and beckoned for Seviper to follow him. "Is she gonna be okay?" Tracy whispered. "She was fine until we started doing this." James shrugged and took the other water bottle Tracy had for him. "I'll talk with her and find out what's wrong." He drained the bottle in seconds and handed it back with his thanks. A trembling hand took it back. James tried not to stare. While the wounds had finally closed, the way the skin puckered and scabbed all along his arms brought the taste of water and bile back up his throat. "Sorry." The artist tucked the bottle behind his back. "I know it's not pretty to look at." "You're fine. It's a good thing you didn't end up losing them." Tracy's forced smile retreated. "I might as well have," he said beneath his breath. He brought the bottle to his eyes. Droplets along the interior slid down with every slight shake in his grip. "I sure as hell can't sketch with these. I can barely write my own name." James' gaze flitted to the space above Tracy's head. Shortly after he and Jesse had started digging, the aqua rings had disappeared. "Maybe not now, but with a few more healing sessions your arms will be back to normal in no time," James offered. Tracy bit back his response and nodded with a sigh. He moved past the rocket member, taking a knee to peer deeper into the hole. "Are they deep enough for you?" "They'll do." Tracy pushed off his knee and glanced over to the mound of flesh that was once Snorlax. His death might have been a blessing in disguise. Keeping him fed was easy the first few days. What else was I going to do with all the dead Pokemon? Yet, no matter how many he ate, he never looked completely sated. Any weight he gained in the evening just got burned off in his fights with the flock. If he were still with us, how long would it be before he started looking at the rest of us as food? Azumarill sprayed the ground leading to the graves with water and stepped away to give Glalie room. Ice quickly crystallized over the soil. Tracy and James watched with morbid fascination as a frozen block holding Snorlax's arm slid into the grave. Corfish sent the next ice block while Azumarill took a small box holding what was left of Venonat and placed it in a separate grave. Bizel's expression was grim. He held the box with Pachirisu's remains. Septile paid the event no mind and immersed himself in his task. Focusing a small bit of aura into the edge of his newest toothpick, he carved symbols into stone slabs he'd fashioned from a boulder. He didn't understand human language, but he knew each one was the name of a friend he'd lost in the last week. There were more headstones than graves. Not everyone's remains had been found. Not every Pokémon would get a headstone. If that were the case, all of Pallet Town would be covered with them. Instead, Tracy had asked Septile to fashion a headstone larger than the others, for all the people and Pokémon who had passed in the first few days. Occasionally the Hoenn starter would glance over to a paper Tracy had assigned to a headstone, making sure he copied the symbols correctly. Totodile held each up for him to see properly, feet rooted to the floor. "You sure you want to bury the professor here?" James glanced to one of the graves. If Tracy hadn't told him it was meant for the old man, he never would have known. Professor Samuel Oak had several achievements and accolades to his name, enough to warrant a place above or apart from the other graves. Tracy shook his head. Having his grave separate from them spits on what he was always preaching. He spent his life telling everyone about the relationships between humans and Pokémon. He would have wanted it this way. "I'm sure of it." James could only nod. He had no room to talk about the man whose ranch he and his partners had repeatedly assaulted. "It might not mean much coming from me, but I think he was an incredible person." Tracy didn't turn but bobbed his head. "It means the world to me." "Thanks." The silence that followed was heavy as the last piece of Snorlax slid into his grave. "You should go check on Jessie and make sure she's okay," Tracy said quietly. James took the hint and walked away, stepping around the blanketed figure a few feet behind them. Ash stood at the doorway to his room. It was just as he had left it, unchanged in a world that had changed too much. It was too pristine, too neat to exist. He hated it. It was a lie that everything could still be normal, that he could crawl back into the fantasy he'd been living in for years. He'd spent so little time in his room over the last few years. It shouldn't have surprised him to find it so untouched. Ash shambled inside, hands ghosting over his table and chair. If he made contact, moved anything out of place, the illusion would be broken. Outside was the real world, in here, he could try and lose himself in the memories. Ash slumped onto the edge of his bed, his head bowed low. His hat slipped from him, along with any compulsion to catch it. He watched it bounce off his knee and flop in the center of the room. There it stayed. He eyed the corner of the room, where old hats hung from the nails on the wall. Each one sang of his travels, but the longer he listened the more he heard only screams. Every thought of old friends, old adventures now curdled beneath his questions. Is Misty still alive? Or Gary? How am I going to tell him about his home? His grandpa? What about May and Max? Did Brock lose his family like Dawn and I did? His thoughts turned to acid, eating away any joy the memories could have brought him. There were no answers to his questions, at least not ones he wanted to hear. He wondered if it was better not to know. Not to think or even dream of the world he had lost. Rage had failed to save him from the sadness and the refuge of memories had rotted. Ash leapt from his bed. He needed to do something, anything to feel some modicum of control again. He swiped the Pokeball-shaped alarm clock on his nightstand and pitched it hard enough to feel his arm pop. It shattered into countless shards against the wall, the memory of his mother catching it the night before his journey breaching the roiling sea of thoughts. He remembered the way she frowned that night because of how late it was. She's gone. Her hugs, her scent, her smile, her laugh. She's dead. Ash's hands had found his Orange Island trophy. His mom had used it as a dumbbell. He watched it bounce against the wall and skid across the floor, but it wasn't enough. Ash's foot crushed it against the floorboards, flattened more and more with every vicious stomp. What was it all for? What do any of these things mean if she's gone? What does it matter anymore? None of it can bring her back. He grabbed the wooden casing holding his first 8 badges and let it fly. An explosion of glass and wood bounced off his shirt and skittered across the floor. He flopped onto his bed, jaw clench. His head felt like it was splitting in two. It took everything he had not to scream, but the room was still filled with choking, guttural noises that bled past his lips. His vision swam, his arm stretched out to the bunk above his. I'm so tired of this. I'm tired of crying. Of feeling weak. Feeling pathetic. I don't want to feel this way anymore. I don't want to think anymore. I just want it all to stop. I don't want to feel this sadness. I don't want to be, me, anymore. The moment of clarity was like a blast of air in a world of smoke. Ash could never forget his mother. He loved her too much, too deeply for that to be even feasible. She'd raised him by herself. She'd taught him right from wrong, good from bad. Delia Ketchum was intrinsically part of who Ash Ketchum was as a person. But in the last week everything he thought he knew had been challenged. He'd abandoned people to their deaths. Hart Home, the Prism Scale, Rourke, Johanna. He hadn't saved them. Couldn't. There was nothing he could do to fix the situation like he always did. With the way Pokémon were now, was being a Pokémon master even possible anymore? How could he battle or train without it ending in someone's death? Even the concept of catching and battling Pokémon had been called into question. He could boast that his Pokémon were his friends, but how many trainers like Paul were out there in the world? How many Hunter JS? Groups like Team Rocket, Magma, and Aqua. People saw Pokémon as tools or weapons. Nearly every legendary he'd met had been hunted or attacked by another human that he had to help stop. Maybe Ivek was right. Without his dream, without a way of helping someone that didn't involve hurting or killing someone, what did he have left? Who was he? I'm Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. What town? What is this place besides a mass grave? I'm Ash Ketchum. What does my last name mean anymore? Who would care now that things are like this? It's your mother's last name. But now she's gone. I'm never going to see her again. I'm Ash. But how much of Ash was left? What if there isn't anything left? The boy lifted from his bed and swung his legs down to the floor of broken glass. He wiped his eyes and sat in silence. What if Ash didn't make it? The boy got to his feet, grabbing the badges amidst the glass. He tossed them onto the bedsheet, then did the same with some old toys. Then the hats. Then trophies that Ash had earned throughout the years. Ash died here, didn't he? The boy wore a sad, pitying smile as he grabbed the corners of the bedsheets. It's better this way. He doesn't have to suffer anymore. He hefted the bag over his shoulder and made for the door, through the hall, down the steps until he was outside. Pikachu and Mimi were waiting for him. Theirs was no way he was going to make it in this world. The boy motioned for the two to follow him around the house where Delia Ketchum was buried. Amidst the beautiful flowers lay a patch of dirt where nothing grew. The boy's eyes watered, but he shook his head and set the bag down. Ash had lost his mother. Ash had lost his hometown. Ash had lost his dream. Ash had died here. He had to live. Mimi, make a hole over there, the boy pointed to the space next to Delia's grave. The mime was silent at first, but the boy didn't rush him. He waited patiently and watched the panels materialize, then slip into the soil. A cube of dirt lifted off the ground, sprinkling into the empty space as it lifted higher. The boy threw a hat in, one that Ash had worn on his trip through the Sinnoh region. Then went the Sinnoh badges. He was halfway through the pile when Brock arrived. Ash, what are you dash? He stopped when the boy flinched but didn't turn to face him. It's okay. He didn't know. The boy faced the breeder and tossed the flattened trophy absently into the hole. Brock opened his mouth to say something, then looked to Pikachu and Mimi and held his tongue. He stepped back and watched the boy toss more and more into the open grave. Only a handful of things were left when something was tossed his way. Brock caught it with ease and felt a pang of sadness when he opened his fist. A Boulder badge, the last one he had given as Pewter City's gym leader. He didn't earn it, the boy said, not really. Ash, I dash. He didn't deserve half the badges he got in Kanto, the boy continued. The Rainbow Badge and Marsh Badge were the next to join the others in the grave. One badge remained in his hand. Small, blue, and shaped like a water droplet. He didn't earn this one either, but it belongs to a friend, the boy explained and slipped the Cascade badge into his pocket. The only thing left to toss was in his hand. A white and red cap with a green, stylized L stitched into the front. Brock watched the boy hold it over the grave, hand shaking. The fingers wouldn't leave the brim. He watched the scene for a full minute and held in his surprise when the boy lifted his arm and fit the hat onto his head. Bury the rest, Mimey. The cap had been tugged low, veiling the boy's eyes. The psychic nodded and released the technique. The dirt poured back in and filled the grave.